Live, apparently,
I'm here.
hopefully. Hi!
Hello!
Just in the nick of time.
It's 10
Oh
o'clock.
my goodness, that's amazing.
Let's sew. Welcome to today's big sew off. We will be sewing for 12 hours starting now. And we are making items for Baby Basics Leicester. So Leicester's hub of Baby Basics is run by a good friend of mine, Laura, who will be joining us later. And we will be making items all day to donate to their cause, which supports and provides resources for mums and families who are struggling financially and to provide for their families. So that's our plan for the day. And I'm so glad you're here to join us. So this is where we will be sewing. We've got bibs, burp clocks, hats, loads of things to be making, and we will be joined by friends throughout the day to help us sew and make lots of lovely things to donate to Baby Basics. I've literally just run through the door because that is how I roll, and I am here with cake ready to start sewing. So thank you so much for joining us. I am just going to adjust that slightly so it comes down. You can see what we're doing. And let's get going. I'm going to start by putting the kettle on. And breathing. Oh, I don't need to breathe. Oh, you did remember coffee. I was at the checkout and I was like, oh, I need to grab coffee. Wait, let's hope Sarah remembers.
Got the essentials, coffee and some orange Cadbury's chocolate fingers.
Excellent. I bought cake, smoothie, grapes and strawberries. So we are sorted for the day. This is going to be a very cute little bit.
Yeah. That's the bamboo toweling with Claire. Claire's downstairs and she is. I'll tell you a bit more about her later.
She's coming to visit us later as well.
She's going to come and visit us and sew with us for a little bit. But she's so generous with all of her scrap fabric. She's really into sustainability. So this is a perfect way to come back to us. So we've got brightness wise. So I think that's what we've got brightness wise. Once we get sewing, I'll start with this, that's what we've got. I just thought something straightforward to get us kind of, revved. Cloths wise, I'm thinking jersey, 2 layers of jersey. No, I'm just going to do a single layer of jersey and then that leave a gap and then I made something like that for Edith when she was little and they were absolutely ideal. Just soak up enough.
Yeah.
We're going into details about what else of what. Had a nice chat with Sew off today.
Oh, fab.
Just over Instagram to tag us into everything that we're doing. So it's a nice sunny day over there as well. Although I saw the video from Lisa this morning and she was saying that she just got caught in a torrential downpour, which is not the best way to start the day.
Oh,
It might end up being like a sauna in here though.
yes, yeah, we have got a fan
Well, the air conditioner thing, which is just down there, is so. Off my fingers because that would not be the best way to start the day.
Let's not go to A.
No, that's not part. I don't think you can take sewing machines to A.
Probably not.
It's a bit frowned upon.
It would definitely be. Right. We'll start with teas.
Do you want a cutting mat and a rotary cutter, or are you going to go
I'll go trad.
to be safe? You're going to go safe.
You say stick with me. I know.
Oh, my hay fever is playing as well.
I'm just gonna do a quick Insta story to say hello to everyone on there as well.
So I think one thing that I've been thinking about and saying is that we're going to, one of us is always going to be doing some kind of sewing or cutting.
Yeah, because sewing is not
And then
just
we can tag team in and out.
We'll leave that for when we're letting people in. Hello and welcome to the Crafty Sew&So studio today. It is the big sew off. So Sarah and I have put all our usual plans aside and we're spending the day making items to donate to Baby Basics and asking for sponsorship for our marathon 12-hour sewing session, our sew-a-thon as it were, in aid of Mind. So I will pop some links in the next story for you if you would like to join us today. We are going to be sewing all day and popping on Instagram. We are also live on YouTube. Hello, YouTube. And yeah, so do come and check out what we're doing. We have got some lovely guests joining us through the day, including some of our neighbours from the Maker's Yard and some of our friends and our family are visiting as well. So we'll check in with them as they come along. And so far Sarah has started with a bib. And I'm going to cut one out as well, and that's going to be the first things we make as some baby bibs to donate to Baby Basics. And I ran out of time on Instagram. It always happens. Let's see where we got to. On. Oh, got to do the admin on Instagram so people can see what's happening.
Right, I am getting on. No, I'm not. I will get on the sewing machine on the overlocker when it has a plug. Believe it or not, you need a plug to make it work.
Electricity.
That's never going to catch on. Bad. Well, these days it might be actually. Pedal powered overlockers?
I would buy one.
I wonder if we could apply to get a grant for like solar panels on the roof. Okay. It's made out of one of Edith's old baby cards.
Oh, that's nice.
So it's not like the ultimate sustainability.
That'll be enough for that bit.
Oh no. I think the hat takes slightly less.
Yes, I'll have a look at that next. I'm going to go find some fabric.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna go have a look in our box of fabrics that we've donated and we've had people contribute to, and find some pieces that are about this size to twice this size, so I can make some bibs for the babies. This pattern is one from Sweet Red Poppy, which we found via Pinterest, but that's a free download from their website. So for Sweet Red Poppy, have this download if you want to make one as well. What should I use? This looks like is this a
Yes, no, it's Moses basket. But it was, what was it? Oh no, it was just a normal piece of fabric.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's going to be on its third
iteration.
Yeah.
Which is the way that things should be. Because fabric doesn't actually get used up, does it?
No.
Like it doesn't wear out. It's parts of it that get worn out.
Yeah.
So when you've got big things, like especially sheets and things like that, I'm trying to cut them down into cleaning cloths and stuff like that.
Give them as many uses before you.
It's hard work though, because you
Yeah.
kind of like have to constantly be quite creative with what you do, especially as the scraps get smaller and scrappier.
So, like, obviously it's a bit niche, but someone will like a bit in that way, I think. Like, whatever.
Yeah, no, definitely.
I think that'll work with the ex-hot thing sheet.
Yeah, I definitely think some funkier things. That's one of the reasons that we sew, so you can make unique things. Funkier combinations can be our signature for them. And then we need more of the team to decide what they actually want to give to.
What people actually like. I need my lefty scissors.
Yes, sorry, I'll get those out.
Shopping.
We've got a differential feed on. It's going to stretch out. Oh.
Did you notice?
I'm definitely getting to like these overlockers a lot more. Yeah. I think it's just what you're familiar with, isn't it?
There's a huge element of that, definitely.
I am actually quite enjoying these. Just forcing myself out of my comfort zone and making sure that I do actually use it.
Yeah.
Well, like the weekend for the jeans. For the jeans workshop, I was definitely on the other and making my jeans. I was on the one. Sometimes you just, when you're trying something brand new, you need a little bit of familiarity.
You do.
When it's something that you're familiar with, you can afford to have a little play. It's really fast though, this. It's quite steady as well.
It bouncing about.
Yeah. It feels more industrial.
Okay.
Because
People
of
often
like,
ask
the
about
weight.
that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Shopping for
But it's so true. You can't tell until you try. That's why coming to workshops is a good idea.
You can use arm shoes.
You know, I've got the two different.
Make a set, like a hat and boot set. Oh, nice. So I need to be doing some hats as well today.
Yes, yeah. I wonder with the sun hat pattern working jersey. Kind of feel like it might have put some interfacing in the rim.
Yeah.
And there is that option.
That would be quite good for little ones, like the 0 to 3 months.
Yeah, when the heads are tiny but rapidly
expanding.
I look at some of the little hats that we made when Mia was tiny, and it's just like so small, and then suddenly they do get really, really big.
That's it. They just don't stay small for long, long enough. There we go. That's it.
Edith asked to wear one of the bonnets that I made for her today. Actually, she didn't even ask her, she just got it out from
That's the
hat box thing.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, finally! You make all these things for them, and then it's such a lottery as to whether they'll actually wear them.
Oh, it is. Even when, because Edith as well, Mia, when is old enough to have a bit of a consultation, you can say, which fabric do you like? Which one?
Yeah.
Would you like this style of dress? But it doesn't mean she'll actually. If she says yes at that point, doesn't mean she'll actually wear it.
I think Kim found that, actually, with a few things that she says that she wants this, but what she actually wants is. Says she wants rainbow stars, but what she actually wants is unicorns and glitter. I asked Edith what she wanted to wear today, and she said, I want to wear purple clothes.
Purple clothes. Fair enough.
Like,
Do you have purple clothes?
No, we
Oh,
don't get any
no.
purple clothes. So now I'm in that quandary of like, she's got lots of clothes, but you know, she hasn't got any purple clothes.
Yeah.
We need to make her some purple clothes.
Maybe not though, because tomorrow she'll want red.
Exactly.
Okay, 2 bib pieces cut out. So I've done the same as Sarah and cut out 2 of this style bib. I'll bring it closer. Cut out 2 of this style bib. This is a Tilly and the Buttons fabric that Sarah's made a t-shirt out of. So this is one of the scrap pieces. And then this was a piece of fabric that we're upcycling as well from an old baby's sheet. So that's a really great way to use up small pieces of fabric. And so yeah, and we're going to overlock those together, leaving a little bit of a gap, and then turn it out, and then we'll I'll come show you what we're doing after that with these. Oh, Sarah's at that stage, so I can tag in.
Well, the great thing about overlocking is that it trims the seam allowance down so much that you've just got a very small seam allowance. So you literally can just turn it. Normally, if you'd sewn this on the sewing machine, you might need to snip in, and that takes a bit of time. But this makes it so super speedy, and that's why we absolutely love overlockers. We're a little obsessed.
My go-to machine.
Yeah, totally. And it just like, I was making some jeans on Tuesday. After teaching over the weekend, I thought, you know, I'd give myself a break and some time off and make myself some jeans. Busman's holiday, as ever, our tutor put it. But yeah, I used the overlocker just to kind of tidy everything up, and it just made such a difference. It makes it look so professional. And it just made everything. I'm quite a tidy, neat sewer, and so it takes me quite a long time to kind of trim everything as I go. But then I'm trying to get into the mindset of like, don't worry about trimming it, just overlock it where it can be overlocked, and that will do the trimming. So it's quite.
I think we've got the opposite problem. So I'm quite a speedy slapdash sewer, so I need to practice slowing down.
Yeah.
And
You need to give yourself
being
time
more
to think
precise.
in between, because I'm an overthinker because I create the patterns. I'm always thinking about what could I do differently? How could I change this instruction, even when I'm using other people's instructions? Sometimes
yeah.
yeah.
You get so much out of it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, part of the
not always
enjoyment is the
worth
thinking for me. Yeah, it's not just the doing; it's the kind of like processing it all. So that's what I enjoy. So what I've done is turned this all the right way out. I left a little gap of about, I don't know, what's that, 10 centimetres? About 10 centimetres in between. And then I've turned it all out. Give this a little press, and then I'm going to run around it with a zigzag stitch. This one's the first kind of experiment because I haven't done anything using this terry toweling before. It's quite slippery and soft and a little stretchy, but not really that stretchy actually. The terry toweling's holding the jersey really nicely.
Yeah.
It's stopping it from slipping too much. I really like this. Shame I'm not having another one to give it to. I'll give it to somebody else. But yeah, I'm going to go off and press this and then get on the sewing machine and run around it. And yeah, I think I'm going to use quite a long but narrow zigzag all the way around.
So I'm now at the same point as Sarah. I've overlocked all the edges, and I'm going to turn that through next. And I just wanted to kind of say, like, our aim is not to get as much done as speedily and as quickly and slapdash as possible. We are going to be taking our time with the sewing. We're going to be doing a beautiful job so that the gifts that we give we're really pleased with them and they are high quality. We don't want to be giving anyone anything that we're not really proud of, and we just want to make sure that everything's beautiful so that when they go to the beautiful babies, it's appropriate, and it's so that's something we're doing today. We're not going to be whizzing through to make 100 bibs. That's not the goal. 5, well, maybe 10 bibs, but beautifully done. That is the goal. Oh, Bianca is saying hello from Cape Town in South Africa. Hello, that's really cool that you're joining us today. Thank you.
Have you heard about the big sew-off, Bianca? We'd love to know.
Yes.
If you want to find out more about it, there's a website for it. So it's www.thebigsewoff.com, I think, not .co.uk. But if I'm wrong, well, then you'll find it with one of them. And yeah, you can find out all about what the hub in London are doing, what everybody around the country is doing. And then don't forget to come back to us and say hi and see what we're doing.
That's my turn to press.
Okay, I've got some navy blue in here, and I'm going to whisk it and do navy blue. I know it's a contrast, but
Take your time.
why not?
It'll look nice in contrast if you take your time and
Yeah,
do it.
I think by like 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock tonight, we're going to have to do either everything in contrast so that we can see it, or everything really coordinated so nobody
We'll
else.
see where we're at. Yeah. I've got a box full of sewing tools, but I've still grabbed a pencil to take out the corners and the curves of this.
What's the phrase? Old habits die hard,
Yeah.
isn't it?
I need to put milk in the tea.
Yeah, that's close. That's way too close. I always find the key to doing a zigzag is to make it quite narrow but quite long around this, otherwise it really stretches, well, it can stretch it out. I'm going to do a length of a width of 2.5 and a length of 5, I think. And then we'll see what it looks like.
I was just thinking, because we've both got baby girls, we must make sure that we do some more gender neutral.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to use the egg quotes, the boy colours as well.
Yeah. Well, we've both
Some
gone
people
for
like that as well, don't they?
that fabric. I think could be boyish, and I think this could. But we've both gone for pink.
Yes. So that might be exactly what some people are after, but we want to make sure everyone gets what they like.
Absolutely.
So I'm going to want black thread.
Yeah, that's the length of 2.5 and width. Might need to be a bit closer back.
You can always do it by hand.
Yeah. Hand sewing. Oh. It's much better at threading the tails and stuff like that, but still, if I can avoid hand sewing at nearly all costs. I think it's just because I'm still not totally there's certainly as much experience in it, so it's never as neat to machine sewing.
Well, you're not as bad as me. I accidentally pulled off one of my husband's buttons from the shirt, his shirt when I was washing it,
All right.
and it sat on my to fix pile for 3 weeks now. It's literally just a shirt button. Like it's not even a 5-minute job, but at some point I'll get around to it. It's the hand sewing. It's like I have to thread a needle. I want to thread a needle.
And I bet if you had like if you made a shirt and you had to sit down and put all the
Put
buttons
12
on,
or 20 buttons or whatever.
you probably do that. But
Yeah.
because it's just one, and you think, that's going to take me 5 minutes, or I'll do it another time.
Yeah.
It's that mental kind of. I play games with myself like that, though, especially about mending.
Yeah.
I have to. One thing I've tried to do start doing at home is before I start on any big project, I take something from my unfinished project
Okay.
box and try and finish it. And it can be like a coaster,
Yeah.
or a mend, like a fix or something like that. I've got a pair of half-finished toddler slipper boots.
Oh yeah.
That really, really need to just be made. And I think you literally just need the sole of the outer attached, and that's it.
Yeah, like over the last 2 nights, I made an entire pair of pajamas, like top and bottom, but I haven't put a button on the shirt. So before I start my project, which is going to be 3x3 tees, well not lengthened, like with a skirt added. Kind of like very relaxed. I wanted like a t-shirt dress that was like
Nice, yeah.
very lounge wearing.
I actually did one of a couple of those for my honeymoon.
Oh yeah,
When I was pregnant.
Yeah.
They were maybe a little bit too tight though for being pregnant. They were really nice still.
yeah. I've cropped to kind of like Empire-esque line, like a bit lower.
So you're doing a like that and then an add-on. A bit
And then
like,
add on a like big rectangle.
Yeah.
And I'm going
And then
for
you're
like
gonna go
midi
for it.
length. Yeah, I've gone for a 1.5 width
oh,
skirt.
nice.
So it's like some gathering but not overly. And then I'm deciding, obviously pockets, but I'm thinking patch pockets.
Yes. Yeah, that'd be nice.
Like, cause like inseam pockets, well, it's more like patch pockets and make it more modern.
Yeah, and I also think inseam pockets on jersey can be
Very,
tricky.
very
If
strict.
the fabric is too heavy, then they weigh it down. If the fabric is too light, then they can just be a bit floppy and
Yeah.
kind of keep poking out.
Right.
So trying
So,
to escape.
stitch width 5, stitch length 2.5.
That's what I've gone for. It seems to be. No. Well, for the first one, I don't think that is too bad.
Wonderful. First one almost done. Poppers, of course.
I'll just do all the poppers in a production line later.
Yeah, definitely.
Have a proper section.
That is not sewing. Have I put that?
No.
Helps you
Bobbin.
put a bobbin in the machine.
That's the like extreme bobbin chicken. Can we create bobbin without actually putting bobbin?
Well, definitively the answer seems to be no. The answer okay, let's start again.
Have our first bib. There we go. Looking good. So I've just done a little zigzag all the way around because a zigzag stitch has a bit of a stretch to it. So you can it just allows it to be stretched. Yeah, you can see on the back. So it'll come around very nice. Popper on there, and it keeps little babies, dribbles off their lovely tops and off you as well. I think I mainly
Donation to donate.
yes.
And remind them why we're doing what we're doing.
Yep, yeah. Yes, because we're coming up to half an hour into our 12-hour sew-a-thon. So if you are joining us just now, we are yes. So Bianca's got back to me to say that she can't see us how we're sewing. Can we angle the camera at the sewing machine so we can see what we're making and how it's being made? Yeah, we are doing more like an overview today. We will do some close-up shots, but it's more of an overview of us sewing. And yeah, we can do some details. Yes,
We'll
yeah.
do those on Instagram for our stories. I think would be the easiest way to
Yeah, that's a great
share
idea.
that
Yeah.
well. And then we don't have to move the camera.
Yeah, because we're streaming on YouTube for the 10 hours the whole time. 12 hours. Why do I keep saying 10 hours? It's because it's 10 till 10. So yeah, we'll be doing more like an overview on YouTube, and then Instagram more of the few techniques posts and a bit more about the charity and all the details of how you can support us and all the links over on there. But if you do want to support the charities that we are supporting along with the Big Sew Off and also our chosen charity, I'll just tell you a little bit about that now. This camera angle is awful. It's making me look like I've got a double chin, so I'm going to sit down and I'm going to tell you a little bit about why we've chosen Baby Basics. So we've chosen Baby Basics as our charity to support because they help underprivileged and mums who are struggling financially in Leicestershire. It's a nationwide charity, but Freya's friend Laura runs the Leicester branch of the charity. And what they do is they put together kind of care packages, essentials packages of all the basics that a young or a new mum would need. So within that, there'll be bibs, there'll be baby grows, there'll probably be a Moses basket and some sheets of some kind. There'll be some items for the mum as well. So we're going to be making some zipped makeup bags later as well, some wash bags. That can be something that they can keep all their essentials as well. Because, yeah, when you have a baby, you basically suddenly need to start carrying about, what would you say, about 250% more things? Yeah, roughly. Yeah. These days, with my toddler being 3, I love the fact that I can go out with like a tiny handbag now, although she is potty training. So now that tiny handbag it's definitely quite an eye opener when you realise how much stuff a baby needs. And of course, all that stuff costs money and can be quite stressful to source as well when you're going through a lot of other things. There's a lot of choices to make. And I think having that package of all the things given to you, and they're given via midwives and health visitors to the people that they're to the what do we call them, families. And yeah, it's more than one of the great things that I really love about it is it creates that initial first great connection between the health visitors and the new mums, who might be a little bit wary of anybody kind of new coming into the situation. And yeah. And I think, just having that like package of lovely things really just helps that connection and helps that trust as well. Because I remember I had no reason to be, but I was quite nervous about the health visitors coming into the house. I thought they were going to be looking at everything, checking everything out.
Like, I've been doing this for 2 hours, and am I doing it right? Am I going to be judged? Am I a good mum or a bad mum already?
Yeah, and is she going to be looking at all the things that I've got or haven't got and saying, you need this, you need that, and suddenly I'm like, but I'm too busy just holding this baby, which I haven't dared put down for like 24 hours now. In case either it disappears or I do something wrong.
Sit on it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I also, at that point, I hadn't held very many babies. So I wasn't kind of like,
which way is up?
Like, how do I support the head? Do I need to
Speaking of
support
sitting on it though, I sat on my oldest, my 5-year-old, in bed last night. So she'd come into bed, but I hadn't noticed. And so, or I had noticed, but I'd forgotten when I woke up later. So I got up, went to the loo, came back, and was like, and just sat on her because she like rolled in space where I was lying.
My cats do that. I don't think I've ever sat on Edith yet, but there's still time. But yes. Yeah, so creating that element of trust when you don't even trust yourself with the baby, I think it's really valuable. So
we love baby basics, and I've worked with Laura a few times in the past. Obviously, she's a friend of mine, so whenever I get the opportunity, I've gone to fundraising meals, and when I had my second baby's christening, we had everything we needed. So I'd asked people to bring things I could donate to baby basics.
Oh, that's lovely.
Gifts.
Yeah.
And that was really great. We did some nice fundraising and some gift giving there as well. So something I've really pleased to be able to support with our sew-a-thon today.
Yes. Yeah. So there we go.
Number 2 finished.
1 and 2. Hooray! We can have a sip of our cup of tea. The other thing to mention is that we are also supporting Mind charity. I think, in a way, it's really good for us personally to have taken a day out as well. We've been pretty full on recently, and it's important for us to have a little bit of downtime
for our mental health
and to share it
so
with you guys and encourage you too.
We're very so Sarah and I are here 4 days each a week, and then we've got a very small team who help us wherever they can, but we do the lion's share of the work for running 2 small businesses, and the burnout is something I'm very cautious to avoid.
It's just right there.
because you can feel it. You can feel it
Yeah.
coming for you.
Yeah, and we're good at kind of balancing each other.
Yeah.
But sometimes you just, it's really good to actually just have some downtime together and do it together. Because usually we tag team, don't we?
Yeah.
So it's usually like, if one of us needs a little bit of a break, the other one
Takes up.
steps up, and then and vice versa. But it's really nice to just do it together.
Yeah.
Exactly. Although we're not supposed to be sitting, we're supposed to be sewing. So we should get on.
So first 2 bibs done. And as Sarah said, you can have a quick sip of tea and then on to the next thing. So I'm thinking a couple more bibs. I'm going to have like a bib session.
Yeah.
And then I might do, like, not to, what's the word? Thingy it, to
Segment it.
segment it or industrialize it at all.
Yeah.
Just like, that's a nice routine to have, I think.
So into the flow of it. I actually think I'm going to do some burp cloths as well.
Oh, like, are you going to do matching ones?
So that's nice. And
As
yeah.
big
Same
cards.
fabric.
Someone buy you like a giant card ready.
Yes, baby girl.
That's so nice.
And constantly just need something to grab. A bit prettier than a muslin. Yeah, that was just kind of constantly wrapped up in a ball. So
Next,
see if I've got enough fabric.
I do like this. I'm going to bring it onto camera. We have got this fantastic bright orange fabric that Claire from downstairs has shown us, given to us, which I'm a big fan of. And I think I might pair that with this one again next to make a couple more from this Tilly and the buttons print jersey.
I think we can actually piece 2 pieces together of the jersey if there's not enough of one colour.
Oh yeah.
So that's quite sustainable.
Yeah. It's a great colour. I wonder what colour.
It's probably one of her Connie blouses because she's just done another pre-order of Connie's. Her vintage inspired range. They all sold out in 4 hours.
Did they? Oh wow.
I think it's about 4 hours. It's really not very long. It's great because she started doing that during lockdown. It's kind of, she couldn't get out and do fairs.
Yeah.
And it's just brilliant that it's taken off so well.
I'm excited for the pattern range. Because, like, I would like to have some vintage items in my wardrobe, but I can't afford originals. So that's one of the joys of sewing, isn't it?
And I have to say, to be honest, what I really like about making vintage style clothes is you can make them in modern fabrics. Because I'm lazy, I do not like. Yeah, exactly. I don't want to be ironing and dry cleaning lots of things. And Claire's always immaculately dressed, immaculately presented, and I'd love to be able to get that kind of look and feeling without having to go to too much effort.
That is the goal, isn't it? Like, I look like I've put 3 hours of work in this morning to my appearance, but it's literally fun.
But she said because she sets her hair,
Yeah.
she basically does it like once every 5 days. Actually, she's onto something.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's a good system. That
it's obviously 2 hours worth of setting and doing all of that, and then like a headscarf on, I think, and obviously what I don't know how many years, many years of training and practice. So I didn't expect to do it straight away, but yeah, it does seem like quite a sensible, efficient, efficient way of doing things. Sustainable, in fact. She's sustainable head to toe, isn't she?
She is. She is. So from head to toe, head to toe my wardrobe.
Hey,
I went comfy today.
Yes, good plan.
I was, as I said, I made a pair of pajamas yesterday, crafty trousers, and the 3x3s with the twist
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
That's a
it's
good
like-
idea.
This would be bulky for sleeping on my tummy, but twist
Yeah.
is nice and soft.
Yeah.
So yeah, and it's the leopard print, you know, the teal and the pink. So you have pink and I took the teal.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, the viscose jersey.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so nice.
I look like I'm wearing pajamas, and I
Yeah.
feel like I'm wearing pajamas, but I also look like they're fancy pajamas.
Yeah.
They're
Put
like
together.
sleeping at a fancy hotel or a spa.
Yeah.
Like, that would be what I would take.
There, your fancy sister from London is coming to stay for the weekend, and you want to show off your pajamas and have a pajama party. That's what they are.
Definitely like pajama party. Like they're pajamas that deserve to be seen by other people. I've got a pair of pajamas that like they're still absolutely fine, so I'm not going to throw them away, but like they are like 10 years old, and they're like my favourite pajamas, and they're just like jersey comfy pajamas from George. And I was like, I don't want to get rid of these, but I do need to like upgrade them.
Yes.
So I can have them as like, you know, like messy pajamas on scruffy days, but then have something nice that makes me feel good as well. So.
I tend to keep certain pairs for painting with Edith in the morning, so we won't bother getting dressed. We just go straight into the art. And some days she wakes up and says, "Mummy, today I want to do crafts." Like, okay. What have I created? Exactly. She said it to my mum the other day. Oh, it was like, oh yeah. My mum was like, oh no.
So, I've already done this once.
It's my daughter's mother's daughter.
All too familiar. So I'm going to set this overlock up with black threads. Yeah, good plan. I've got one of each.
Put a few in the basket. I think there's 2 black
I'll
threads.
put those only whites.
Oh,
Okay, the little one.
yeah.
See what goes. I can put rainbow thread on. I've got one here.
Oh, this one's already threaded up with black.
Oh, let's give it a switch through that. Yeah, that's the same. That's probably where all the black
If you
pens
fancy
are.
That's an easy option. Plus, it gets you to have a play with our new overlocker as well. Sorry, can you take it because it's quite. It's not a one-handed machine. This one easily pick up with one hand. Easily pick up with one finger. That one looks strong so much.
Sorry, Captain Marvel. Would you pass me a table while you're on that side of the table? I'm a poet. Yeah, I think that combination of fabrics is really quite fun. Like a nice bold print.
That's nice. Yeah, that's definitely
Yeah,
boy girl.
definitely. Last. Here we go. Can I get the front? This is hot. Where I can help myself to I really enjoyed making the jumps. It was just like after I made jeans, it was a very nice
Refresher
project.
Absolutely. Everybody needs those.
I've got a swimming costume cut out, and I know it's not like I know working with the fabrics it needs a bit of care and attention. But it's not my first swimming costume. It won't be my last, but I've just paused on it. It's really annoying.
I think unless you've got, well, you have got your Wales trip.
Yeah, I've got. So we are going to
Something
and
to-
there's the jacuzzi. So, yeah, I should get it done.
Please have that in mind. Maybe put a picture of
Like,
your
you just-
holiday destination on your pin, like in front of you, your phone face.
So, I'll get it done. I should bring that by next. focus at home. I feel like with the warmer weather, I've got more sewing energy again.
Yeah.
But I must keep persevering with my current crochet project because I've almost finished thread. So I've made a rainbow granny square cardigan because I learned to crochet last year, and this is kind of the end goal, and I'm like so excited. So Elizabeth, one of our shooters, runs a course with us, and so I followed that, and then I've taken everything I learned on that and kind of ran with it. And I have now got to thread in the tail ends of my granny squares, and it's literally like 112 granny squares. Some of them I did as I went because I was like, look how neat it looks when it's finished. And others I was like, I'm just getting them done, I'm just getting them done, I'm just getting them done. But the option was at the door. Yay. Grab your sew-a-thon. I'm ready, I can get the end.
We have our first visitor. Hooray! So we're going to have people dropping in throughout the day. We have scheduled them into time slots, so we've got people coming for an hour or so with us. They might stay for a bit longer if they enjoy it. And yeah, we're going to have a few people at 11 and then at 12. And then we also have a couple of people coming this evening. And some of the guys from downstairs might be joining us in the afternoon as well. So yeah, it's going to keep us motivated and keep us going. Tell you what, I'm going to need a vacuum cleaner after this. Bit messy. Hello, how are you?
Bad, you?
Not too bad.
Because I told my brother about this morning, and he put it on his Twitter, and he was,
Hello.
Wendy is here to
Hello.
sew with us. So Wendy is one of our wonderful customers and friends. She came to a recent workshop with us to make pattern drafting tops. So it was really cool. And now she's just here to sew with us for a few hours. So welcome, Wendy. Sarah and I have both been doing bibs so far.
Cool.
But we have many options for you.
Yeah.
Sarah's also doing a burnt cloth. We
Ah.
have jersey hats and sun hats, or makeup bags, like wash bags.
Oh, okay. Do you want me to do something different?
So,
Do the same?
well, you can choose. Like they're all. What do you fancy making?
Don't mind. And I was looking for material earlier as well, and I was like, all my scraps get, because I have a little one, all getting used up.
Yes, yeah, it's so efficient, isn't it?
I was like,
The bigger they get, the less
the bigger they need.
actually use up the tiny scraps.
Yeah,
So you
yeah.
need to kind
I
of
was
keep
like,
going
this
back.
isn't 30 by 30. This isn't 30 by 30. So I bought things, and I thought, oh, you can just sew them together. And then
Yes, yeah, which I've done for this, so for the birth. Just the
Recently made me some jogging bottoms, and I've got half a meter of fabric. I was like, that'd be fine, but she's 5 now, so she's huge. And so what I've done is I've done some interesting style lines. I've done some patches. and it looks great. But it was just like, oh, no, it took me longer because I had to do some creative thinking.
Yeah.
Like patching,
Like
it's not
stuff
just going to work.
So my little one, I made her quite a few trousers when she was little, but now she's taller, so I'm like slipping her into shorts. But she's getting to that age where they're quite aware of like fashion.
Yeah.
I think she's already more fashionable than me. Like she said to me like, "Mummy, can you not buy me clothes? Because it might not be my style."
Oh, bless her.
I said, "Well, you're 7, that's 17." Yeah. When she has to like dress herself, I'm always like really proud when she comes down in like a dress I've made her. Like she's like, "I've got your dress on, Mummy."
Yeah, I made Mia what I thought was gorgeous, and she's warm to it, I think. So it's like a tiered smock dress in woven with different rainbow like different colour fabrics. So it's not a rainbow, but it's rainbow colours of the rainbow. And her reaction was not enthusiastic, and I was like, and it took me ages. It's got 5 layers, and each one is gathered into the one above. And I think it's amazing. And I'm very glad I've got a younger kid, so when she grows up, she. But yeah, Mia's reaction was more like,
Oh, it's a dress.
Mia dress. She's worn it a few times now, so I'm all encouraged. But it was.
Whereas I made my daughter a book bag for next to her bed, and I put on this like embroidered pink like a plie thing, which I bought ages ago. And I forgot when I bought it ages ago. I told her I was going to make a dress, and she came in and she was like, "So how's that going to fit on my dress?" I was like, "It's now your book bag."
Plans change.
Memories so bad. Yeah, so I just thought some little bits of. So my friend made my daughter like an amazing quilt when she was a baby.
Yeah.
And this is like that, but it's not 35.
That should be fine. I
So
think
I
we're gonna,
bought this.
we haven't decided yet how we're going to incorporate it in the book because we'll see what people bring.
Yeah.
But I think because you're the first and Amy will be joining us in a little bit as
Oh,
well.
okay. Yeah.
We'll probably see what we've got and then work from that. Go kind of
Yeah.
25 centimetre squares.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sew them
Yeah.
together.
When I do the, I don't know if you've heard of woolly hooks. They're like a knitting charity. So
nice.
you crochet or knit 20 by 20 squares, all smaller, and you send them in, and then they construct them into blankets for refugees, or they've got blankets for people with breast cancer. So
What's the
usually
name
they
of
do
that? Woolly
woolly
hooks.
They're usually 20 by 20. They're big blankets.
I definitely have some things that I could donate.
Yeah.
I am the world's worst. I'm not a terrible crocheter, but I'm the world's worst at putting them together and making
Yeah.
something. I had a bag of granny squares for
Oh
about
yeah, they'll have them.
5 years.
Yeah.
I don't really want the blanket anymore because I made another one. And
Yeah.
then I had loads left over.
Oh yeah, well they're online, they're fab, and I've done a lot of construction work for them, so I put a lot of them together. So like how you don't want them,
Yeah.
like they'll send out like loads of squares to your construction, you'll put them
We
together.
just bring them round to your house.
Yeah. So, so I was thinking, I've not done it for ages. And there's this other fabric that I have, which again is odd, because one of the first things I made my daughter was a teepee.
Oh, I love
And I
it.
obviously didn't really understand that cutting back fabric, because I've got all these fabrics with these like triangles in the middle.
Ah, cool. Well, no, that's what happened with me. I've got loads of because I made some out of like garden fabric that you waterproof, but
Oh,
not
yeah,
like, not all cloth.
Yeah.
Just like tent fabric basically. And so I've got all these big triangles of stuff that I'm never going to use. I've got no idea what to use it for.
Yeah. Oh, well, I'm going to try and make a dry robe at some point. That's the kind of stuff you can use for that. I don't know if you've seen dry robes. So if you get outdoor swimming, dry robes are these just massive coats that made from Leicester actually. But really expensive, and you can make your own pattern. So it's waterproof on the outside and like a fleece towel on the
Oh,
inside.
that's a good idea.
So when you've been swimming, you come out and put it on and you feel more
It's
cozy.
actually warm. It's basically like a changing tent.
Yes. Yeah, basically. Which when lockdown was on and there weren't anything, it was great.
Yeah.
Because you didn't have to get naked in front of people.
Just set yourself up to do your own tent.
So if there's a bib, that is a bib. So that's one of them is on the end there.
Oh, okay. Ah, cool. Yeah.
Are you a rotary cutter or a
Scissors?
That's actually
Definitely. I own a rotary cutter. It doesn't work for me.
I've got some weights there and the various different marking tools. So
Can you make like this or what?
Yes, it can be made out of rubber.
the yellow would be lovely. Really
And so that blue box and the fabric on the side is all stuff for today. So
cool. Everything on there.
anything on there, you should get some out.
Yeah, I own a rotary printer. I just don't get on with it. So
I know. I'm finding it quite difficult to press down enough to get through the layers of toweling. And I'm thinking I'm going to need to keep my strength in my wrist for the rest of the day.
It's
So
like poppers. Like, I don't get on very well with my popping machine, so then I'd rather sew a boat. But I'm still poppers.
is that the squidgy plastic ones?
Yeah, they always made baby rotary. They always just pop off.
Yeah. The key for that is to put some interfacing underneath.
Okay.
A square of interfacing, maybe even, depending on how stretchy the fabric is, a couple of squares. You don't need a lot of it, but it just needs to be in that place.
I feel like magnetic clasps. I don't know why they just.
Yes.
Weird brand.
The only problem with the plastic poppers is that they are quite difficult to undo. Edith's got a couple of jackets with them on, and she just can't undo them herself. She's very independent, so she's used to being able to do it. So, yeah, it's a bit.
Yeah, it's weird. It's like
Very
with
money.
zips, like trying to get like big zips for them to be able to do themselves rather than like invisible ones.
Yeah. You suddenly start to think about all these things when you're trying to empower your child.
Yeah.
And also just, get not spend £7 on a zip.
It took me for my mum bought my Penny a coat and forever realised why she didn't want to wear it. It was a really nice coat. She couldn't do it up because the zip was too like fiddly. It was about
bless
three.
her. Yeah. And that's definitely the age where it's like, I do it.
Because I got my fella to share this on his social media and he was quite surprised he didn't have a Twitter presence.
We don't know.
Because he works in games and like most of their social media is
On Twitter.
like really
Yeah.
big. I don't have a Twitter presence either.
It's something we used to, but then we just decided to focus on Instagram and Facebook because you can link directly
Yeah.
and just do it once and it goes both.
You do have Twitter as well.
You can, but there's the link. Like it doesn't post a picture; it shares a link to Instagram.
Oh, okay.
Really?
And
Yeah.
we just find we just didn't find an audience really on there. Like we could have built an audience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then that's a lot of energy when we've already got an audience and a community on the other platforms. So
It's like Matt was saying to me about Reddit, and I have actually joined Reddit sewing feeds.
Oh,
And
okay.
there's some really interesting things, but I don't tend to post to it very much because it's quite, it's more like Facebook. It's more like forums.
Yeah.
People discussing like specific questions and things like that. So sometimes I'll comment on questions. Yeah, it's another thing that's kind of like dipping in and out sometimes. There's some interesting things going on.
Yeah, it's where the audience, I suppose, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, because their big audience, say, is Twitter. But I don't really use Twitter.
I really think with social media, you've got to choose what you enjoy.
Yeah,
There's so many options. I thought about going on TikTok, and I think we might be soon.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I'm a bit old, like in the fact I'm like,
yeah,
what
so
is all this ticking?
And one of the younger TikTok members asked in the video, like, so I'm talking. So all the TikTok people born in the late 90s.
Yeah, older people.
Right, they're babies. Like,
How about the ones that were born in like somewhere with 80, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I recently signed up to be a pen pal friend, and they sent me a thing back for volunteering saying we don't have anyone waiting for this at the moment. If you'd like to do telephone support, okay. I've got some granny to write to.
When Edith's a little bit older, I'm going to do Befrienders, I think.
Oh yeah.
Which is a charity that you basically support another young person and who's from an underprivileged background, and you get a kind of
Like
an
sponsor.
allowance to take them out and do things
Oh,
that they wouldn't
okay.
usually get to do, like going to the farm or
So I used to coordinate a friendly project for the National Autistic Society, and with that we had like a lot of psychology students with young autistic people, and I get like allowance to take them to the cinema or like places where they wouldn't usually go.
Yes.
yeah, it's good that I assume that there's some level of basic understanding with psychology students as well. So
Yeah.
not
And we did quite a lot of
Layman's
training
and
as
training.
well. Like, yeah, just a bit of training, but that's similar to like that, but obviously a lot of specific group.
I think sometimes it's good for parents to go out with children who know a bit more about some conditions as well, just so that they feel less self-conscious or more aware of what can be done.
We used to have these little cards which were if you're looking, like parents and the friends could hand out, which is like, if you're looking at me, I have all of them, and then explained a bit, because like if you took them to the gym or the cinema and being loud, the cards are really handy because like you didn't have to have a long conversation.
No,
You were like, here you go. This is
everybody can get on with enjoying themselves.
Oh,
That's the way. Because I didn't know anything about autism until we started until we set up this business.
Oh, okay.
And we actually had a couple of people who we had a charity called Mosaic that came to us and said, we've got a group of 5 or 6 autistic and people with various different learning needs, and we did a couple of sessions with them, didn't we? We did cushion making, and that's good. It's just getting them on the sewing machine, just kind of new experience. And
yeah, because mainstream school often doesn't do a lot of things, so like homeschooling and things like crafting.
really encouraging.
Some of my friends are school practitioners, and they get a lot of kind of diverse needs in there.
I'll admit I was nervous about it because I didn't know anything about autism, so I took myself, away and made sure that I read up on what I could and asked people, like, is there anything particular? Asked the people from the charity, is there anything particularly that I can do in my teaching or preparation to help? And I think it's just helped no end with everything.
Yeah, and like things like bright lights and noise and like, here's kind of a perfect kind of place.
Although there is the occasional loud noise from across the road.
There's a building site.
Yes,
I just had to put on my headphones because there's like those videos in the studio that I can't listen to right now because I can't focus with that song. So so I'm really controlling that, so that's not ideal right now. But hopefully it'll be finished this year.
this one.
Yes, please do. I'm going to put the kettle on. I would actually like a cold drink. Would anyone like a hot drink?
I don't make soft no.
So this is very different.
It's a good chance to try something new.
So it's on stick 7, which is zigzag.
Yeah, so for joining, which you just on the joining part, aren't you? So we'll change to 0.
Oh, okay, it's like a
And that will
fridge
take it.
where you can.
Yeah. That's just your automatic. I tend to like to take it up to 2.6.
Yes.
Because I find that a little bit less of a tight stitch. Gives you a bit more room for movement. And that's got black thread in it. Do you want to change to white, or you can sew it with black? It's up to you. Okay.
I'll just say black.
Yeah. It'll be quite quickly. Yeah. Thank you, bits.
Your machines automatically back to it.
They don't. So it's a little button just above here. Yeah.
And you have to hold it down. I went to pattern crafting last college. Yeah, the thing this was
Yes. But also, you don't want it to. It's like, switch this off.
yeah, the overlock like just put it in. So I was like, okay, it's just cook this up.
Personalities, they're all very different.
If they do, mine's a hateful little bit. I've got actually it's better now, but yeah.
We do have our next lovely Overlocking session at the end of May. If that's something you want to conquer.
Yeah, I'm trying to spend more time with it. I'm hoping it'll love more out. So yours has yours doesn't have an automatic cutter.
It doesn't know. There's a blade on the side though.
Everyone's things are different.
I think that's the thing with the overlock. The more time you spend working through small projects, the more confident you get. It's kind of simple as that, really. And even for us, Naomi overlockers are less familiar to us because we've always used brother overlockers. The more I use the Naomi overlockers, the more I'm growing to love them.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, this it feels different. There's no denying it, but it's just a heavier. When you change the settings, it's more immediate. You can see like a small change makes a big difference.
And I had my machine, which is different. I had it serviced, and it came back and was like, oh, it's so much better.
This is how the machine's meant to be.
I was like, oh.
I feel like
And then I went to
machines is a little bit magic.
Then I went and got my bike serviced, and I was like, that sounds so much better to me. I thought I should really invest some time.
I used to get my bike service. I dropped it. It fell over when I was shutting my garage. And knocked everything out.
Well, the gear change, it's one of the thumb gear changes.
Oh yeah.
The lever has like bent, so it moves, but it doesn't tell you which gear you're in.
Ah, okay.
So you can change gear.
So if you had it serviced?
No, because I don't have any money right now.
So in Sheffield, there's a little old bike place called Footworth where I used to get my bike serviced. And when I fell off my bike in the tram line, broke my arm, I thought my bike was fine. I took it in, and he was like, your gears smashed up, they're all over the place.
Oh, God.
But it was a great place. It cost hardly. You'd be like, yeah, it's like £2. Here's a thing. Like he just loved bikes.
So Sheffield.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna get the train.
Yeah.
I wonder if the Leicester bike park.
Yeah, that's where I was thinking I'd take it.
It's expensive, but it's worth
It is worth it. I use it like literally every day. So
Well, the thing is, Leicester's just, bike city, isn't it? So environment city. So
Yeah.
they must be.
I think there used to be workshops. There was a quite favourite. Everyone was like, we're going to service our own bike. Which I was like,
There are some things that it's worth learning to do yourself, and there's some things that you can think, that's I'm going to spend more time learning other things.
Yes.
I can sew things. Other people can service bikes. Like that's a good division of labour.
It's a bit close to the edge for these because I sewed quite far from the edge of the other one. And the opening was only just caught in.
Yeah, I'm going to have to sew my opening.
so there's a milliner here I saw on the sign.
Yeah, there is. Julia. She should be popping up later on this evening, I think.
Ah.
She creates the most beautiful pieces.
I was doing a domestic course on making hats.
Oh, really?
But it just felt like if you already made hats, you have all the stuff. And
Yeah,
it
there's
would
a
be
lot
great.
of equipment, isn't there?
But if not, it's quite an expensive thing just to make a one-off.
Definitely. I mean, Julia, like the flowers that she makes silk flowers on a lot of her hats.
Ah.
She does all her own hat blocking, which
Yeah.
is fairly unheard of really these days. People tend to buy a block and adorn it. That tends to be what counts as
Yeah.
hat making, millinery these days. Or facilities. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just she's one of the only people who still does it from absolute scratch.
Ah.
And the flowers that she makes, she can spend like half a day making them.
Oh, wow.
She hand paints all and makes like silk and feathers.
Oh. I thought, oh yeah, I did a course on hat, and then I was like, where? Right. Just like the stiffening stuff you have to put on that the cape, the
Yeah.
stiffening, like it smells really strongly.
Yeah.
And so it's not really like a home.
I'm looking into getting into doing jesmonite, which is a type of resin.
Oh, right.
And specifically because it doesn't have any scent and it's also sustainable, it's quite environmentally friendly, whereas resin is
Yeah.
resin's involves quite a lot of chemicals.
Yeah.
So I was thinking, what can I do with these? It's a bit different, still crafty, hands-on.
Yeah.
It doesn't create too much mess. And this is really smelly.
Yeah. My fella's got a 3D printer, but he got a one which is like liquid stuff rather than the hard stuff, but that's quite strong smelling, whereas the other 3D printer isn't.
What does he print? What things has he created?
Oh, a ukulele, a Harry Potter wand for my daughter. He's making a chest, like lots of things. I wasn't sure what he was going to do with it.
Because I love the idea of it, and there used to be one at a studio that I used to work
Oh, right.
I didn't really have any ideas of what to do with it.
Yeah. And so I had my nan's old dressmaking doll, and to stand it up, there was like a cap, like a clasp, which is broken.
Yeah.
So he made me one of those to the exact measurements.
That's what I've seen it used for, is like making parts for things.
Yeah, that are like
perished.
no longer available.
Yes,
like
yeah.
We were using for my first daughter my husband's old cot.
Oh,
His parents
okay.
had kept it, but the plastic bits that did, and it was a great cot because the side actually went up and down.
Oh, okay.
But when we took it apart, when she moved out of it, the plastic bits had broken. Like it wasn't.
Disintegrated.
So I think we had to scrap it. Because as in, I don't know what it got taken away.
Yeah.
But it was like really disappointing because the wood was absolutely fine. The cot itself was perfect, but if I had a or used one,
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like also we had a baby gate on our stairs in our floor.
Yeah.
But our stairs is quite old and big, so we made a particular bracket to the gate, to the stair gate. So like if you have something very specific, then
Can I get the difference? Sorry.
yeah.
It's just getting into that mentality of actually, yeah, maybe we can fix it. And
Make
quite
it
often,
amend, yeah.
yeah. And I mean, we think about, what we can do with sewing, but
Yeah.
not necessarily with other things.
Yeah,
because about the I don't know how. One of the things that I was thinking about the other day was how annoying it is when plastic things break. Because they're just basically gone. Like as there's a
Bobbin machine. I've got a bobbin machine. I got one when Edith was born.
Oh, yeah.
And we used it for a year. It broke. I bought one last year for her birthday. It's been out in the sheds, like in watertight sheds.
Yeah.
But I guess fluctuations in the heat have just stopped working. And I've taken it apart. I was determined. I'm going to find out why this is happening. Taken it apart, and it's a couple of small bits where the battery connects have gone a tiny bit rusty.
oh,
And I think that's just stopping it from firing up or whatever.
And the difficulty is like stuff like I say, keep to like all the vagina and it's not
it
a very
doesn't
market.
most sane people would just not take it apart and try to fix it and just chuck it away. I mean, just taking it apart because it had 15 screws
Yeah.
to hold it all together and all these plasticky bits that needed to go together. It took me about half an hour to take it off with a tiny little screwdriver.
I think it's once you get used to mending those things as well, then it's like, okay, I'll just get back. Like my daughter had got her little gingham school dress on, and the pleats out of the front. She'd obviously been stood with her hands in the pocket and poked her fingers out, and she's like, "It's got holes in." And I was like, "Okay." And I just stuck it on the machine and just sewed them up.
Yeah.
But that's because my machine was set up and was there.
Yeah.
And I was like, "Well, I could just sew that up." Yeah. Whereas I know before I would have been like, another one. Like,
and a lot that will anyone who doesn't sew isn't that would be the only option as well.
Yeah.
But
it's really good
I've got
for
a
your
button that
daughters.
came off my husband's shirt that I've had 3 weeks that I haven't sewn on. I will, but yeah. So I have spoken to people who throw away shirts as well.
it's amazing how people don't have the skills. Like when I was at uni, I used to have like my housemates, and not being sexist, but of course the male would leave like their clothes or buttons and things outside my door because they didn't know how to sew it on, and because I was a nice housemate, I would do it. But also, like, who doesn't know how to sew a button on? Like, what
people? Really worrying number of people. So I got asked to do something to do with sustainability, if possible,
Oh,
and sewing at the High Cross. And I thought, brilliant, this is a great opportunity to show them how to use small scraps of fabric to make something very simple. We're going to do headbands. And then they said to me, but you can't use a needle. Okay, this isn't going to work. But of course, like since then, we've been doing quite a bit of like rag rugging and things like that, tying on methods to make wreaths or to make
We've come up with some other options. But that is a very odd.
It's a very
restriction.
Yeah, it definitely is.
So one of my old friends has got a business in Sheffield which is repairing clothes, sustainability, and she uses a Zinger like hand. There's no electricity involved in it. I haven't seen her for ages, but I've seen it on Facebook, and that's her thing. And she did like a talk at a sustainability conference as well about it. But I thought she was being a plumber, but it looks like she's doing some else instead.
Right. Similarities, fixing things in
Yeah.
various ways.
So did you do the sustainable thing at High Cross? Or?
No, we couldn't in the end. At that time, it was very short. It was a bit of a, can you do this next week kind of thing.
And
The
you can't
idea
do
just
the
didn't
idea.
flow.
Yeah.
It's a shame when you get opportunities like that and there's just not enough time to let you have that creative
Yeah,
process. But next time, we would have ideas because since then, it was 6 months ago, and the ideas have kind of started. Was it?
Maybe about that time they'll go,
Oh, you can yeah. So, if anybody from the High Cross is listening,
I've got ideas.
So I can tell I'm old because I couldn't be shy as a lot.
yeah. It's good to be pushed out of your comfort zone sometimes. I'm starting to try to say yes to more things. Yeah, we've just got an exhibition up in B, and to begin with, I was like, I've got nothing to put up. We're not artistic. So, but we've done an exhibition for making jeans.
Oh,
Because it is a craft. It's
Yeah, yeah.
people skills. They can use them creatively. But it took a lot for me to kind of recognise how I could represent that.
Yeah.
So it started from university. All the presentations having to be perfect all the time.
Yeah, I haven't had much to do with LCD decorating. My friend used to do quite a lot there, photography and things. And when we moved to Leicester, he's quite a lot of events.
Yeah, there is a lot actually, that goes on. It's well worth keeping an eye
And one of my friends has a studio down at Queen's Road as well.
on.
So, and so I've been to some of their open days and they have like so many
The two queens.
Yeah, so where like just near the Phoenix.
It's literally just around the corner.
Oh, okay. So they have open days, and it's like imagine this space times like 50, and lots of different types of artists with their own little studios.
Yeah.
Like there's just loads. There's like one woman who made like out of cardboard boxes like little rooms, and then sold the rooms, and they were painted. There's just loads there. There's loads. It's definitely worth it. Also, how long is the jeans exhibition?
It's not a craft season, so it's a proper opening event on Friday night. And I think it's like for a couple of weeks. And it's a really good work. It's fabrics, some old textiles. Lots of fabrics actually, but all really different.
Oh, okay.
It's interesting to see like how many different variations of things you can play. Going to the opening on Friday.
Oh.
And then going on Easter on Monday. All about it. So, don't know whether they're expecting me to do some kind of marketing, but I hope not. And these are really talking about art. Chris, the organizer of the LCB, has been really, really good and supportive.
Oh.
So I was just had a big panic about explaining
What did you have to do at uni? What's gone?
I did fashion design, and it was also a presentation that I was told let me down. So I think I've got that in my mind. But
Yeah.
obviously, although I've got a lot of experience of presenting work,
Yeah.
more recently it's all been digital.
Oh, okay.
I
Yeah.
think when it comes to presenting something physically, like an actual paper or fabric or things that people can touch and
Yeah.
see 3D and that kind of thing, I don't know, just a bit of a mental block.
I suppose if you've stopped doing it as well, it's then hard to get back into doing it. It's like,
It's been interesting because people encourage me to ask myself why. It made me feel like that and kind of confront those feelings and get over it
Yeah.
a little bit. So it's been positive. It's just any kind of confrontation of your hang-ups about something is always a bit uncomfortable and a bit kind of hard work, but so worth it when you get over yourself.
Now you'll be doing like an exhibition every
Exactly.
Do with the window downstairs.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly. Well, that's not got a deadline, so we've got access to a window downstairs.
Oh, right, yeah.
In something called the glass box, kind of over there. It doesn't get a huge amount of foot traffic, but people do go past, and we don't update it that often. But we put our patterns and put like
Oh, I think I've seen it. Yeah.
So we were saying we need to update it. And this has been a good kind of basically to get that.
Have you seen
get that back on
recently?
the
I
list.
watched Cruella with my daughter.
Oh, really?
And it's got Hughes with the window display.
Yeah.
Maybe you can do that.
What did she do?
She goes, so she's working in Liberties and like that, whatever, and it's really, really boring. And she gets drunk and like destroys it, but makes it really beautiful.
Yeah, she makes takes it from being like something you would see like an old lady window shop to like some pure like full
Gowns made
So
out of
you're basically saying I need to get drunk.
Yes. Well, I don't drink, so you can eat lots of cake.
Yeah. Loads of
sugar rush, alcohol, whatever.
bit of coffee. Basically at 10 o'clock tonight. That's
So
what I'm
that's
going
what
to
we're
go
gonna
do.
do, yeah.
Maybe it's about a creative evening space.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, definitely.
Invite people to have tea in there.
Yes. Make one small change each.
I've got 2 bits to press and edge. So I think if I make boil a kettle, I should just make myself a tea because even if I don't want one at that moment, within 20 minutes I'll probably got.
I would recommend that you don't make a cup of tea for every single item that you make, though, if you're making small items, because you're going to need a lot of lubricants. Only thinking of your always thinking of your bladder and my bladder too.
That's not
Sympathy bladder.
That's the thing when you're like working over, working like, I fell come down and be like, did you make that cup of tea? Oh yeah, a while ago.
Is
this another cup of tea?
Somewhere in the house. That's definitely the case in our studio, isn't it?
So, oh look, there's a cup of tea I made 5 hours ago. You okay? Yeah. Maybe worth lowering the heat on the stove. Put out the cakes, but we don't have any display cakes. So they'll still be in one of our baskets.
You settled into being here now then?
Feels maybe.
We are slowly moving all of our kitchen to various areas. Yeah.
Speaking of shelves, I've got a lifted today and I should have brought one for you. Sorry.
I got to the point where I need shelves in Edith's bedroom because she's got lots of precious things.
Oh, my daughter collects rocks.
So-
Yeah, he was saying that you've got a little rock collection forming.
My husband encouraged her, as in like, I was like, oh look at these lovely rocks, we should leave them at the beach. He's like,
Look
"Oh,
at
you got them in my
them.
pocket,
Do.
they're fine."
I'm gonna have a cake and a
Rocks and
strawberry.
shells. We went to see grandparents and they have beacons and loads of shells.
I did think so. We ended up bringing some shelves home. Like, I should get one of the frames from the works and like do something with them.
We made like a little, you get those hobbycraft boxes.
Yeah, the works have a really good
We
section.
stuck a load of them on the box and gave them to her auntie who lives in Cornwall.
Oh, nice.
I think we opened it at Christmas, like it was a bit stuck.
Oh no.
She was like, oh, it's lovely. Can't open it. It's like, there's a lot of glue on that. Like a lot.
Next Christmas you'll be for a chisel.
Yeah. And then are you top stitching these?
Yes.
Iron.
Oh,
So we've done zigzag, but you can do a straight stitch.
Okay.
The fabric's not too stretchy. But the zigzag, if you wanted to do it, we've gone for like a width of 2.5 and a length of 5. just because any smaller kind of stretches it out quite a bit. Oh, this one's my favourite. Favourite so far.
As a nice use of the two fabrics, because there wasn't much of either of them.
No.
So Sarah's managed to piece them together and make
One
one
item.
item.
There's the baby.
Yeah. I haven't had friends who are having babies for ages, and one of my friends is pregnant now.
Yeah, it's nice to have some little ways to make things for
Yeah.
no intention of having it.
Soon my sister's watching that. She'll be like, I have a 1-year-old, you know, when we were on my baby. It's called Robin, and we call her Bobbin.
Amy, who's coming, is one of my friends through Edith.
Oh, okay.
Edith's
your daughter.
Yeah, she's got a little one called Jude, and we met through a pregnancy fitness class.
Oh, all right.
So it was really nice to
Yeah, a lot of people meet through my NCT classes, don't they?
yeah, and it's nice. We've got a couple of NCT friends as well that live in the local area. We all meet up, so it's not kind of. Sometimes you just meet up with your NCT friends, so you just meet up with your nursery friends or that kind of thing. But I'm one of those people who's just like, everybody, just come to me, and then some people will be there. Bye. I only make friends with good people, so they'll all I know that.
Amy's here! Cakes and everything. Candies.
I'm going to spray it. Yeah.
You two post on the bodice block workshop, so I'm wondering if you were on the same one.
Oh, right. Oh, no, I think
No,
I was with.
you were on the first one, I was with Catherine.
Nice to meet you. Would you mind to Sarah's side?
Sorry
Chat
about
on the
the
sheet.
bit later.
Use whichever one you want.
I'm afraid my colours are a bit boring.
Oh, I'm
Don't worry.
like nice jazzy colours.
Also,
So we've got quite a lot of little babies too.
They're not very cotton rich either, so I don't know. I just bought what I had.
we use what we need for the various things. I expect it probably.
I'm saying because I've got like a 6-year-old, they don't have scraps. They become like some kind of.
Oh, really cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a swing with some wind.
Oh, yeah. All the creativity that I think is great. I've got quite a lot of organic, but it's basically cream.
Yeah,
So
that's
fantastic. I didn't know if maybe we could tie it afterwards or something.
Like Muslim pasta often, like
Just-
white.
Yeah, true.
So I say sometimes cream's really nice if you want to do like we've got various bright.
And if you've got like gender babies as well, it's like.
Yeah, we've got various bright terry towels.
It's very on that side.
Oh, it's unthread. Bobbin on that?
What we have, so that's really cute.
We've had a busy morning so far, but yeah, it's been really good. Yes. Yeah, they're one of Tilly's less well-known patterns. But I made them for maternity, and I put like a panel in the sides, and then I took it out, and they've been brilliant for that. It's just like, yeah, you put the button slightly lower down so it had some bump space. I was wearing them until April, wasn't I? Yeah. Edith was born in June.
I was listening to one of those podcasts, I listened to so many podcasts, but it was all about maternity wear in the 1940s.
Oh, right.
And there's a person called Serena, and he makes on 1940s maternity wear. and a lot of them had like panels in or different bits. Like they weren't maternity wear; they were for wear.
Yeah.
You put in a panel when you were pregnant, but then you still wore them afterwards. She had a lot of these cape type top dresses.
It makes so much sense, doesn't it? Because you are only wearing them for a short time. We were just saying, like, fabric doesn't really wear out. It's just bits of it that wear out.
Yeah.
So, maybe thinking about how we can make items more suitable for, like, even like seasonality.
Yeah.
Like, add-on sleeves.
Yeah.
Add-on sleeves.
You got a Velcro on.
Is that something? I don't know. I've not seen it, but maybe we've just invented a design. Yeah. Exactly.
We have a lot of walking trousers that zip, like where you can zip off the bottom.
Yes, like
Yeah.
shorts and then longs and things. Need a good creative mind to make them a bit more stylish, but
Yeah.
that's the thing. Like it's not an impossible job. It's just someone
Thinking
about it in the right way.
particularly when it's outdoorsy, like to make sure it really works.
Yeah.
Otherwise it's just a waste of time.
And the bibs. So they work really well in New Jersey because Jersey's quite sucks up a lot of moisture.
So I have a lot of outdoor animals, a lot, but I don't make a lot of outdoor stuff.
I use
because
them
it has to be really technical fabrics.
If I know that they've been so
Yeah.
useful,
I've only found like I looked very same time, but I only found one online shop that's not
I still use
medium, like literally
it's still quite
moving over.
So just need something. I would have to.
But then I kind of think I do wear it a lot to get to the work in investing.
Then we've got those that work best in woven fabric because they've got such kind of cute. So tiny. But it is the right size. It was the original pattern was a lot smaller, and then I changed it slightly for 3 heads. So it's 0 to 3, but it's like a 0 to 3. Yeah.
It's good to do some donuts, drawstring bags and as well. That's really nice.
Yeah. It's, first, like, without going into too much detail, but the first kind of month or 2, you do need to carry items for yourself as well.
Yeah,
yes. And like, if you're pumping as well, you might need a bag for your Yeah.
Oh, that's cute. There we go. Isn't that adorable?
Wait for
Doing enough yes, we're going to put poppers on, but we decided we'd do all the poppers at once. I thought about not liking poppers. I'm just so good. Well, we thought because we're going to make a bunch of bibs, we can have a little production line of poppers.
Yeah.
I like it. It's very, it's very Western.
Oh yeah.
We're thinking we'll do a Western theme for the Crafty Sew Camps party.
Oh.
And so that's why I'm thinking Western.
Oh yeah, I'm not here when you've got that.
We're a festival.
Oh no, we're in France. That one. Yeah, you're doing it on August.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, Edith was wearing hers today, but I brought it to a bigger size, but it's still a little bit small. But she grabbed it today, like that she actually wanted to wear that. So, Mummy, are you going to make me one another one of these that's bigger that covers my face? Covers you once. It's very traditional, but she's got
a very traditional face.
It's funny what they like.
Right, I'm going to grab some.
Oh wow, look at that dress, guys. That was a couple of last month of Wasn't Enough Sewing project. So that's gorgeous. That is on their website. Got to go for really gender neutral. Yeah. I think the bonnet is probably going to be quite a girly.
So their earrings, bibs, and there are
a different type of bib, which works well in wovens.
Just wondering if there's something that you would make with that.
We do have some English bibs that make that
Yeah.
That's my idea.
Yeah, perhaps a good thing to start with, maybe
Yeah,
one
it's
of
not- it does
the
taste raspberry.
triangle ones, yeah. And then there's scissors.
I might go so much, so I might get the others.
What I would say is don't overthink it too much because it doesn't really.
This is
Just
a bit.
choose
This is
combination that you
wow.
like.
This is like
Yeah,
so
so all of our fabric.
Well, that's
all of
good,
the
that'd
fabric that we
do half and
on
half.
the table. Yeah, so
this is the other half of the tea. Reading was this
Oh,
and this,
nice.
and then add a pea, and it was the wonkiest.
you made it. We're trying to make sure that we make plenty of gender neutral or boy things as well because, as Freya and I were saying, we've both got little girls, so we just,
It's more predisposed.
Yeah, it's like inclined to.
I'm probably doing with these colours, they're very bold and like they're not particularly babyish, but that's what people want, isn't it? Okay, well I hope so, because that's
Well, I think back though, and I think like you use so many
that's what
colours.
they get really. I think it's like very not very cool.
You use like so much stuff, it often doesn't really matter what colour it is.
yeah.
This is where I used to wear it's a t-shirt. It's just like
Oh, yeah.
So was it a fabric panel? Yeah, it was going to be made into a t-shirt. Well, that's nice. You know when you send them off to the screen printers.
Oh yeah.
That would make a nice big drawstring bag.
Yeah,
With some heavy duty tape through it or something.
Okay, that could be a drawstring.
What kind of top did you make from your pattern?
For this,
No, from the pattern drafting. Good, because I didn't make one for mine either. I cut it out, and then I was like, I do another project.
I'm just the worst at not finishing. I'm like, I'm terrible. It's still actually on the kitchen table to be finished. So
I have a big pile of to be finished.
I think sometimes it's just knowing that when you have that idea, you've now got the skills, the knowledge to.
I can't wait to actually use it.
Yeah.
But my mum used to do this week, so I was thinking of maybe trying to do it, but I don't know, just tidying up the attic.
Is she? When's she coming?
She's here now.
Oh, is she?
Yes.
She's coming for the whole. She's here for the whole week.
She's been here and staying until Sunday.
Till Sunday.
So she's going to collect things from the rest of
So on Sunday, I'm just wondering whether we can make this work because that's out running on Sunday, and obviously I've got Edith, but they could go to the park together. We could do some sewing together.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that would be amazing, yes. I don't know what time they're going to but yeah,
If it works, well then I could make myself free. And then you wouldn't have to worry about tidying up your attic. You could just come over and make a mess of mine.
I'm so pleased you've got it done. You've got so much to get rid of. You know, it's just like so many things.
And when Stu's using it for work all the time, it's nice to have a bit of a nice space to work in.
Did everyone watch the sewing videos?
I don't usually watch stuff like that.
Yeah, it was good. We'll do no spoilers then if you're going to catch it.
Mhm.
I
love
did
it.
I literally love it. I always forget it's on. It could, but I forget it's Wednesday. But yeah, they did 2 pieces for the fit challenge, like trousers and a top.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, the men's stuff was good.
I really liked I don't know any of their names yet, but
It's too many of them to learn.
the guy that did the quite subtle one. I liked
Yeah,
him,
like on the brown.
but the subtly one, you could really see that in a really expensive shop, couldn't you?
I really like it because they all have the same challenge, yet everything's so different. Isn't it? I love that. I really do want to make. They're also making like smocked gathered dresses, and I do want to make one of those. Like come out to that quicker than I often do with fashion
Have you guys done a smock? Were you doing a smocking one for Love Sewing?
Yeah, the back of that sundress that's hanging up
Oh, cool.
is
Got a thing for smocking, which is like
It's the shearing.
This dress is so nice.
Well, I found I had a collar kit from the 70s, which is blue, and that's like shearing all around the collar and around the things. I haven't made it yet, but I was reading touching like, oh,
And this has pockets.
oh yeah,
That is so nice.
why not have pockets? I do try and sneak them into most makes. When I can.
I went to see, I saw my sister doing. I don't know if I told you this already, Sarah, but I got given. I basically got a whole new wardrobe now.
Oh really?
She was like, she had a big bag that she was taking to charity. She's like, do you want to have a look fit before it goes? I was like, yeah. I've got like 2 new skirts, new jumper. Wonderful.
a friend of mine's introduced me to a Facebook group. Like it's a clothes swapping one.
Oh, right.
And it's got loads of members and it's really active and so it's like a really great group to be
Ah,
in.
is it a local one or is it a
GB.
national that?
But so you post if you want anything. People, yeah, so you can like either seek out stuff and then people post what they've got to you, or you can people put up their kind of catalog stuff that they're clearing out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how does it work? Do you sort of do you have to put it down at the same value?
So it's swapping or purchasing. So people do options, like they'll put options up. Like so if there's someone who put like a pair of Lucy and Yaks earrings, which they were like swap only because they're new. I know they're 60 quid or whatever. Whereas if like you've got stuff from I was gonna say Topshop, but like wherever.
Yeah.
And yeah, you've had it more than you just want to clear it out, but it's still in good nick. You can put it up for like 5, 10, whatever you want to get. And people do, so you can be like, I seek out summer clothes, sundresses, and sandals, and people like, here are my sundresses and sandals in the size that you want.
Oh, cool, that's a good idea. That's it. But I've been using Olio, the kind of swapping, it is a selling app as well.
Yeah.
It's like a local app.
Okay, I've heard of that.
And it's interesting because I had my notifications on before. I didn't to begin with because I just thought I don't tend to have that many notifications on. But it does tell you what you can set it to within the 2 mile radius. And it tells you what people are looking for in your local area. And there's somebody that keeps in our local area, Wendy, keeps looking for repeatedly a dustpan and brush to clear up glass.
Oh right. I'm like, is she still left glass out?
Yeah, is it the same glass that's like for 2-3 months? Or is it just that she really, really needs to just actually buy a dustpan and brush?
Or after a while, you're like,
keeps
is this
using it?
serious? Like,
Yeah.
do you really
Does she
need
live up
this?
at a pub or something?
Also, if she does this thing one, is she like accidentally throwing it away or something? Like single use
Yes. Yeah. No, I think it's the borrow part of it.
Yeah.
So she's asking to borrow.
Oh, okay. Because she had accidentally left the notification on.
Maybe.
Maybe use or
She's
something.
just forgotten to take it.
Yeah, that is a
That's a
possibility.
funny one to keep coming up.
Yeah.
I'm a bit like not very good with sort of the apps and internet type stuff. And as I'm like thinking I'm going to do a car boot sale.
Yeah.
Because I just think the admin of like posting it out and
Yeah.
puts me off a bit. But I think we should get over that because I think you probably get more variety of stuff.
Yeah. It does take time though. It really does. I mean, I haven't been so. I did try and sell lots of things, but with all of Edith's things, because it's only for a couple of pounds here and there.
Yeah.
I just did one of those mums and markets, and that was really good.
Oh yes, you did that. I couldn't go into
Yeah, that was really. We didn't sell everything, and we didn't sell what we did that much, but it's gone to the right people.
Yeah.
I think what's nice about that is like a sale or a car boot, that you get to see where it goes as well,
Yeah.
which is like part of the fun of it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because
It's
it's
fun to do.
if you I love doing car boots. It's so much fun.
My sister started saying that they want us to do a car boot every Sunday. They're up early,
Yeah.
and it's something for them to do.
Oh,
Um,
she's every week.
So she lives out near like Congleton, but she said, "Oh, it's great because they make a hot dog and they get like their little money to spend."
Yeah, it's good fun, isn't it?
And like if you want to do bikes and stuff,
Yeah.
you
I'm
can
trying
Yeah.
to do it
Yeah.
upstairs. So if you
Yeah,
Because
definitely.
Stu absolutely hates it.
Oh yeah, so we could go and have a little. Yeah, I think that'd be really good because it definitely help with negotiations for people to pay 3 pence for something.
Yeah, people to Google for like
They don't even have that money.
they don't have to change. And sometimes if people are offering too low, I think I'd rather just charity shop and then they actually get it.
Yeah, exactly.
Just cheap week Friday. I think they're back on again.
Yeah. The only thing is the early morning ones.
I know.
But we're used to the early mornings. I think, with kids and stuff. Today I actually got up and usually when Edith wakes up early, like 6:30ish or something like that, I'll go downstairs and I'll just kind of sit there semi-zombified.
Yeah. Go back to sleep on the sofa.
Probably 3 hours. Some Weetabix might into me. I might actually manage to consume some tea, but that is literally it.
I remember many times saying, even baby Jake isn't it? Go back to bed.
But today she got up early and I just thought, right, that's it, I can get you. As to what she wanted to do, she wanted to sit with Daddy for a bit, so I took the opportunity to go and have a shower, and I was all raring and ready to go by like 4:30 or something. That is shocking. Sometimes it's shocking.
That's what it is sometimes to do that, isn't it? Until days when we're out of the house all the time, we're not like it's not always an obvious like sticker point. It's just some days we are ready to go, and other days we are so far from ready. Yeah, it drives me nuts. Because we're always roughly at the same time. Same routine. It's like,
My brother came in this morning as well, as he was like, this is yours and what you need. I was like, oh yeah. So I've been embroidering on the sofa. He's like, I think you should just attach magnets to it before you leave it.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's great.
But yeah, when I was doing that, there's always studio finding things.
Matt gets so annoyed. He comes down with holding this pin like,
This could be
is this yours? Well, yeah. Who else is it going to be? You know where I found it? I found it on the floor. Yeah, that's where they go, isn't it? Where you drop it. Hang my head and say, I won't do it again, even fully knowing I will. I'll be more careful in the future. I'll wear magnetic shoes.
Or maybe that would work if I put magnets on my shoes, yeah.
Just check them every now and again.
Yeah.
That's what I collected.
Diamonds on the soles of your shoes. Magnets on the soles of your shoes.
Once my whole life, yeah.
Much better idea.
Magnetic shoes. My littlest one is 18 months. The big girl's one is 5 months. How many more they bring? So what's your name? My littlest one is Evie. Is she, so does she go to, she doesn't know, so I give her 1 and 2 half days a week, and then my mother-in-law will take her the other day, and that's
But she's going to hopscotch, isn't she?
Well, she will when she's 2.
Yeah.
So it's like a playgroup nursery, so she goes from kind of 9 till 3 from there at the same time.
Oh, that's nice. They get to go next year. That's cool. Because the one we looked at, you can't go to them.
No, I realised that.
So is it like a preschool?
And it's so and it's only during
You went? No.
Yeah,
time as well.
nurseries like will do your full hours, like your working parent hours, whereas preschools like we can send people, which is like 9 to 12, or extended after school, which is 9 to half 3.
Yeah, that's what happened, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the little which is fine if you don't need to like be. Yeah,
It's the same with the one that's attached to school.
oh, that's okay, Avenue.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, does she like it there?
Yeah, she loves it. Absolutely loves it. She didn't go to the nursery because we were moving when we moved, so she went to Wigston. But yeah, they have the little ladybirds, and yeah, she loves it.
Do you know where there's rainbows in our local
Oh
area?
yeah, look, Penny goes to Rainbows on Wednesdays.
Oh, I really want to send Edith one. She's obviously not yet.
5.
Yeah.
So we it's not the nearest one to us. You know where Knighton Parish Church is?
Oh yeah.
So she goes there on Wednesday 5 till 6, and the brownies go 6 till 7, and the guides go 7 till 8. So in summer she'll be old enough to go to the brownies. They're lovely. She's going to this Rainbows Day this Saturday, which is where all the guides go camping. The rainbows get to go just for the day and see what it's like.
Oh, that's such a nice idea.
Oh, but I'll send you the details and you can put it on the waiting list.
Yes.
It's
Yeah,
not now,
of
so
course,
it's
it probably is.
yeah, exactly. Well, that probably is actually realistic.
Well, we started it when the lockdown was on, so it was like a Zoom rainbows, which was quite difficult. But now they're in person, it's just lovely. The leader, Jill, has clearly been like a guide leader for forever,
Yeah.
and it's just really nice. She's
What do they do then? What's the body one? Scouts.
Beavers
Beavers.
and
Oh,
it's
Beavers.
Cubs, Beavers, Scouts.
But there is a closer one if you're at Parent Park at you know where the Northern Cobbler is? There's a church just
Oh,
there.
that's all.
There was one there which I think
Oh,
is the
yeah.
nearest, but we take Knighton. But one of our friends' little girls go to that one.
There is so much that goes on at Bryce Hall. That's where we were looking at the.
Oh, right. Oh, okay. Yeah, there's loads of things.
It's so busy, and I've never seen
Good.
anybody come. I never see anybody coming in and out.
Yeah.
Good morning. I come bearing cakes.
I've made it.
I've made a cake this morning. Oh, you've
as good as homemade.
except for I put the icing on, and the icing all started coming off.
Oh.
You know.
Well, it's
So-
going to come off.
Don't worry, it's going to come off.
And the other thing I brought is a knife
Oh, that is good.
because it was my husband's idea. Because I suddenly realised that actually you might not have a knife.
Yeah.
So I'll probably get arrested round Leicester.
Do such it out there. That's great. So Liz has joined us for the sew-a-thon. This is Liz.
Hi.
Come on in. Hello.
Hi.
So it's really nice. We've got 5 of us working on project. So we're gonna have a bit of
Lovely.
I think. So I will.
It's funny now. I was taking down packing boxes with a craft knife
See,
on Monday, and I went to the shop to get some, and then I put my hand in my pocket, and I was like, walking around with it. No, we've got like,
Isn't it? I'm not sure whether the neighbourhood got
yeah, and I didn't like I didn't occur to me. I was like, oh.
They say happy birthday, but I'm sure it's somebody's birthday sometime.
Okay.
We don't have any thanks.
So these are exciting times, aren't they? I was looking forward to doing. Yes, so unfortunately, look, all my icing's gone off. So that's a bit of an emergency, but never mind. And
put it in the fridge if you want.
No, I'll leave it because I'll just put it. I'll put it on here.
I'm going to go downstairs to if we have any spare plates in this.
Oh yes, lovely.
Oh, that
Sorry
looks
about that.
delicious.
I
Oh,
just
that
made,
looks so
could have
good.
made it a bit thicker.
Yum.
You know, it was like
No, I like
you know,
biscuit
like in a
icing.
film when you go. No.
And
And
that's
right,
how my icing always comes out anyway, because I make it quite really.
from your class.
Excellent. And that was the one that you made in the class. That's cool. Brilliant.
It was terrifying.
But it was. But
What a class you went to.
Yeah, making
The
that's
next
the first
one-
time I've sewn with like stretch.
but the next one we
it's
make will be
gorgeous.
less
Did you
terrifying,
make
and then the one after
Yeah,
that
there
will
was
be
a
less
super
terrifying.
class. I think it was 2 till 5. Yeah, and it was super, really good. And we all made t-shirts. So
Fabulous.
I know the space up here.
I'll take a photo of your cake.
oh,
But shall
okay.
I
Oh yes, do.
jazz it up a bit?
Yeah, please do. Please do. Try
cake.
try and make it Instagram worthy.
Oh, look, that is
Oh yes,
immediately.
it's looking
Yeah,
looking cool.
That's
yeah.
how it was meant to be.
Yeah.
Oh, that was delicious.
really good. Really pleased to be part of this.
Oh, these are lovely. Makes us look like we're being a lot more healthy than we are.
Yes.
Now I'm going to remove the strawberries and just eat the cake.
Yes,
So, do you want to give me some?
So we are making a variety of things.
Yeah.
So bibs, burp cloths. They're obviously in jersey.
Yeah.
You can make them on the sewing machine or on the Overlocker.
There's a couple of trays done as well. I'm just making some vision woven fabric and birthday pots, I think, as well. I'm making some bibs at the moment, and I'm just about to start making a little bonnet. So what shall I make?
What would you like to make?
You can make anything that you like. We need
I think it's. Well, you say what we
what we
need.
need is everything, basically.
Shall I do some milk cloths?
Yeah,
So I'll just do them in some woven fabric. That's
Yeah,
fine.
and then that kind of gives you a bit of a run up
I
to
didn't
it.
bring a machine or anything.
Yeah, that's
So,
good. So that's all the woven fabric.
Yes.
And then you've got the various bits like the towel, yes,
Yes.
but basically anything you can see in there. I don't really use.
I really doesn't.
The setup and everything.
I would say you first.
Oh yeah, she had offices.
When we lived here out my door, yes, it used to like 9 to 12. When we first started off, we only had to absolutely think about all the space.
If you're going to go down to we call them neighbours.
Just making sure that things have gone off. Yeah.
There's like a lot of after school stuff which is useful.
Yeah, these are the little volumes.
There's lots of
I just realised I've forgotten to cut out the back. This is going to be a very mix and match. Mish-mash. I realised I've forgotten to cut out. We've got the yellow, the red, and the pink.
Nobody's using that yellow.
Really nice. There's absolutely loads of it, so just cut off what you need and then press the buttons.
And I'm going to now put it on the ground.
It's nice actually. It's I think it's quite good. I made some with that. Yeah, they work really well. I use them every night actually. One's made out of that bamboo. And what is great about them is that they do absorb quite a lot. So you don't have to use so much of the. I use my cellar water. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, just.
I'm really pleased with them. And you just either throw them in the wash or whatever.
Yeah.
Like the breast milk.
I don't know, just purely because
Wouldn't they be a bit too thick?
they wouldn't be thick, and I don't think that they would like have any protection. You know, like breast pads, they have
Yes,
PUL layer, don't they, or like a plasticky layer.
Whereas that would just, it would just, so it's almost like it would just be absorbed.
Yeah. When I was feeding, I had they use the baby salt and reusable ones out. No, you can do it. Right, so I'll do the waterproof mattress protector. I've got one now, I keep it about 3 years out now. I've still got about half of it left. Do you know what I think today? They're so useful. Got some scissors just around out. I'll do this.
It's very brown. It's very meat. Some people like
tassels.
I love that. Yeah.
Oh, right.
Sarah, can we put some photos of them on Instagram when I get Charlotte up? Let's document everyone and then we can carry on sewing.
Take away my 2 undrunk drinks.
Okay. So a little break. I hate it when that happens, especially when you're doing a stitch. If you find that happens again, we'll change the needle.
Oh, okay.
Because that's usually
a bit earlier.
can often be the reason why. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, cool.
Yeah, so Freya's friend Laura runs Daily Basics in Leicester. And it's like a national charity, but she runs the Leicester arm of it. And they always have things that they want and need. Oh, that's gorgeous. Oh, that's really lovely.
Oh,
Very good. Yes, they always have things that they need. And I'll post those on my Facebook page. That's the easiest way to find them. Yeah.
And Charlotte's here.
Yeah.
I'm going to get packages around. They need different things, and that changes quite rapidly. So it's always worth getting back in touch with them.
They are
They don't
fantastic.
need something.
Yeah.
I've tried.
Sterilizer.
So yeah, happy to try again.
Come on over. Ideally, and
Sorry, Wendy,
I use the shampoo as well. I've got to it less. They're just fantastic. Somebody else wants to use this.
Sorry.
She's got some woven, so she can start with a hat.
Yeah, the bits that your mum bought yesterday, where were they?
Oh, she's moving on later.
Yeah.
So I can tell her copy.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. So I haven't got one.
Can I see the?
Yeah.
That's the.
Oh, sorry.
Can I just try and
That's okay.
that's the fabric.
Yes.
That's the one I used to make the first shirt for my nephew.
So I'm just thinking about what you can get out of it. I think you can make it. Well, it's nice idea to do the.
Oh, Fraser, yeah, decorative. Hello, YouTube. So I'm going to grab a chair.
There you go.
I'll give you that one. This is Charlotte.
Hello.
And she's come to join us for the day, for a few hours today. And we just got some fabrics that she's brought with her to make some things with. And so this is the first one. One of the things that Sarah's, that we've planned is to make a playmat or a quilt with fabrics from each of our guests. So Charlotte, what have you brought with you today for that?
So I bought this one, which is a cotton fabric, and it is special to me because it's the fabric I used to make the first shirt for my 3-year-old nephew.
Oh, that would be so
and
cute.
he wears it all the time.
Yeah.
And as for his parents, for shirts made by Auntie Charlotte.
Oh,
So
amazing.
it's lovely.
Oh, so cute.
Request.
Oh.
Yes. So yeah, that's what I brought.
So nice to know that it's been appreciated, isn't it? Like your work has been appreciated.
Yeah.
It's a gorgeous fabric. So it's got like this lovely blue floral print on. I can see that made into a shirt. It would be so cute.
Yeah,
So we're going to pop that into the quilt that we're going to make throughout the day with the donations from everyone who's joining us, and make a playmat or a quilt as well. So that will have lots of lovely memories of today and of the projects that the fabrics have been used for before. So thank you so much for bringing that.
No, you're welcome. I'm happy to be here.
Fab. I'm just going to show you some more of the things that we've been working on so far. So we've been nice and productive. There are now 6 of us in the studio. Sarah and I will be here until 10 o'clock tonight. And then everyone else is joining us for a kind of shorter hour or 2 long stint. So we've got the support of our community, which is amazing. So we've got quite a lot of bibs made. So there's this gorgeous gingham one. I've been really enjoying this fabric, so I've made 3 bibs with that one now. These 2 still need top stitching, and I've gone with like the orange red background, which is really fun. I think that would be they need finishing off, but they look great. And then this one, I've gone for more of a pink background. This is the first one I made and I showed you earlier. Sarah has made another bib. That was the first one we finished. And also 2 burp cloths, and this one we've used 2 smaller pieces of fabric that weren't big enough for the bib or the burp cloth on their own, so we've patched it together. So we're trying to use up all the small pieces of fabric to really kind of make the most of it today and make things beautifully. And then this one is a nice navy and orange one, which is such a classic and all like hide stains really well. So burp cloths for burping babies like so. Are there any other finished projects?
No, not finished, but I'm getting there with a little tiny
Sarah's
baby
making a
bonnet.
teeny tiny baby bonnet.
You see it a bit better if I just hold it one bit.
Like this, and then it's gonna have like a little frill visor going on as well. It's gonna be so cute, and I love this fabric so much. Great choice. And then we've got Liz cutting out some more burp bibs, and Amy picking out some fabric for her next project. She's eyeing up something to go with some polka dots, which I am excited to see. Oh, I think it's going to be another bib. Yes. Oh, that's classy. I like that. And yeah, so we're being really productive and getting lots of things done. And I think we're going to definitely. I boiled the kettle twice, so I'm going to definitely do a tea round now, so we can have some tea and a bit of lunchtime cake. So let's go on.
Are you having people selling Dr. On then? Or is it just
Yeah. So we've got hopefully Claire from downstairs coming up to come and sew with us. And then at about at about 5 o'clock, I think we've got Julia, the milliner, from downstairs coming up. Lovely. More of the baby faces will be with us this evening. He's coming as well. So.
Well, enjoy. I don't know if Yeah. I'm going. I'll leave you.
Thank you. We will show you and take you to the finish straight away.
And I don't know if you can really train back.
Yeah, right, we going.
I can leave
Leave those there and we'll decide what we might use. Yes. I'm using the planet stairs, which actually
Bring the things that she wants to do. We could do like the jeans. She's got a bit of experience, very happy to.
I'm gonna steal cake before I go.
Oh yes, you can have to steal some cake.
Yes, please do.
Right, you might
So probably this one. Make sure I go and do something.
You are going to find it. That's a difficulty.
That one was actually a gift when my oldest was born, so I didn't make it, but it is a great one.
I'll be a good egg.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
it's not working already.
That's why you have
I need another panel for the bonnet on the back. I can't find the
Yeah,
piece, so
it must be there.
I might need to do some on the spot pattern cutting and working out.
I draw that. That's the pattern for the handmade dress. Yeah. I'm set up.
I'm set up, ready to go.
Right, lovely to see everybody. I'm going to go and have an eye test now. So
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
I was in town. Yeah, I was in town, so I thought, right, I'll get it done. Quite soon.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. We'll see you.
Have your eye health.
Yes,
Just working I am faffing with this. I don't know what I'm doing.
So we all set up.
Oh, I've just
Yes.
chucked it under. So let me have a look.
Yeah.
So that's stitch number 1.
Yep.
So it's on the left.
Yes.
And then settings will be outside.
2.2 is okay. Yeah. Mine's defaults to 2.5. That 2.2 would be fine.
2.2 will be fine. And then that's your reverse button. Yeah.
Okay. Right. Thank you very much.
Freya, for hats, do you think the 6 to 12 months would be okay? Yes. And then you.
We don't have like a cup of tea or coffee, or hot chocolate or squash.
Cup of tea would be lovely. Thank you.
Charlotte? Yes, squash. Just overcook this together or just stitch it?
You can do either. If you do stitch it, make sure that you just link on the fabric, the stitching. And you can just, I've done a lot where I overlocked just all the way around the outside and then left it like that.
Yeah, I was wondering what have you done?
I've turned the put it one way out and then turned it the right way out. But there's no right or wrong way. They're just on the table.
Oh, I see. And then did you put the zigzag over afterwards as a decorative?
Yeah, and to close the gap where I turned
I
it.
don't seem to need to walk in.
I think I did the same way. It looked nice and
I don't know if you have one for that machine, so we'd have to switch your machine.
The only thing I would say with yours is that it's a bit lighter weight fabric. So it's probably worth using a straight stitch.
That's brilliant.
Okay.
And then turning it rather than using the zigzag stitch. You can just stretch the fabric out slightly. So you can do
So
3 bits.
you turn it inside down, straight stitch it around, and then turn it the right way, and then zigzag it to pull out.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, just keep pressing it all the way through so that it keeps returning it back to
So cute.
its usual.
Isn't it sweet? Okay, right. Okay, I'll give that a go.
That's what double side, thank you very much, because that would work. This is really fun.
I'm using quite a lot of it. There's depends how much you need. So I found it and then I kept working with it. I didn't want to.
Is there an automatic? Is there a vertical?
So have you got anyone giving you provision? We stopped up this morning. And my mum was coming after she passed over the girls to my husband.
Oh, that's good.
So we get us. Absolutely.
I'm going to pin the next one.
Oh, but don't worry, I'll just do it here. Can you leave that one? I'll do that one and I'll leave the red one. Okay. That's actually I just black tea. We've also got green tea, chamomile, and just black tea. I've got the hot chocolate bit, like has milk in it, so it's all you have to do is add the hot water. And so it's like warm milk.
Start making that. I'm still just printing out the sorry. The technology is always looking.
Just so you mix it together and then
turn it. If you leave the gap along the side here, then it can turn through quite easily, and about 10 centimetre gap, and then the width of your fingers. At most. Not actually to it. The cake is excellent, Liz.
Oh, you're giving me, it'll be the bake-off next.
Yes.
Not
I watched the video last night with my husband. He was like, "Should we watch the Bake Off?" I was like, "No, that would be seasonally inappropriate."
I didn't see it last night, so I've deliberately kept off all the websites that say things like, you know, these are the patterns, or this person's
really,
gone.
yes.
I didn't really like the sewing the trainers one.
Oh, I did.
Did you?
Yeah, I really want to have a go at it.
No, I didn't like that as part of the competition particularly. But I suppose they were trying to do lots of different things.
Yeah,
aren't
it's
they?
new techniques, isn't it? I guess. But I thought maybe a little bit early on in the. Maybe it's just a bit early for it.
Yes, I thought that. But I do like the program.
Yeah, like sports week and then the projects, you know, so like second week will be sports week. What should we do?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, we want to make trainers. When can we?
Oh yes, yes.
As far as I can find, though, there's only one company that does the trainer soles in the UK. So because of course the first thing I did was like have a look and see if any of our wholesalers did them.
Yes. Yes, I bet quite a few companies, a few businesses are looking for them, don't you think? Thinking, oh, we'll do this.
The big problem is, as we always find with shoes, is that you need to buy every single size, and it's just too. You have to buy them in a little number. It's too much of an investment for us, unfortunately.
We wanted to do like slipper making workshops for ages because Prim do like a rubber sole,
Yes.
similar to the so you sew it in or blow it in, similar to the trainers.
Yeah.
But it was like you know, pack of 3 size 6s, pack of 3 size 7s. It's like, well, with the lead time and knowing what sizes to get, and
all that. So
It would ultimately just lead to a lot of waste, and that's really not what we're about. Searching out people with size. If you've got
Yes,
size
yes.
sizing, you can come to this workshop.
also very expensive.
Yes.
No, not very
Yes, can you imagine that?
Yeah. not the vibe we aim.
It is. So it is. Oh, bonnet centre, hooray! You actually listening.
It's a lot bigger than I remember it though, so it's not going to
That's
pass
where
the
the
scrap
size
that I've got
is,
left.
isn't it?
Yeah.
How big it can you go down?
I don't think it can really go down very much, but I can always just make it mix and match various different fabrics.
Pretty designs.
That's to make
Oh,
mistakes
yeah.
that I make a lot,
Yeah, I did think that thought, shall I cut out lots?
Yeah, I like doing a production line.
Do you?
I like that something. But yeah.
Well, I'm
Sure, I actually
making,
sewed a bit.
I'm making a lot of bunting at the minute, not for the Jubilee, but just for my kids and their gardens and things. And I bought some material and I just thought, I'm just going to sand and just cut out loads. I cut out about 90 outside pens. But if you do it like a production line, yes. Whereas if and then I've sewn them, and then that was one job, and then when I turn them out, well, I've only got 40 turning out so far. Because that's my opinion. I don't really like that job.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's quite like it in a production line. When I was making masks at the beginning of COVID, I did that in production. Small projects don't really work. Otherwise, you spend like 2 minutes watching 5 or 30
Yes,
It's quite satisfying. Could you like to put out my dressmaking projects in a similar way? So like I've got I'm in a bit of a cutting mood at the moment, so I've got like pulled out some fabrics and I'm cutting them out in the evenings, and then next week I'll sew them.
And then you got the sewing.
Does that work? Are you okay there?
Is that for like just to get it started? Is that the back stitching?
The second one up,
Yes.
yes.
So you have to press the foot pedal down at the same time.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a bit of a juggle.
Do you want any cold water in your tea? Are you coming to our sewing camp, Liz?
Sewing what?
Sewing camp.
I can't, you're not going to believe this. You will not believe it. We like to go to the open air theatre at,
Oh yeah.
is it Stamford or Grantham or somewhere over that way?
Yes.
And we could, there are 4 of us that go, and can you go and have a picnic? And we could not arrange the date, and in the end I said something like,
Just go for it.
just you choose the date. And it's come back as a Saturday. So I did wonder about coming. I looked at the sort of itinerary that you've got. And your Friday is very much about everybody kind of settling in.
It is, yeah.
And the
There's not a lot of sewing
Sunday
going on.
is sort of finishing off somehow.
Yeah, it is
So the
really.
Saturday.
I
I mean, I love my friends. And I shall have a lovely day, but I really wanted to come. So, just couldn't
Well, we will
believe it,
miss
because we were
you,
looking at
but-
lots of dates. So what are your numbers looking like? Are you?
Pretty good.
Yes.
We sold just over half the tickets.
Yes.
A lot of residential tickets, and usually last year, at least we found the day tickets were a bit closer because people, if they want a bit of flexibility, they can buy the day tickets. So yeah, we've got 30 tickets left. I think
Oh, that's
less than that actually, because some of them are volunteers.
No, I would have loved to have come.
Yeah.
But as I say, I just couldn't. When we did the sewing day at Attenborough Centre,
Yes, yeah.
which was brilliant.
Oh.
I loved that. And then you posted what the dates were. I was just like,
We're going to do some more of the sewing days, so probably possibly over the weekly actually.
yeah, that's fine.
So train near the train station, but the venues are a lot more affordable over there. We can get a lot more space and provide a lot more. Therefore,
I think
way of food bags and soups and things like that.
We were in
Tea.
we were in 2 rooms as well, so we
Yeah.
were a bit separate. We didn't
Yeah.
really get a chance to
No.
like
So we're looking for a venue that has one big room so everybody can socialise and hopefully access to tea and coffee making facilities. So we can make them in one. Just keeps it nice and relaxed.
So you know when you sent the questionnaire out, quite a few people did what I did, which was basically we'd kind of go anywhere.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't
Yeah.
it doesn't, you know, you said where's your preferred venue,
Yeah.
and we're like, well, actually we don't really mind.
Yeah,
It's
it's great as long as it looks right.
Yeah,
Exactly. That gave us kind of the tick in the box that we needed to go, right, okay, yeah, let's look at Hinkley. Yeah. We've got 3 potential venues. One of them was an old sock factory, so that would be really good. I think another one's another old factory, but Marks and Spencer's factory, I think it was.
I was just really impressed by what some people were making.
Made, I
They
know.
were amazing. Somebody made a sort of jacket.
Yeah, that was gorgeous.
And that was
wasn't it?
amazing. And she just literally sat in the corner and just made it. And then someone stood up and put it on. And we were like,
I made this.
I just made a
And I went,
character
I wanted to make
joke.
I just had a day on the bottoms as well.
It's such a luxury, Amy. Honestly, you
Yeah.
should really. I'll let you know when the next one's on. You should really come.
I know, because I teach
I've
a lot of
loads
those, because I've just sorted out my wardrobe, because I've got loads of little projects, you know, like, I don't just want to show them that, or I just want to fix that.
That's an ideal thing to bring.
And I
because
just
then you
never
can-
do it, but I want to just,
You can socialise, you can do as much as you want. I mean, that day, I'll be honest, I made 2 reusable makeup pads.
yes.
That's the nice thing of holding. I had an amazing time.
Basically just channels breathing everywhere.
This is very,
Yes.
sometimes you need that, don't you? Just need the social side, and then other times, the sewing is.
I believe. Oh well, I know.
Yeah.
And the pattern was really good. So
Well,
nice.
I'll let Stu know next time it's on.
Yeah.
He can.
Yeah.
Well, him and Brad can take you. Exactly, yeah.
I do want to make it. We just organise the socialising.
When I'm working, I think it's really nice for Mum to have other people to spend time with doing things that have got other kids.
Yeah.
Sometimes
Yeah,
there is
yeah.
Rebecca.
Other things. Yes.
And
Whatever
maybe
they
I'm
like.
like,
Yeah.
Oh, we do that. That's
So
nice.
if you guys are ever free and or doing something.
It's nice for the kids as well. It's my half.
Yeah.
As long as it's turn itself off.
Oh, yes, yes. The better the kids get on, the easier it is for us. Isn't it? It makes life easier. So I saw you this morning.
I love this orange. It's a great colour, isn't it? I'm not good for it. Can you go sideways? Oh, yes, let me know.
Yeah, when you did came this morning to nursery, Judy was having his breakfast and she gave him a big hug.
Oh, really?
Cute.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, because it was getting settled. Oh, just saw that. He didn't want to stay this morning. So he's like, was he still upset then? He did that.
He was a little bit kind of like he had been, but I think he calmed down. Okay. And I just said, you might like a hug. And she went, yeah. So I don't know whether he wanted that hug.
Yeah, he did.
That is the only thing we needed. She doesn't tend to check, but
Yeah, that's nice. That's nice. I'm sure he definitely would like it. Well, this one over in the playground by a hug because the other day. Her friends swam across the playground and like ran and both
It was all laughter, but it was just like, oh, that's something to Jean's over actually. The little Habib went to give Jude a hug and they both fell to the floor.
It's a game called Cannonball or something like that. Yeah, still trying to find something that will go to just do the visor bit line. So I'm just going to
I'll get any stretch.
yeah, but do lengthen.
I'm just going to. No, I'm not doing that. Lengthening is just
Go across this one, yeah, twice. So this little line underneath,
Yes.
tells you which setting it is, and then you can go up to increase the stretch.
right.
Is that the bucket hat where the pattern happens?
I'm pretty up. I've done the instructions. The pattern's coming.
Okay, I just
Very slow.
I will.
What's it slow? No, it's right. It's right. It's quite a strange colour.
Obviously, you know, I'm paranoid about that.
Yes. But I printed the Mason one.
The other one.
Yeah.
Okay, so the construction methods, but yeah, otherwise they are very. But I want to make and I won't, but I want to make a crochet.
Oh, yes. I like your crochet.
It's very good. That's pattern. It's just I think out the big bits. So there might be some road toweling. Obviously, yeah, I think yes, that was looking serious. I thought I'd put the back. Make sure you're happy. That's true. Also almost finished a crochet card, but I haven't got any good photos of it. But it's lots of granny squares sewn together, and so I'm at the point where I'm having to weave in the tails. But I'm almost there with that. I think that's about 70% done, hopefully. Then it's finishing. I want to do some ribbing for the cuffs and like a couple of rows around to wind it off. Ever so bright, it's like rainbow, but not rainbow, like just multicolour. I love it.
Do you make most of your clothes?
I don't because I don't have the time to make everything. But I do make what I can.
Do you make the girls?
I do, but also not a lot because they are gross.
That's the thing, isn't it?
I do like I do promise that I make good stuff, so I have to follow last week. Some jogging bottoms from here. That I got like I thought so I got half a meter of the jogging like red. And they like pattern piece with shit on it. So I've like patched up some like nice style lines in some other jersey as well. So it looks really good. But she was waiting on that for ages.
Sarah, do you want to do anything else with that?
No. No, so you've just pressed it and then
Pressed it?
yeah, you've tossed it.
I've
Chopped
tossed
it,
it and
yeah,
I've
that's
pressed it.
That's it, complete. You can put it on the pile and mix.
You want to say, look, burp cloth made. Fabulous. That one's not finished. That needs top stitching. Lovely.
I might make another actually because it was such a nice. I like the fabric and the yellow together.
Yeah, that yellow looks a bit garish on its own, but it's actually
Yes.
lovely when it's got.
That's really pretty. I like that.
Yeah.
You know that?
Oh yeah, that's
Doesn't that make a nice little stiff blouse?
Hello.
Okay. So just a quick check-in, 2.5 hours in, and we have made 3 lovely bandana bibs and 4 gorgeous, 4 gorgeous butt cloths. And they're all made using reused fabrics, scraps of things from old projects. Some of them have been pieced together as well. We've pieced these ones. So it's all things that might otherwise have just gone in the bin. And look, they've gone to make something that's really, really useful.
Yes. I think I left it. Yeah, it's on the table. The easiest to cut.
Oh yes.
The inside circle.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the radio.
Maybe sew some of these because they do take quite a while.
Oh, do they?
Okay, so I'm starting to run out of time.
It's the design bit, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have to sew them. You can leave them for us to sew, but just if you want to do some sewing.
No, I will. Completed some.
Yeah, around maybe 8:30, we just need to do a quick evaluation, make sure that we're finishing off from then on and not starting anything new unless we have nothing else to sew.
So we've got popper o'clock at 4 o'clock. Popper o'clock. Or maybe that should be at 8 o'clock. That's quite a nice little task to do actually at the end of the day, just sitting down, task in one place, attaching the poppers, and we'll do a little live of how to use the poppers for everybody.
Yes. Yes. If you fancy having a go on with Overlocking, remember the burp cloth? Are you sure? Because what you can do with the burp cloths is that you can overlock around the edges and not turn out. So you can just put one layer and another layer together. And then overlock all the way down.
It might not be beautiful.
Well, take your time with it.
Yeah.
Take it really slowly.
Yes.
And then it's
I'll
a good
cut it out. I'm going to cut
practice.
these. Yes, it is actually.
I would maybe cut out another layer in maybe this.
Yes,
I'm gonna-
I'll cut the.
I love this. So solid.
Well, the one I bought, I got to pay off with like a green blue.
Oh yes, yeah.
Whereabouts was that?
That was actually Claire downstairs.
Did she sell it?
Yes, no, she bought it in, so I don't know where. She gives us her offcuts when she's finished. She makes little capes because she's. I'm not really finishing any sentences, am I? So she's a vintage hairstylist, and she makes little capes for her clients to wear whilst they're getting ready for a wedding or going back. Quite often she gifts them to them.
I use it all the time to sometimes one of the yes.
Yeah. So she quite often has offcuts and quite big offcuts from making circular capes. Lots of circles and triangles. It does mean that I don't know where any.
Or you could I've only got and then turned out that you wouldn't have a piece of my pajamas that should be able to do anything with this, and they're all really done and
No, it's sorry.
I think I'll absolutely look at
If you're on the straight side, really. So here's the
How are you getting on with those bits?
yeah.
What's your back? Oh my gosh.
larger size one.
You do forget how small
How small they start.
and how enormous they get. Even when he's tiny.
Sarah, would you like to interview Liz about what she's been doing?
I'm just posting the photos that I took about an hour ago. So
Oh, fine.
bear with me.
Yeah.
I will
So
do.
in an hour or so, maybe.
Yeah.
Can you put at the end of those posts a link to Baby Basics and All Mind for people to donate to his their sponsorship for doing better?
It's such a cool idea.
We are like, yeah, we thought when we saw the idea, like, we were invited to join in and thought that.
Is it like is everyone doing it for their own chosen charity?
So
Sewing and community.
the Mind is from the kind of organisers that ask who they're supporting. And we're like, yes, we absolutely get more of that, but they're making things and then selling them. And generally when we've done that before, we've not had a great like pickup. So but if we make things to gift, we can that makes more sense for us, so we can gift to on Baby Basics would be ideal, we can make lots of nice little things. So it's kind of that's how we change what we're doing.
Yeah, so I think, and I expect every hub is doing something slightly different in terms of how they're supporting who they're supporting.
And is every region doing it?
I think there's definitely a group in Scotland, there's a group in Birmingham, there's obviously London, because that's where the from, where they started.
What's your, do you have an Instagram handle? I don't. You don't. I'm not.
Yeah,
No,
so
it's fine.
I'm
sorry.
Yeah,
That's okay. No, you don't need to apologise.
I think anyone who did this one replied to the
Well, because they don't want you to see what they're doing. I'll be totally honest, because I was mortified when my mum joined Instagram. I was like, actually checking up on me. But now, yeah, it's fine.
my job is in LCB, so I'm very close by.
What do you, Charlotte? I'm sure I've asked before.
I work for a charity called Big Difference to organise Leicester Baby Festival.
Yes, of course. Brilliant.
So yes, my office is just 2 minutes away. So
Wonderful.
Handy.
Well, you can pop in for lunchtime, so anytime.
That's such a cool job. Are you keeping
As in a building. I do have a key, yeah.
So
One of the clubs.
So next time, we'll go straight to you because we wanted to do it in the room, so we could have like a bit of a.
I won't have the key to that room.
But the problem was that she said you want to stay late, so maybe we could negotiate something next time. But next time. It's good to know who works there. So
Yeah.
we're not just talking to Chris about what's now do.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, that's all ready to go.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, he was like, you can use it, but only until 5, and then they want to keep sewing. We need you to do the challenge. So that was the kind of sticking point. So that's fine. We'll still stay in the studio as originally.
Yeah, because I did think when you said it would be an LTV, I thought that it must be that room so that everybody can see you and that's
Yeah, that's what we would have really liked to be able to do.
It'd be nice to do something like this more often. It's so lovely to just get out and just, well, not get out, we're not getting out, but invite people in. Because in the past we've done some charity events before. We've done pajama fairies. So we made various, maybe 9 or 10,000 pajama fairies.
Who did you donate those?
The charity is called Pajama Fairies is a charity that makes pajamas for kids that are in hospital.
Oh, that's
So they're specifically designed for hospital stays. So they're wrapped and then very loose trousers, so they can be easily taken off and on. And the wires can be got in.
And they're just a bit nicer than the hospital.
Yeah.
They're pretty much
hospital gown, but the other way around.
And in cuter fabric as
And
well.
you keep fabric.
Yeah, just like that. Just
Oh,
on
that's so much fun. I love that. Typical day, like full day sewing, and we did it in the shop, so we browse and open up at the same time. Chaos, but not fun. Awesome. I love that. Yeah, I assume they still take donations if you ever want to make something with it. Yes.
And then we've done Project Linus as well, which we did that as part of So Sociable, which was a social sewing meetup that we used to organise with a few other local companies. And we did like a handmade hand quilting block. And that was really fun because we had like maybe 50 people, 60 people, and everybody made a couple of blocks. No, just leave that on there because then your needle's in the centre. Maybe take that up just a little and that should be fine. So your backstitch button's just there.
Yeah.
Yes.
And my tape as well.
Yeah, I have to have my so
Can you kiss my hand?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Thank you. It's a separate room. What we don't get earrings. And then both times it just scares me. I was just coming in to say hi.
Let's have a look at it.
Isn't it the sweetest little thing? Very cute. It's beautiful fabric now. Is that the fabric you? Oh no, it's similar to the one Sarah's doing for bonnet, which is really cute. Oh, very cute bonnet actually. Is there more of that? There's another one that is a bit similar with elephants as well, but not as busy.
The scale of the
Messaging. Yeah. Emma and I have got a meeting about it. She's still on Friday.
Yeah.
Is it really? Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It's
Time
helping with
flies.
organising it.
Yeah. I'm glad I started sewing when I did because I was sort of non so there was just
birthday or something.
Yeah.
Sorry. Well, at 1:30, if I don't make it, my dad's going to.
Yeah.
But it's obviously something that made it at home.
The big thing that we have, because we would like to make it longer, but we're only really allowed in because my manager's used by schools.
Yes.
From residential. This looks like it's already been made into a hat. Is this one?
Yeah.
Has this one already been made into a hat once?
No, that's for a shirt.
Same shape.
All the baby one, I don't know.
Yes.
I made so many things.
To sort it out until
3 o'clock or something in one of the season of the sewing.
so obviously we close the set
the
up.
baby run first.
Yes,
and
and
it's on their website.
we get there as
Oh,
soon as we possibly
cool.
can.
I think
Actually, maybe it was midday.
Really great.
Maybe it was midday, but there is so much to set up. It's kind of we can't afford to have somebody running sew rooms because we need all hands on deck for the. Unfortunately, we don't have very many volunteers.
Oh, it's sad.
To help.
Well, I could have fixed it.
Come and help you setting up. Yeah,
From
if
24.
But if you were, yeah.
If you were 3 to 5 years old on that.
Yeah, it's just, and then you could stay on Friday.
I just can't. I
till
can't.
evening.
Quite happy to help him set up, but as I say, I just can't.
Yeah.
If I can't
Stay.
stay.
All hands are very, very hard because it's just such a backward. Yeah, because it's a lot of
And they all
things
really
like
like
we want to
small
set up
size. So it's like
the
my kids have big heads. So
sports ones.
Yes.
Yes. But of course, hanging that.
We've got the opposites.
You need cheese leglets, so you need somebody holding that in the area. And it's a long distance, so it's basically only on one side, and then move all the way over across, set up the again, put it up the other side, move on to the other bit. Yes, it's quite it's the logistics. Yes, exactly. It's by no means me moaning about it. I love that side of things, I love thinking it through. But it's also about I've learned over time from the other days about being plastic, about what you can promise, which goes up to adult sizes. You don't
But I made like the extra large.
you don't trust
I'm not really sure why. I'm not really sure how this happened, but basically, I measured and I cut the size, and then it is.
Yes,
It fits nobody or I don't know. I don't really know how I went completely wrong, but now it's finished. So like it's just like a big space with a fancy dress box.
Yeah.
And my 18-month likes to wear it. Like it's huge. It's like this on her. Like so common people think that she like
we used to.
it's from a scrap.
Oh, I know, but it's just so pretty.
But this one, because I made it with scraps and it's like colour solids, so it's like green and orange and blue. So it looks really nice. Stupid.
So is the idea to now go around to visit?
Yes. Okay. So we're doing some stitch feet and then lengthening it to.
I'm going to iron a bit of material I brought from
Right, okay.
You know the square?
That shows you which section
I'm ironing it.
I
just think that's so pretty. Put it on there, and I'll just go and iron it.
That's fine. Oh, that's nice. Right, yes. Now this is where I'm going to probably mess it up. They're really slow. How am I going to do it around this corner?
Do you want me to tell me? Do you want to tell me about the fabric whilst I'm doing that?
Just so you can put this down.
Hello everybody, it's Sarah from Graphic Sew&So and I'm here during the Big Sew Off. And I've got Liz here with me. She's going to tell us a bit about some of the fabric that she's brought with her and what's special about it.
Hi everybody, I'm just doing my ironing. I'm actually ironing a piece of fabric, which is really unusual. It's quite an old piece of fabric. And it has a special sort of significance to it because when I was about 4 years old, I was staying with my family in Constantine. And my mum decided to leave me with my great aunt.
Right.
And to go shopping at the fabric shop, and I was distraught apparently.
You didn't want to go?
No, I wanted to go.
I was going to say, if you didn't,
I was crying and crying because I wanted to go with her, and off she went, and she went and bought this fabric. And then she made it into a beautiful dress. And
For her or for you?
for her, which is beautiful. And then subsequently, like sorting out things in her house, I found the fabric, And so I bought it because it's a really, well, every time I see it, I sort of think about that. And I was so impressed with the dress that she made because she got one of those old Singer sewing machines that you used to none of the electrical things that we've got today. She was just like turning it hand and to be made. So that's the problem. So I should have brought my
Yes, cotton, isn't it?
This is a cotton.
But it's a slightly thicker cotton. It's got a really nice feel to it.
Yeah.
Sometimes I think it's screen printed, so they'll have used multiple screens to print it. You can kind of feel that thickness. It's really lovely.
So,
That dress is absolutely gorgeous. Oh, well, thank you so much for contributing it. We're going to be putting that into a book, and we haven't decided yet whether we're going to raffle it off, or whether we're going to auction it off, or whether we're going to donate it to Project Linus, who accept quilts for people coming out of care. We usually give them to people who've been in the care system, and then they give them quilts as a hub that they can take with them as they go into
that would be maybe nicer.
Yeah, absolutely. It's nice to have a few options. Yeah, if we do raffle or auctions, we'll put off, we'll be donating this.
Put it all the way down.
I think
Yeah.
that's going to
Yes, well, that's just a bit late, yes. Thank you. Thank you. I should get back to my top stitching
So
then.
that's one of the lovely fabrics that we've been donated for quilts. And we also have a beautiful, looking at the fabric that you bought with you, Charlotte. Do you know the fabric that Charlotte used? Charlotte's obviously on YouTube, That's quite a long time, so just be aware that's probably the day. Yeah.
Another.
Fantastic. Really
Oh,
pleased with
it's
that.
so pretty. Look at this
Really
one. This is
pleased
just
with-
finished.
Really pleased. It's so pretty. I love that.
This fabric's gorgeous,
It's
isn't it?
lovely.
Well, I'll pop those with this set.
Very good. Very good.
Very nice. Oh, fab.
Right, I think I'll make, can I make a little sort of one of these? Yes. Of that size.
Absolutely. So my packaging is eyeing up.
So it's this one.
Are they jersey?
Ideally, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
So got some. I'm going to move them back over there. Yeah. So tables first. Yes, so I need 2 jerseys. That's so nice. So can you use the one that I'm sensitive? And you can use the colour jerseys and
I do those the same. Try, yeah. I'm kind of new to it, so it's very recent. Is it complicated to get into? Yeah. Yeah. One of those thousands of the lockdown news stories. Yeah, awesome. That's really nice. You've got to sort of that pattern. You've got to yes. Did you do the same that you don't consider?
Yeah, I've gone around it with straight stitch, then the tape is I'm a bit scared of you. I'm more comfortable.
We're all scared of you.
you all need to come on.
I know. Yeah.
Yeah, to do the overlocking, get to the overlocking course.
Yeah.
It's gonna make me very warm.
Yeah.
I really, it's on my Christmas list or
I
something.
got one through my head.
Did
Yeah,
you Christmas? Yes, I
It's a really good time. Just so
Yeah.
just zooms in.
I'm kind of saying this a little bit tongue in cheek because I don't really, I don't know what I believe in these things, but there was this thing I was reading when I had Edith about push presents, like you should have for having a baby, you should have a present, like, because you deserve it.
worked very hard.
And mine was an overlocker. And I actually got it before I had Edith to make lots of baby clothes. I had not looked back at all. I had one originally, but then I sold it and was just using it as a studio. It's now like sheets out of my home. Just use my overlocker at home. Because I'm always making things for Edith, so it's just so easy to just put leggings and things.
Yeah. Yeah, jersey stuff. If you sew that for jersey.
Well, I've never seen jerseys because of that reason.
Oh, okay.
It goes together.
This is yes, it's a
and that was actually on I think it says make it t-shirt
Yeah.
with a label.
Yes.
where I used to work. A factory. Most things are sold over.
I think those are also.
Yeah. All the jerseys. Well, it's all jerseys, just one.
Because everything I'm buying now,
Yes.
I'm looking at how it's made.
I've got jersey opposite you. Yeah. That's why I literally hardly buy anything. I just don't want to spend money.
I'm exactly the same.
I do, do mostly charity shopping, but I spend an hour looking at it, thinking like, okay,
Is it like the slightly
Yes, too.
and then when you actually look at how things are made in shops, unless you spend a lot on it, you're not really that beautiful sometimes.
well, all the special brands and that are usually not well made anyway.
Even places like MLS won't necessarily have to match and things like our standards and service get very high, and they don't need to be. But it's nice if you want particularly high standards, but you should have that pressure.
Yeah.
You waste so much fabric that way.
And it can be quite nice time. With the focus being on sustainability for a lot of companies now,
Yes.
they're using it's unfair to say they're using it as an excuse not to do these things, but it is a result. You know, if you don't pattern match, you do generally use less
Finished my
fabric.
first big thing.
Yay!
Just don't look close.
Oh,
Don't look close at the seam pattern.
It's gorgeous.
It'll be fine. Oh, I see. So yeah, Freya's done those with just the overlap. It works well, doesn't it?
Yeah,
I might be better.
very fast. What's the worst that can happen?
Not always people like to all the ones you cut. And now I've cut way too many. I've got to go in like 10 minutes.
Well, I mean,
Go on, you're here with friends, and that's where you should try these things.
Well, let me just get this made on this needs to be.
This is a cute hat, and I was like, it's directional.
Oh, yeah. That would be fine. It will make a very cute hat. It will not make the rest of the truth. There is actually a big chunk of cream fabric.
Yes, I'm thinking like,
I don't know. Sides.
oh, I might be able to do this one. If I cut two sets of brim, I can do the brim on the inside the same.
Yeah.
And then the cream on the crown on the inside.
Actually, I actually don't mind. Yes. So that will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 of these, 3 of these.
Thank you.
And then the
The
rest
rest of the so something to get solid with it. Hold on. So I don't have any more of these two, so that's why I'll bring them across. Otherwise, then
so you must need time.
so this one, we've got an extra backwater, so I can do the rim, so the others are much more. That's quite nice.
So you just need
two
of those.
Yes.
So I haven't got any no, I don't mean involved in that. Okay, I just mean yes, yeah, you just drop it in and then you need a special
Darning.
yes,
It's called.
so you've got a toe like that.
And it's got a spring on it, so it bounces it down, holds the fabric down. Works with the
So I made a couple of cups. It's quite nice to make the cards because then you've made something. I do like
every year I need to make some, make a batch of
you
them.
put that comment on.
Yeah.
And
Every year.
And I keep thinking that I should have a batch of cards.
Yeah.
I tend to make them as a little.
I think it's because it involves setting up the machine differently, and I always have my machine set up one way. So one day I am just going to spend the day.
I get used to doing it quite quickly.
Yeah, totally.
And I've got to say, I do like doing it. It's very satisfying because you do finish the job.
Yeah.
Whereas when you're making a dress,
Yeah, I come back to it.
I've
Going,
got an indigo dress that has been hanging in my sewing room for about 2 weeks and it's hanging.
Yes. Yeah.
Those a lot.
It's always the last
Yes.
minute, maybe the last
so,
bit.
Just the tomorrow, so I should actually have to do
Sorry, it's sometimes like that every evening. It's always the last one until
It's
the
like, some rush where you're like, yes, I'm going to do it.
Oh, okay.
Yes. It's a normal dress. It's not supposed to be I've got to see two of that which I've actually taken to know. I just have to use it.
Yes. And the one that's sort of pattern over the hats.
Yeah, I still haven't picked up just telling the of that jacket. Because you can sort of wear it out. Oh, okay. But and I just that's what it is. But I every time I put it on, I'm like, oh, just let me use it off. Yes. Doing little things, like the little jump, if you can really wear it.
Tiny, yeah, that would be really tiny.
You want me to change the or can I just use the regular?
These particular things. Because they don't get, like, you should really use a jersey whenever you're ready. Or like wearing something like that. And it's also size 6, and it's stretch, that's why you see holes. Little seams of this and then it'll be pulled apart. It's going to be kind of together all the time.
A very tiny stitch, but am I the wrong setting?
I've got
what?
0, 0, 1, 0.5 and 1.5.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
a bit
that's
small.
really small.
Yeah.
So the 1.5 should be on at least 2 or 2.5.
Okay, right. I thought that was just for the
Stick the stretch.
Hello YouTube. So we have got 2 gorgeous teeny little bibs finished by Charlotte with a little terry toweling on the back, so that's been really cute. Yeah. There you go. Oh, that's so sweet, isn't it? That's like adorable. So they're gonna go. And we've got 2 little matching ones, which is thank you so much for making those.
You're welcome.
We're gonna make a little pile for that style there. It's really nice. So good. We're getting some really beautiful things made. Go us today.
to go. I'm trying to get back to work. Yeah, I'm not in the mood at all anymore.
No, honestly. Well, if you fancy
Same
carrying on after work, we'll still be here.
Okay, if, I might do actually. But,
Yeah, just
I'll-
feel
I'll
ring
see.
the buzz like things.
Yeah. Okay, but thank you. That's lovely. Thank
you so much for coming. Are you okay getting yourself out of the thing?
Yeah, I'm assuming it's just like push button and stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, right.
Charlotte, you might, and Liz, you might also want to know that we do a sewing Sunday on every 3rd Sunday of the month. So if you ever do want to come and sew socially, then that is
Are they here or
here. Yeah.
Okay.
And we have between 4 and 6 working on it. Yeah. You can say that you want to suspect them. But then by everyone she's so it sets your time aside, doesn't it? These you actually do.
Yes. I might have a good deal
That's nice.
Oh, that's lovely. Thanks for spending it.
I left it where everybody goes.
Yeah.
It's online, so
Thank you very much. And I might see you later.
Bye.
I'm okay, but I take one cupcake.
yes, perfect.
Please don't leave us with it all. I might see you later. Yeah, it'll be lovely. See you.
Bye.
time are you picking up Jude, Amy?
Oh yeah, fabulous.
Oh,
But I was out. My auntie's coming Saturday, so I won't be able to see her.
yeah, yeah. It's a nice time with it. Yeah, I think so. Yes. Yes. I know.
Yesterday.
All this?
Having a real like emotional thing about me at 25. It's so good.
It is very great.
I don't get in your head. You should just imagine when you remember when she was so.
And then I always think about all the things that have happened, the last 5 years,
Yeah.
because partly because of the pandemic, but also we've had other things go on. You get another baby. I've had one.
Yeah.
Moved 3
Right,
times.
just moved on.
Yeah. So many things. And actually, yeah, it does seem like quite a long time ago. Oh, Judah is really good. Judah is
When's Jude's birthday? Jude turned 3 already. He was 3 in April.
right. Tom's the tank engine party.
Oh, yes. He loves trains. He's got the train set up at the back of the today. But literally, my dad spent most of the morning doing it. I think he's loved it.
Is it close by the place where they're staying?
And yeah, it's just now. What is it called? It's like, is it Springfield?
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
And it's really nice actually. So I recommend
I'll have to get the
it.
details from you.
But unfortunately, it's booked up for the rest of the year.
Oh,
Because I was saying to my mum, I'm going to definitely like get this place again. Because it's a really good, really nice flat, really good location and everything. But yeah, unfortunately,
it's the business to get into, the Airbnb around Clarendon Park. Oh my goodness, if you want to make your money,
I know.
I'm seriously considering your suggestion
I
of
feel
buying
like
place.
this is something we should do. Oh gosh, what's going on? Sorry.
Might just have got stuck in the thick of it.
So if you're buying property to rent out.
Not seriously,
We
but
wish.
that's
We wish.
yeah.
We've just like spotted a gap in the market, but
No, it's the bobbins that got untangled.
You know Libby, like my Libby, not yours.
Yeah.
She's obsessed with the idea of buying a camper van.
Oh, right.
She really, really wants to buy
My
one.
own heart. I would love to get one.
So maybe you should join us. So I'm thinking, I had the idea the other day, like, let's buy one and rent it out because we're not going to need it all year round. And obviously, there's huge costs, etc. So if it's a business plan, there's a possibility for a business loan, and there's a and that kind of thing, and there's money back from it.
Like a
as well.
timeshare camper van.
But not like timeshare, like we just rent it out between us. Like we have timeshare on it, but also when we're not using it, we use it to
Yeah.
able to.
I think that's probably more complicated because of insurances.
Oh,
and
definitely.
Yeah,
What's expensive? That's what you charge people,
Yeah,
and they're
yeah.
not cheap to hire.
They're not, no.
So it's not like we'd be hiring it out for 50 quid a night. It'd be, yeah, and that was like, if she's been thinking about it, literally about it. Like, let's.
Well, we'll definitely hire it from you to start off with. You have your first customer.
First customer. There you go. But when I finish this, I will go.
For such small things, it's amazing how long they take, isn't it?
It's nice to actually finish some things. I'm just-
Yeah.
Oh, I must wait here. I couldn't remember where I was. When I've got my glasses on, I can't see them.
Yeah, no, that's the thing about baby things. It's like, yeah, it takes about half an hour to an hour to do even quite small things. But
Yes.
you do
finish them.
Yeah,
even
and
when
that's-
this was very small, I could still usually find half an hour
Yeah, and it's
at
good
some
to.
point.
Yeah, I just wanted to finish a few things really.
Yeah.
So are you going? You're going to do the poppers, are you?
Yes.
Popper time.
Most people were in the morning.
Yeah.
So it's quite a time this afternoon, and then after work we've got after work.
Yeah.
After 5, we've got Laura from charity coming. And then Kim's coming as well. So Kim is Fred's mum and also works with us.
Oh yes. Well, I did at the day sewing day. I did a few things with it. She showed me a few things on the overlocker. And she made a lovely top, a sweatshirt.
Yeah, that was one of our Love Sewing magazine
Yeah,
projects.
it was, yes.
Yeah, Kim came on our Learn to Love Your Overlocker course,
Yes.
and it's nice because now, like, she's quite evangelical about the overlocker, isn't she? She's quite because it was a 5-week online course,
Yes.
and yeah, she basically learned almost everything that she needs to know, pretty much. So.
I've just used mine really for knitting seams.
That's how most people start, I think, and then they realise that they can do.
And that's why I booked him to come to the course to say to use your overlocker to make a t-shirt. I just thought that would be something else, you know?
Because you just think, once you know that you can use it to construct garments, it's a bit of a game changer, really.
Did I show you my pajamas?
No, I haven't even seen your pajamas.
Terrible lighting because the sun comes in
Oh,
in the morning.
lovely.
But so it's the 3x3 tees and a half jump bottoms. And
Oh,
other than the
gorgeous.
hands completely done on the overlock.
Yes,
Yes,
lovely.
bottoms.
Oh,
I
cool.
love the pattern.
Wonderful.
That made it for my husband. I looked and said. Now
I need to make
my question is, although I have got the pattern for this short, but they're really too short, can I just make those pajamas shorter?
Yes.
If it's
Exactly the
easy,
same.
It's
Yes.
exactly the same
Yes.
principle, isn't
Yeah.
it? But I like the pattern because you just sort of finish off all the seams, brilliant with an overlock.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then they sew together really quickly.
You can make
And
pajama bottoms pretty quickly.
but they're very, I mean, it's just so comfortable. That's what I find.
Yeah.
I'm not going back to buying them again. I presume you can make them out of the. I'm using sort of like I've used brush cotton and cotton so far. I presume you can use like jersey, can't you?
Yeah, that pair I just showed you
Yeah,
was made of jersey.
I thought maybe it was.
Yeah.
Right, I've got a little bib. Shall I overlock it? Not overlock it. Shall I dust it?
Yes.
Okay, we'll do. And then that's me. It's funny how long it can stand. I could sit here all afternoon.
Well, we are, so.
Yeah.
It's one of those things when we said we were doing a sew-off, I kind of felt a bit like, not guilty, but just a bit like, is this something that I love?
Yeah.
What it is for me and Freya is, we were saying earlier, it's putting the time aside to actually do it.
Yes.
And we haven't really. We tend to tag team on most tasks, so if something needs doing, one of us needs a bit of time out to relax.
Yeah.
So it's really nice to actually.
Are you coming those days?
Between us. Full time. Yeah, it seems fine. So.
no.
Machine on the front
I've
side.
run out of
Run out of
spool.
bobbin.
I've run out of bobbin. Can you believe it?
Don't.
Adam and
Right,
Eve
Lucy.
it. And I was doing so well. Look.
Oh dear.
Possibly needles might. Could just be struggling
Could
to
I-
go through the layers.
Is that, have you got
How
a
much do you need? Is it just a little bit left?
I just have got to do about less than half. So
There you go. Use this bobbin and then I'll
how
wind
do
some new
I?
ones.
Is that it?
Pull that up to the right and then I'll take your other bobbin, the empty bobbin.
Do a refill.
Does it just
Yeah, no, I think it is. Yeah, it's just the line. If that's clear.
When's the next sewing Sunday then?
Next Sunday. Next Sunday, the 22nd.
Oh, I think I can come to that actually. Is that
In a sense, she loved having you in the session because you put a zip in them, didn't you?
have you?
Yes.
Yeah. I was so excited about that. Oh well, I think I'm okay for next Sunday. That'd be really good. You got any places?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got 3 people signed, well, 2 people signed for 1 person and people to say that they want. We have between 4 and 6 places. I don't think anybody's going to be hugely complicated, so we'll keep it at 6 places.
Well, that's good. Yes, I'll be able to come next Sunday. Shall I do it through the website?
Yeah, that's best because then we have the log of it and everything. Yeah, I can't remember whether I'm doing this.
Hooray!
Doing something.
Oh,
It suits you.
it just me.
Goes with your top. Very kind of coordinated.
Just get some scissors and then I shall go.
Well, as I say, I could stop here all day. I feel very. So what is
I know,
it?
you
10
too,
till-
that's
do you
okay.
feel like that as well?
Yeah.
Is it 10 till 4? Do you say the sewing?
Yeah, 10 till 4. That's right. Third time lucky. Right. Let's see. It should be fine. What had happened is that it just come undone from one of the tracks. Okay. So I should have checked that to start off with. It's quite a common reason.
I'm so pleased. I'm so pleased because yeah, I don't know why you're so upset.
There's a little madam the other day. It's just purely because she had napped. She's awful.
Usually lack of sleep. Or definitely. Right.
It's
Right,
something.
I'm done now.
Thank you so much for coming.
It's a pleasure. I've loved it. Contributed beautifully.
Oh well, yes.
It's lovely to see you. Hopefully, we get to make some money out of this.
Yes,
and,
hopefully
for a
people will
good
sponsor
cause.
us. So
For a good
we'll
cause.
that would be fantastic. So yeah, I need to make sure I put some links up for sponsorship over the day.
Lovely. Right, I think all I've got is my glasses. I've tried to sort of because there is a tendency.
Can you set your tin?
Oh yes, I will do. You know, when you come for the day,
Yeah.
you tend to kind of spread.
Make
out.
yourself.
Yeah, I'll go on
Liz
with it.
has made us a gorgeous cake, which we're keeping here, but she can take her tin back home with her.
Yeah, she can have.
hour or so, just so long to
You can have the cake, but I'll take my tin.
Is that your knife?
Yes. Yeah. So that's going to be embarrassing, isn't it, when I'm walking around the shops and they notice there's a knife in the tin? Yeah.
Do you want a napkin to wrap it up in? Is that
Oh,
somehow better?
No. I think it's still a knife, Sarah.
You can put that over there.
I hope that you have a good day. You make lots of things. And while I'm sitting at home sewing this afternoon, I shall look on YouTube
Do you can tell us as well. We've got a couple of
Oh
comments.
yes, I will do.
Yes.
I will do.
And I'll, as I say, I'll book online for that Sunday.
Fabulous. And I'll be in touch about camp, but I'm sure I'll see you before then.
Okay, lovely to meet you. Take care. It's lovely to meet you.
So coincidentally, our friend Oz, who is on Instagram as Fabric Magpie, is doing some collecting with work for her local branch of Baby Basics today. No, sorry, this month. So yeah, it's a really great national charity, and I'm sure wherever you are, there is a branch near you. So go check it out and see what you can contribute. Yeah. A few. Yeah, not loads.
Did you say some press people are coming, or have they done? You've talked to them already about
I think the Leicester Mercury said to send some things afterwards. Radio Leicester, we were on there on Saturday, and then I'm on there again on Monday for a different thing, but I'll mention this. And BBC News, I didn't get much further with, unfortunately. Because it's a big, like, national thing, obviously, then you'll get some coverage as well. So.
This is really good for making me aware of time management. I'm so ambitious, I think. I'm like, oh yeah, that's fine. I can make like 8 things in an hour. And then it's like, actually I've done 3. It's like, but that's literally what I always do.
I think it's not a bad thing to be ambitious, but then it's only through experience that you of doing things over and over, the same things, that you realise how it
actually takes.
Yeah.
Also, I do think that the fun bit is often choosing matching the colours and like one of the exciting bit, isn't it?
But the sitting down bit is the relaxed bit, isn't it? The sitting down and sewing. So it's funny, some people love the sewing bit, and some people love the choosing the cutting bit. We just need to make sure that the right people get paired up with each other.
Yeah, I actually really enjoy cutting. We used to have a cutter where I used to work. Like, that would be that was their job, sort of thing.
Yeah.
But I used to quite like it when we were allowed to help out and do some of the cutting ourselves.
Yeah.
Because I just enjoy that bit. So yeah, if we ever do the thing for Lorna,
Yes.
I can.
I need to talk to you.
I will do cutting.
Yes. Yeah.
On the production line. If it goes on. Yeah, I think one of those Sunday things would be good for me to come on to as well. Because of just doing all my little jobs. My sister's given me a few little bits to sew for her as well. Yeah, she wants some holes patching.
Yeah, and you can use it to do a variety of things when it's a hot day. If it's just like a couple of hours that you get here and there, you kind of either get so engrossed in the little things that you don't have time in for bigger things, or you kind of talk yourself out of doing the little things because you need to get on with the big thing.
Yeah.
Quite a fun one.
Oh, that's lovely. Yeah, that works really well.
It's very neat again.
It's fine. Made with love.
It's made with love, exactly. That could definitely be
I was thinking just this morning, if we had more time, I would have liked to have got some labels to put on the items, like that made with love.
Yeah, I was thinking that. We can afterwards. We can make some. But it might not be practical
to actually have sewn in labels, but we can get some little swing tags. We can make those with a sticker. Yeah, I think that would be really nice to give to people to know a bit more about it. Have you got we've got a variety of different things that we've used over time, as in like sewing labels.
Yeah,
We
they
don't-
like
no,
made
we
by
don't have
good
any.
love or
We
We've
don't
got,
have
like, we've got I love linen ones.
yeah.
I might have some. I really like little rosy cheeks labels, brightly coloured ones, and then they've got like made by money, made with love, so in the sunshine, like lots of very bright, jolly kind of sentiments.
And friendly ones.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of label makers out there now. Like,
I came across another one like
tones and styles.
I came across another one recently. Did I send it to you? Because I meant to. Possibly I didn't. No, you sent it. But I can't remember who it was from. But I've got it written down somewhere. But maybe as an option.
Busy.
Yeah, I think so. What about blue spots? Just use a mixture of blue spots.
I don't know if I've got enough blue spots.
Yeah.
I don't think I've got enough blue spots for the whole thing. I could do the women. I could do the women and then
Yeah.
the green.
Yeah.
Another.
Yeah, the crown and the
I've got teal spots. Yeah, that's what my house. There's more blue.
yeah. Well, it's like it doesn't go there.
I'll stick with that one. Double spots for the room. And then, yeah, one with blue spots for the dinosaurs. Dinosaurs and then very cute.
it's quality over quantity.
Absolutely, yeah.
So maybe I might have to leave a couple of pieces.
Yeah, of course. Whatever you need, we will finish up.
You've got
Like, it's one of the reasons why I was saying don't carry on cutting out too much, because we haven't got until 10 a.m. tomorrow. That's Lisa over at sew-a-thon. So over is going to be
Is she?
sewn till 10 a.m. Yeah, we were going to originally.
What she said through the night?
Oh wow! Oh my gosh, we were going to originally, but we just couldn't commit the amount of time because we've got work to do tomorrow.
Yeah, that is hard. That's hard.
Yeah.
That's definitely hard.
That's learning that and doing.
When I told Matt, he was just like, yeah, whatever you want to do, but equally, like, it would be expecting him to do all of that and then tomorrow evening as well. If I was trying to work, it would also be expecting him to do. Although my mum does have Edith on Fridays, so actually.
Oh yeah, I like that one. There you go.
Oh, that's lovely.
Oh, that's really cute. I think there's going to be some very.
It's done it again. Oh dear.
What's that?
If I was by myself, I might be swearing right now.
What's that?
You're on live on YouTube, Sarah.
Self-editing. I've just sewn the two sides together, and there's a panel that needs to go in the middle. And the reason why I am so wildly frustrated at myself is that I did it with the lining. I thought to myself, that's not how it works.
I will do that again.
I'm very sure I did exactly that when I made that style of bonnet as well.
Yeah. It just goes so nicely together.
Yeah.
It's so easy to put together.
I did these are the whole body
It looks
jumpers.
so cool, honestly.
I'm really
comfort
comfort
today.
today. So good.
Yeah. But I haven't taken a photo of you yet wearing your my handmade wardrobe outfits. Yeah.
You're both in my
I am on the cardigan side of the video. Well, video course. Yes, it's absolutely.
I'm definitely going to make that cardigan because I've got a grey one just from H&M, which I literally live in. So I really want to make that.
It is a living cardigan, definitely. What I want to make is one in like a true knit fabric, but like a thin true knit fabric.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
but a long one. I really want to
Oh,
make like a long, and then with a belt. So it
Oh,
feels like a
yes.
dressing gown, but
Yeah.
also, and maybe, because this does come over a little bit, and we discussed making it so that it was a bit wider. So as a bit of an experiment, I think I could do a bit of slash and
yes.
spread pattern cutting.
And then have like a
Maybe a
like,
slightly
and then like have
shaped
like a tie. Yeah.
and have that.
That would be so nice.
Or I could make it a bit bigger and like a dressing gown kind of thing. Like a house coat.
A house coat, yeah. My sister's given me these really cool slip-on shoes that I'm gonna like put by. They're like sort of Japanesey.
Oh,
But they're really fun. But they remind me of like like sort of fancy slippers.
yes.
And I'm gonna put them by the back door so that when I go out, I'm not going out
That's a good idea.
in my indoor slippers. And they're gonna be like my house slippers. If that's what you're doing that.
When I was about 15, 16, I bought myself some slippers that I thought was so fancy, but I wore them for outdoors.
Yeah.
And they were slip-on Chinese kind of
Yeah,
style.
they're
They're very
the same
similar.
thing. Yeah.
And I used to actually just wear them out. I wore them to school. I
Yeah.
wore them like out on nights out. Naughty nights out when I shouldn't have been going out when I was only 15. And all the bouncers probably looked at her and went, she's crazy. And then they thought, just completely distracted them from the fact that I was not the right age to go out. It's not, I repeat, not a top tip for youngsters these days. Do not think that slippers will distract the bouncers.
Can I cut this or is it laid out for you?
No, it was laid out for doing more of those, and then thought, no, I'm going to sew these.
We used to go, I think we didn't get in the first time, we'd go home and get changed and try into a different outfit and try again.
Amazing. Brilliant. Not brilliant. Sorry.
Is that great?
We're not alive. Not brilliant. That's terrible.
No, I forget that. I forget that's there.
You need to be, is actually that be like a wider stitch?
It's on 2.2.
Um,
Is that okay?
I would always say for top stitching, it should be a bit longer, just purely because it will stretch the fabric out a bit. So for top stitching, yeah, I would say between 2.5 and 4.
Oh gosh, it was time goes so quick when you sew. Literally, you could spend the whole day. I remember, like, literally, when I made that jumpsuit for Lottie, I don't think I hardly looked up. Like, I hardly went up either. Like, probably about 8 hours.
Did you make it during the night though? When you go to sleep? Insomnia sewing.
It's just like sewing.
I do all my sewing in the evenings at home.
It's just like, I mean, you're not missing out on anything.
Although Edith at the moment goes to bed, so that's what we do midnight.
Oh my
No,
gosh,
at
you
9 o'clock most
Yeah,
nights.
that's
and
happening. It's because it's that like they still need a nap, don't they? But it's like really
Even when she doesn't have a nap.
Oh, really?
She's 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
Like crazy,
Jeez,
crazy 9 o'clock.
Yeah. Jeez, come through. Jeez, come through.
She was actually really good last night. She went to bed at 8, but that really is the earliest.
Jude doesn't really have a nap during the day anymore, so he's actually started to go to touch wood on Tuesday, but a bit earlier because he's so knackered by the time. Because if he doesn't, I think he really probably could do it. But there's just no way he's going to.
No, it's just not happening.
So he's really good though. When I go to Jude to nursery, she's usually.
The nursery, she's fine, but it's she's very much monkey see, monkey do.
Okay, yes.
Basically, if all the other kids are, she'll do it.
You know what that tells me?
If anybody's not, what
You need to have
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I've tried that before.
Yeah.
Mummy really needs a nap. Yeah,
Does it not work?
doesn't seem to get it.
She just wants to play with you.
But it works in the summer when it's really nice because I can just like go outside in the garden, sit underneath the sun parasol thingy or whatever.
Evie's at the age where you can go in the garden with her, but you can't let her. You have to be with her.
Oh, you have to watch. Yes.
Like
Is she toddling around?
She's talking about she's climbing on the climbing frame and things, so she is she's a liability in this.
And it's that age, I think, that before they kind of have awareness of danger, isn't it?
So she will
So they'll
just
like go everywhere.
so yeah. I think next one, so she'll be 2.5 next summer. So yeah, next. But she can do it, but she can actually do it.
We'll switch out. So she's loads more cautious than he used to be when we were dead.
Really?
Yeah, now he's very cautious.
Hello, I'm so with you.
Yeah, well, I used to go to the park, you just like run off, climb up trees,
Yeah.
do big things and stuff.
He's still really wary about slides.
Is she bless her?
Proud of herself the other day for having managed to go up a slide, go down the slide. Sorry. It's taking a long time to get back.
It's funny, isn't it, the different things that they're confident with or not.
With so many other things, but
Yeah, generally Edith's a very confident little thing. She's very like easygoing.
she'll try most things.
Yeah.
But she still looks to me and Matt to check on certain things. She says, I'm not sure, Mummy, I'm not sure. You can be sure, it's fine. Or you can be unsure, you can give it a go. Usually when I say that, she's like, okay.
Yeah.
Just needs our, not permission as such, just
Reassurance.
reassurance that it's actually fine for you.
He'll just refuse to do it.
Yeah.
He won't sort of look to me and say, should I? He's just like, no.
It's not happening.
And I'm like, go on, you can.
Matt's been quite aware recently of not like installing any of our worries on her.
Yes, it's really hard. It's really hard. It's really easy to accidentally do it.
Yeah, because I was saying to her something about the doctor, like if she did something, she'd have to go to the doctors. And Matt said, don't make her scared of doctors.
Oh yeah, that's. There's nothing wrong
You need
with it.
some negotiation pointers.
I've worked really hard to not be visibly afraid of spiders.
Yes.
The girls.
My husband's the
One
same.
literally crawled out, and it wasn't when I was sitting next to the chair in our playroom. So I reflexively jumped up in a kind of like,
Oh, it's a thing moving.
yeah, like, and I think, and since then Mia has been cautious of them. I'm like, I wasn't even like, I have actually overcome a lot of my discomfort with spiders.
It's funny what you overcome, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because I used to be really timid around like cats and dogs,
Yeah.
or any animals really. And I'm really massively making conscious effort to be really confident or around them. Like go up to the cats and stroke them. Walk past dogs and cats. Yeah, I did that deliberately to try and not be afraid. But then suddenly, I don't know what's happened, but suddenly he's become wary of dogs. Scary dog.
They do use
So
dogs as
cute.
villains in cartoons
Do they?
sometimes.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
like I'm thinking old school, like Tom and Jerry. There's like a very shouty dog, and that isn't there.
Yes.
But yeah, like I think that's a reasonable thought that that's where it might have come from. It's annoying.
Yeah. Put so much effort into not being scared. But actually, it's quite good because it's made me overcome my fear of them. Because I would really watch the one who I'd like cross the road if there's a dog.
Yeah.
Coming the other way. Whereas now I just walk past and the owners are safe there. They're a bit wary of
Yeah, I was like saying to Edith, oh look, it's a doggy.
Yeah.
Yay, it's a doggy.
Yeah. And I actually find them really cute now. Like, I've become a dog lover. So.
Oh,
Yeah.
the owners want to watch out for
where you kind of see people regularly in the park, or where you walk regularly,
Yes.
and then you're like,
Do you say
I've
hi?
seen each other enough times now to say hi, yeah,
Yes.
smile. What stage in our relationship are we at?
Yeah.
What has you 50 times now?
What does that mean?
Are we done, right?
Well,
There's a guy with a dog in the park.
But when you've got a toddler, I feel like, especially over lockdown, people would stop and chat to you. Because we actually met quite a few people just who now do some writing. Because we've just chatted to them, you know, with Jude. But they've always been just, oh, you know, he's got ginger hair, so they're like, oh, look at his hair.
get used to that early. Cause,
Okay.
getting used to that early because that's
Yeah.
a lifetime of
Exactly, yeah.
attention based on that.
Enough of us will probably wear off. Okay, but everyone's really nice. Really good.
Yeah, good. It's like tall people like will always be like, "Oh, it's going to how tall I am." I'm like, I know. Ginger people. I know I'm ginger. Like,
Yes.
I noticed. I looked at them.
I know my cousin's little girl, she's got over 6, she's only 13. She always, her profile, thing on Instagram is, yes, I know I'm 12. Or yes, I'm 12. She must have it
Constantly.
You take it from one way, you can say, thank you, or you can say, mind your own.
I always try and yes, so that we get loads of times. Where does it come from? Because obviously neither of you are Stu. Where is he coming from? She's like,
See,
So there must be, or
yeah.
whatever the word is for slightly having.
yeah. But it wasn't organic. It was
No,
just
yeah,
normal.
just normal.
So like, if I'm
More,
paying
a lot more expensive.
extra, then kind of
We're a little bit stuck with Arnold, as in, my husband's got the app on his phone, so I'm going off his account. But basically, there's not like a don't send me milk anymore. There's only a pause milk button.
no.
So it's like, so every now and again, he has to like pause. Go away.
my parents got their milk stolen. When I was in the house.
Oh, how awful.
And they live on the street in Durham. But I think they wanted it because they had like a like a crate with a handle
Little,
on it.
take me.
Yes, so
box.
it makes it really easy for them to just like,
Yeah.
pick it up and go.
And people might have been like, maybe there's something else more interesting in there. If you desperately need milk, you can take my milk. It's fine.
Yeah.
I think it's my friend Jade left me something like some, being totally honest, like some nipple cream or some
Something
like a pseudocreme or something like really, really unstealable,
undesirable for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, she left me some on my doorstep, and that got stolen.
Oh my gosh.
I guess if you leave things on a doorstep, people just think it's okay.
Pick it up.
Oh, maybe. Yeah. Because sometimes people do leave stuff on the street.
That whole attitude of well, it's on the doorstep, so it's there. So you're obviously giving it away.
I'm going with the waved and wild construction for the hat because I prefer it.
Has it got
That's
like a really?
basically-
Oh, that is too cute! Oh my god, I love it.
So I'm doing.
You are doing it inside out the wrong way around, though. Just to
Yes, I am.
Oh yes.
So well done for pointing out what you're doing.
That was close.
Giving us a
Drawing
chance.
That
Yeah,
makes
that
it feel so
side's
much
fine.
better that even you do that, Freya.
Oh,
You do
yeah,
that,
yeah,
then
I
I
do.
do.
Like I said, I've actually picked this. But it is starting to
I think-
resemble a very small, cute hat.
That's so cute.
Oh my god, that's the cutest thing. Oh my god, I love it.
We're all making all hats, so I feel the need to put them on my head, even though it definitely doesn't fit.
You probably
The,
would fit my
one of
tiny
those
head.
I've made, I don't know if this is, I can't be the same fashion because it came, I don't know, it was pearl soho.
Yeah, that's
Okay. They had little darts in the back.
Yes, I've removed them.
Ah, okay, yeah.
And then, yeah.
But I didn't realise that it had it to begin with. So I made it and then I was like, this does fit me.
Huge. Oh no. Yeah, no, this is a very much hacked, tweaked version of that.
I feel like I should take some photos because I always forget to do that, and then I can, post.
Yes, please do.
Not that I mean,
I've been sorry
any
for
flowers at all.
But we can reshare and it's always good to, it's always nice to be tagged in. Sarah, we're coming up to 4 hours of sewing. Do we want to go live on Instagram or anything
Yes.
to celebrate? Smile, Freya. Smile, Sarah. I'm a bit tired already though.
So am I.
It's okay, a third of the way. Yeah, I think like if we
photograph the ones
kind of do over the next 4 hours, make sure everything's sewn up,
Yes.
and then the last 4 hours can be finishing and thingying and
That's very good.
and then
And we should definitely have some lunch.
yes.
Temptations to keep on going, but it don't do anyone any good. Yeah, I've definitely gone off pattern for this. Like
Yeah. Did you say you have seen Sew Bee or you haven't? I would like to talk about
You
it.
can
first.
talk about it. I haven't.
I
seen
won't.
it.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, I don't
We'll
mind
talk
on
about
this
it later.
I've missed a couple, so I'll watch it anyway. I don't mind knowing what happens.
It's mostly about. It's
I
not so
like
much about like the spoilers in terms of who won because I don't remember.
No, I don't. I never really take in who's gone out.
That's an interesting thing of what happens at the end. But mostly I want to talk about which garment I want to recreate.
Yeah, no, talk about that because then when I watch it, I'll want to know what you've been talking about.
They did like the smocked peasant dress. Or what
I
did
really
you-
like it. It'd be really
It
your
It
style.
wasn't peasant though. What was the word? Pastoral.
Pastoral. Yes.
It's a peasant dress.
Pastoral. And for me, pastoral is pastoral care, which
Yeah.
is like your
Yeah, like
Vickers
and
yeah, and
friends
also isn't it like PGC? What's it called? Not PGCE. PSE, personal
Oh, yeah.
social,
That kind of
educational, pastoral,
yeah,
something like that. It just reminds me of that.
yeah. That's why I think it's and I like it's yeah, really cute though. And that was the pattern challenge. And then
Oh, cool. So there was quite a lot of variety.
there was quite a lot of variety. There's some good I'm very much more into Broden, and I liked her version. She it's kind of this fabric, this print, and Sarah's using the floral, but like a pinker.
Yeah, that would be
More
gorgeous.
pastel version.
Yeah.
I love that fabric. We should, that's another thing we should get more in.
Yes.
But then there's some like quite bold ones, some very retro ones. Yeah, lots of them. But that pattern is in the ebook. And tell me ebook because the patterns aren't good. Yeah, I bought the ebook on Amazon. Of the the official one. Yeah, they didn't do any patterns.
Not even links.
Someone on the comments was like, it's on the official website. So I looked and looked and looked. Literally, I googled, phrased everything, like what it could be, putting all the different kind of keywords that it could be. Couldn't find them
That's
anywhere.
completely useless to everybody.
Yeah.
That must be a mistake.
It must be a mistake. And
Yeah.
and I emailed the publisher because I wanted to make that.
Is it good?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
she was saying that she got downloaded off the website. So
Yes, I found that website,
Okay.
but it's only got like that and a shirt or something.
Oh, it hasn't got all of
It
it.
hasn't, it's not even got these the seasons.
Ah.
And actually, there's like 4 patterns in the book that I want to make, and that's quite a high number for an book, like for a sewing book. So I was really like, you know what, I will definitely buy this.
Yeah.
And then you can return ebooks and do them.
Doesn't give you much chance to actually find out
No.
what's gone wrong, does it? No.
But I can buy it, like, I can buy it. Yeah. But yeah, so I'm going to make that. I also have a quilted jacket, so that's coming up at some point.
Yes.
I
I want to make a little jacket out of old quilts.
On the sewing bee. They will. It's not happened yet.
That will take ages.
Yeah.
They have time.
It's whether they give them quilted fabric.
It
Oh,
might
I
be like
see,
being
right.
fashion challenge.
So they're not going to actually like make, you know, like quilt.
Yeah, because that would
Yeah.
take, that'd be like
That's like a day's
2
work.
weeks.
I saw somebody had got a quilt from like someone like Sue Ryder or something
Yeah.
like that, and then they've made a
I
quilt.
saw one I do.
Yeah. I'm thinking we've got quite a few quilts, but they're all quite bright colours.
Yeah.
So I might have to think about that. But it's wanted to be
If I like them, are you okay if I cut them?
yes, yeah, might as well.
I mean, some of them I will have half made. And
Yeah, but I have to say the ones that we've got, I think, are just a bit too.
yeah, pass. There's a mum in my music group that has one from Monkey that's like pale oranges. Like it's a printed fabric.
Yes.
Printed quilted fabric. It's beautiful.
I think I'd like one in like blues and greys. Because that wouldn't be what I'd choose to make something a quilt out of. Because I like bright, bold things in my house.
Yeah.
But for wearing, I like the indigo. Yeah. Slightly Japanesey. I think it was like salvage denim-y kind of work.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes. I know what you mean. Cool.
And very wearable. That would be
Yeah.
very.
So I've just got to find
Someone else who has made.
in a charity shop that I can afford, and then make a jacket that's big enough as well.
Yep.
eBay.
Yeah. Is that the? Marta?
Yeah, Marta. I really like Marta. Actually.
Yeah. I could see her winning. Marnie, yeah.
Yeah, she's a bit no messy, isn't she?
Yeah.
And she reminds me of somebody that Martha who lives next to Martha, actually. So it's yeah, I kind of think I feel like I know her.
Yeah,
She looks like somebody else.
Yeah.
That's not how it works. I
I
think.
hadn't thought about how much the zigzag would show up on the black. Never mind. That's the
So that's my lining. So that's going to be like this, and then and then I've got all the outside of that fabric.
That's going to be so cute.
And because you had half a meter, I was able to do this. Like, 'cause you can't get this out of a fat quarter. So the others, which were from Charlotte's ones, found a contrast or a cord lining. Yes. Okay. How am I going to do this? Where am I going to turn it out? Is the question.
I think I'm going to have to go for something like that with that.
That'd be cute.
Sometimes it flashes
Too many.
Don't hate it.
No, because I've got those bits and then cream. And then
What's this? Is this for the bonnet? Are you making the bonnet?
Yeah. I haven't got enough for the back strip. Or I could just do it in cream, but that seems a bit boring.
Is there a polka dot in any good colour? Oh,
Not in the right
colour.
colour.
A teal? No, it's more green.
Yeah, it's very.
No, is it the straps?
Yellow.
There is a yellow.
Yellow polka dots as well?
Yellow pockets.
Oh, Sarah, remind me when we go at Emily and Meth Pot tonight, to take the box of bunting for your birthday.
Yes. Yeah. Good plan.
Yeah, that would be cute.
Yeah.
Got enough,
Good
have you got
thinking.
enough?
I have, yes.
So I was thinking polka dots, and that made me think of bunting.
Yeah.
It's 2:05. I wanted to finish these, but I didn't have to
let's
leave
see.
those.
Yeah, don't worry.
I'll finish this one then.
Give us a task. Leave us with a task.
I mean, you don't have to, obviously. Just
That's great. Yeah. It's 4 dribbly babies taking time.
It'd be cute to do them like packs of twins, if they match.
They do get donations from everywhere, and ours is just like a little nice addition. Yeah,
That's a good way of putting it.
pencils.
Yeah, so kind of the main thing that they do is the starter packs with clothes bundles for the first 6 months, nappies, stuff like this, sheets, and they often do it in a Moses basket, and they put in some like dummies and some toys and stuff for the kids. We can't make toys because of CE testing, so like we are limited on what we can make for them there.
Yeah.
Because toys would be adorable, but like unfortunately that's not a practical option. But they also do like, so sometimes people slip through the net earlier on, so they get later referrals, so they'll have older children, or they'll have like new babies due and older children, so they get stuff for a range of ages for that kind of thing as well. They'll also
Some toys in for a 4-year-old if it's like
yeah. And so if you follow them on
They haven't seen the
Facebook, yeah, so they'll take what's on the list, and they've got like, so it's not anything and everything, but
get in touch with. We did, and they said that they take it, but there was no one to collect that stuff at that point. It was over Christmas or something.
and cots and prams and things as well.
We've got a high chair actually.
Yeah, that's often needed.
yeah, I need to. What about
Car seats they
You're
can't
supposed
because
to
of the
take
passing
them.
on thing.
Yeah.
Like, but if you've got a car seat, you can put it up on Facebook, like, and sell it. Like, it's not legally, it's just not recommended. So, like, we bought all our grandparents' car seats secondhand, or borrowed, or taken them off friends.
same here.
Yes, I'm not spending how much on 3 sets. Luckily, my parents-in-law also have my nephews, so like they needed it for everything, for everyone. But car seats. And this, once they're in, they're in. It's not like you can kick them in the back. So.
And if you think about like how many
Yeah, even the fabric, and probably entirely plastic, with like 2% metal.
What about cuts? Do they have to be new?
And they don't have to be new, but they do have to be in good condition.
Yeah.
Not cots, mattresses do need to be new. But you can use, like, they'll take the cot without a mattress, and then they fundraise. Hello! Hello! I buy new mattresses. Hi! Claire has joined us. There's no one currently watching us on YouTube, but we are live on YouTube, and Claire has joined us.
just as I'm. So
If anyone watches all 12 hours back, they'll see you.
They'll see me just waving.
Hello, how are you?
I'm all right, darling. How's it going?
Good. This is what we've made so far. We're halfway through. This is Kate. Please help yourself.
bless you. You're doing well.
So I've got back bibs. I'm making some little sun hats. And Sarah's making a bonnet.
Lovely. Can I help in any way? Do you want me to do anything?
Do you?
Well, Julie just bought some books and she said this might be useful for you to have a flick through
Actually, I would love to look through that. That sounds really
because
fun.
it's for making beautiful little fabric from scraps. So it's to use up scraps of fabric. But yeah, they're all really beautiful things, and she thought it might be
Oh,
something.
actually, from this distance, but also I'm sure they look lovely close up. But they look really nice. Yeah, they
So I think
do.
when I've made fabric flowers before, they look really quite narrow.
Yeah,
But it's
these
all in
are
the
some of
finishing,
them
isn't
are really.
Gorgeous.
Yeah.
Yes, please. We would love to.
Yeah,
have a
she
look
so
through
if you
that.
wanted to have a good look
She wants
through.
it back when we're done, I assume.
Yeah, she will, but no rush. She's
Yeah.
kind of
Just as in, it's not.
Yeah.
We won't lose it. Is my point.
don't lose it. That's the thing. Yeah, and yes, and that's my little scrap.
Thank you. Oh, that works nicely. This is our pile of
Ah.
fabrics to put together in a bit.
Ooh, lovely. Have they all got their stories behind? That's beautiful.
That is from Liz's mum's scrap box from a dress she made. I'm going to say Liz is probably 50, mid-50s.
Yeah, it's been
and it
amazing.
was from when Liz was a few years old and Helen made that dress from that. So.
The other day, and I really liked it too.
And that was the scraps from a shirt that Charlotte made for her nephew. And then this one is from Amy, and that was left over from a quilt. Oh, Jude?
No, that wasn't from Amy.
No?
That was from Wendy.
Wendy. Okay.
Mm.
Yes.
From her kids. A gift from her. So yeah, it's a lovely scrap.
Well, this is a piece from the first ever thing I'd ever made. So
The
yes,
first thing, that's a piece from the first thing that you
ever made,
made
ever sewed.
garments.
Yes, something I
Wow.
could wear.
Fabulous.
So yes, this was
What
me.
was it? What did you make?
It's a cape.
Oh.
Obviously, and I had no idea what I was doing, so I got made a pattern by standing against a wall and drawing around my shoulders.
Ah, yes, that's the,
Oh, yes.
the umbrella cape.
Yeah, just and this was my first ever, and I was really proud of it.
Yeah.
And I still wear it because I waterproofed it. Nice. So you can cycle in it.
Is it quite like snug? Like, does it come down quite over your shoulders? so
It,
you've
well,
got enough-
it's kind of, I did it so the shoulders kind of come up
Yeah.
and it comes down and it's got little armholes in for you
Yeah.
to cycle. And then I made a hood and I lined it.
Oh, I love it.
So yeah, and
I thought
then
your first item was
so
like
cool.
something absolutely gorgeous, and mine was like an elasticated skirt.
Mine was a pillowcase dress, with this drawstring across the top.
yeah, but you did this probably when you were a lot younger and kind of
That's
trying
true.
things out. My
Yeah.
first ever
We did
make
probably
was at
first.
46. It's like I got by that
We had
point.
no clue about what we even wanted.
I just want to make a thing.
Yeah.
Thank you, that's gorgeous. And also, you should get Sarah to make a pattern out of that for you.
Yes,
because if you drafted it yourself.
Yeah,
Then you
it's
should
gonna
do
be. Yeah, no, I really because people have asked me so many times for it. So
I would make
Yeah.
it.
yeah, yes, our next project. Oh, I meant to ask you as well. When did I sent you a pattern thing for it to be done it up?
Oh yes,
Printed
of
up,
course.
yes. Yeah.
I
I just wondered if there was a so I can slot in when I get a chance to sew.
We need to do some next week for the hoodie.
Yes.
And
There's no rush in that way. I just thought so I
we'll
know
into
when I
next
can
week
kind
anyway.
of go in. I can slot some time in to do it.
Yeah. Next week. Next week to the week after. Cool.
And it usually takes them about 4 or 5 days to.
Yeah, as I say, there's no rush in that. I just thought then I know I can go if I get this done and that done. I can give myself a few days of working.
I've
Play
got it on
with
a
it.
draft email ready to go, but the sticking point was me asking for what else we needed.
Yeah.
So there
What
you
else
go,
do we
that's
need
all.
to do?
There's a few other things I want to add to that, so that's
Yeah. Fabulous.
Awesome.
Um,
Right, what can I do
well,
to help?
I've cut out some hats. Do you want to construct some hats? I can give you.
Oh my
written
God, Lord, are you
instructions,
sure?
Or I can tell you how to do it.
You should
Do you prefer to read or do you prefer to follow demonstrations?
probably follow demonstrations.
Well,
There's
So-
one tricky bit, but other than that, it's all quite straightforward.
Yeah. So first thing to do is find the. So if I give you the dinosaur, you've got the outer bit.
Yeah.
And that's the this bit. That's handy to have. And then you've got that's the inner bit.
For a
So
washable
you've
quilt,
got
it-
the brim,
Has it been
whatever this bit would be called, Julia would know,
washed?
and
then
the
adding in
crown,
afterwards.
and then you've got the same in the
Or
polka
what
dots.
we could do
And so you
is
start by
use it
taking
to
these ones and putting the right sides together and sewing the short edges
Okay.
on that one. And
Or just use it definitely.
Okay, so I might put it in the sewing machines. They've got overlockers.
It's nice, isn't it?
Ooh, that's lovely.
It's nice for you to get it. It's not that sentimental. It was the first suit I made.
What did you make the outer out of?
It was just like black.
Wow.
No, it's just a suit.
Oh, you know what? I think you're my glasses.
I'll get my glasses.
Okay, I'll set
That
you
might-
up.
Yeah, that might be a lot more helpful. Thanks so much for coming in.
Oh, I loved it. I want to stay. Like, I'd love to stay and finish these off, really. But I think take a photo. So, if you're finished, actually, then
Yeah, Claire can use that machine.
yeah, if I want to. Yeah, we'll get some stationery. I'll put them on my pile. I've got some tops that she only left to do. So.
I'm going to finish off this line.
I would have loved to
So I'm going to have a sandwich.
met and chatted to Claire as well. So I'd like to meet her.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, because I feel like I've been saying, oh, could you need to meet Claire? And then I can't remember what it was that I was going to say to you, but yes, that's it. So I will reintroduce you when she gets back, if I'm still here.
Okay, well, that's
But yeah, I was saying to her the other day about you maybe being able to do some sampling or some production for her. If she for the retro line.
Ah, yes, I'd love to go now. Actually, I'd love to stay here all day. Yes.
Amy is the lady that I was saying to you about sewing, whether it be for finishing things off, heading and things like that, but also
Oh,
production.
yeah, definitely.
So,
Yeah.
oh, do you need anybody?
I wouldn't say I'm the most amazing singer, but I love singing. Yeah, I'm sure you better
You
than me.
wouldn't say that, but you are very, very precise, very good, and you have an eye for what level of neatness is required for the right for jobs.
Yeah,
So,
and that's patient.
and that's
What
quite
you
a
need
skill.
for sewing, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's patience, basically.
Yes, yes.
Thank you
Don't
everywhere.
Oh,
I love it.
oh wait, I love it. I'm just not very patient. I'm
Really?
going home. That's
Yeah,
my
that's my style as well.
Yeah. And it's good to pair other people like that.
Yeah.
But then because of
we get
working
stuff
with
done.
vintage and old school, I expect a certain finish.
I'd like to get a collection of vintage wedding dresses.
Oh,
I
lovely.
wanted to like sort of set up a business reselling vintage
Yeah.
wedding dresses, and then I just haven't ever got around to it. But yeah, I've got loads of vintage clothes just because I love how they're made. They're just so much.
Well, yeah, it is
Well
the
made.
materials and
Fabrics
everything
is
else.
nice,
Yeah,
so-
yeah. It is. It's fascinating
I've
to.
always wanted to meet you, Claire, because I've seen you around.
No, well,
And, you know, like just
come up and
Yeah,
go.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Come and have a look. Yeah, I will, because I come in to see Sarah.
Yeah, yeah.
So-
Pop up and pop down.
You
Yeah,
need to come in more often than definitely.
Yeah, I can
Not
see
a
what
lot
I
of
do. I'd love to
it.
see that. I could like give you some of my vintage stuff as well, because I mean, it's just sitting there in my attic. I always think I'm going to sell it, do something with it, but I never do.
Well, I should also, I never looked at it and can price it, and or if I know anybody is interested in certain things, I can pass them on to you and stuff. So you enjoy the sourcing and the a little bit of like the doing
Fixing
up,
up,
fixing
yeah,
up,
yeah,
but
I
then
like
the
that.
sales is just like it's exactly the same as me. It's one step too far. From me.
Yeah, just
I just go, but I've done all the work. See, I'm good at sales. That's what I've always been. I've been a salesperson pretty much all. I was brought up in shop, so I was
really cool.
So I've
And
done
some people
sales all my life.
have
I'm
that
fine. It's
Yeah.
the hand washing, the hand sewing. They're doing every seam. It's taking all the trims off because you've got to then hand wash it and then put all the trims
Oh,
back
that's
on
the
so
bit
they
I
don't
love.
run.
There we go.
And I
Oh,
was
yeah,
like,
it's
oh
fine.
gosh.
Yeah, I could sit and sew buttons on all day. That's like,
Oh,
I
you
love
constantly sewing buttons. It's
Yeah.
all I do, sewing buttons. Constantly sewing seams and buttons.
Yeah.
Well, it's just.
Amy.
I love that. I love that.
And if you need any extra things as well, Julia was obviously used to be a costumer for the Milan Opera House downstairs. So she's got all
Oh,
the
Julia the Hat Lady.
yeah. So she's got all the
I've met her.
fixings and things that you'd have to buy in things of 50, but actually you only need one.
Yeah.
So she's
amazing.
got all of
I
it.
didn't know she's been a costume.
Yeah. So she can also do the proper, you know, when they fix and they make the material up. So she'll just kind of almost with the material. And she can hand fix lace and all those things. Yeah. And she's got all the tips and tricks I didn't think of. Instantly how to reinforce seams and shoulders so they don't miss shape on Curtis things and silk. And give me the knowledge.
When we made our first samples, we need to ask Julia for some advice on things that we can add,
Like kind of
little tips.
authenticating the
Yeah, and that's what will make the patterns really different and
Yeah.
interesting to the
Yeah.
other ones that are on the market.
Yeah, definitely.
Really.
I think I know
value.
the good thing with me and Julia, I know what I want and I can see it, and I'm going blah, 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 and everybody else kind of looks at me. Julia seems to understand and goes, she needs this, and this is how you do it. Yeah, because she kind of gets me in that way. So between us, we kind of-
Did you know each other before you moved into the room?
Yes,
together?
well,
So it wasn't full
no, I used
serendipity.
to obviously help out a lot at Dolly McVintage when
Yeah.
it was in the big shop.
I think that's what
Yes,
I love it.
yeah. So I used to help out with the jacket, and I used to go in and date clothes and all those kind of things. So she used to come in a lot to us, and we got talking, and then she said, "Oh, I need someone to do hair and makeup for a shoot," and I was like, "I do it, but I only do vintage." And she was like, "Well, I don't. I want a particular look anyway." So I started to do her shoots a couple of years, and then the last one, before I moved in, there was somebody just moved out, and we were doing it in the space, and I was like, "This is really cool," and I've had enough. Yeah, because all my vintage was in the spare room, and I couldn't. Yeah, trying to list it and photograph
But
it.
this
From,
is a photographing thing that I've learned.
Yeah.
It's like how do you get that? You have to have nice lighting. So don't
Yeah.
know how
well, that's
to
it. We've
light
got a
it.
photographic area down there now. So when I moved in, I built one. So we've got so we've got like the sheets, white sheets, and a black sheet, and the lighting, and all of that. So it's ready to go with a mannequin. You can just having a little area. Well, you always welcome to come down and use it. It does make a massive difference when you're trying to sell something. When you know you haven't got to do all that. It's set up. You can put it on if you've watched it. So that's really good.
Did you watch or read this TV show on Netflix, Girl Boss, which you may or may not hate? You might love or you might hate. I'm not sure which answer you get. Do you know what's her name? It's the autobiography and then the film of the TV show of the book of a woman in the noughties who kind of was a vintage seller in the States, but she did things in a Nasty Gal. She started out at Nasty Gal.
Oh right, yes.
So she started off selling vintage clothes.
Yeah.
But cut them up often to make them more attractive to the younger audience. So it's like, I was going to say, like, she got a lot of hate in the vintage selling community. But it's a really interesting story.
The curse of the upcycler.
Or the fucker upper.
Yeah, basically, literally that is. I had this Laura Ashton dress, and when I was like just in uni, I chopped it really short, and I cut off the big puff sleeve, and now I'm like, what did I do? Why did I do that to that dress? Like I've ruined it. Like
I have not sold things to people because they've said to me, "Oh,
They're
I'm
gonna-
really going." One had she had a card payment, and she was like, "Oh yeah, I'm just gonna." What I thought is a beautiful 1930s tea gown, afternoon gown, chiffon, printed chiffon, flutter sleeves,
Oh
all up like this, with all the flutters all the way down the front, long skirt, little train. I'm going to make it into a mini and then get rid of those horrible fluffy sleeves. Why are you buying it? And I just was like, I just went to take no. And her mum was there, and the mum was and her mum was like, "You can't refuse a sale." I was like, "It's mine."
And she's doing that.
She can buy something else that looks like that. Why do you have to take that to that?
That's the thing with the wedding dresses as well, because people always say to me, "Oh yeah, you could use the vintage ones, and then you could like make them into," and I'm like, "Oh no, but I wouldn't want to do that because
Well,
my
there's
suits with the
big
Laura Ashton
market
dress."
for it. There is. I mean, do you
But
know
it just
Abigail
seems-
Vintage Bridals?
Well, I've heard of her.
yeah. I used to work. I do all of her websites as well.
Oh, do you?
The hair and makeup for her.
Oh yes, of course. It's like
Yeah, so I do that, and I often pretty much 90% of my brides come from her because it's nice.
Oh, do you sell vintage wedding dresses too?
No, she.
You do the makeup.
Yeah, hair and makeup. So yeah, often they'll.
Cut off.
She'll say, "Do you want something to do?" Yeah, she has a little black book, and I'm one of the people she recommends. So
Yeah.
it goes kind of from there. But yeah, there's always, and she's also always looking for stock. So she
she?
might be
I
someone
don't know
to
because I
talk to
think
as well.
some of the stuff I've got is 80s.
Oh, well, she
Yeah.
stops at 6.
And
so
hers
yeah,
is real,
ward
real
to suit her.
suitable.
Yeah, I don't think I've got it. I think I've seen my 30s and not quite, but then 50s.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I mean, they're still very fun. I mean, and I'm not against if somebody wants to buy it and they need to take it up a bit. It's too short.
Oh, yeah,
Or
make
you've
it
got to
fit.
change.
Yeah.
Or you might. Some of them are a little bit. Some of the trims, and you think that's really unflattering. You might take that. It's when it's a slashy job.
Completely.
Yes.
Because things come in and out, don't they? Like, you never
It's
do.
like
You wear a
big
big
dress
big
now.
sleeve.
It's like
Back in the
very
day, the daughters or whatever, you would wear a big sleeve, really, did you? Unless you're
Always. Yeah. Had a big sleeve.
Yeah.
Bigger the sleeve, the better.
And then
Oh, the amount of times I put a sleeve in my dinner. Food, always food on a little sleeve, constantly. I've learned my lesson now. I have like bicycle clips.
Oh,
on
really?
some of my things that I have to put on. Just it is bicycle clips. Do it. Do the job. They're great. They hold them up.
Every vintage wearer's wardrobe, essential wardrobe. Bicycle clips.
I should do some sewing. That's what I'm here for.
Stay all day, but yeah. Oh, it's so nice to meet you.
And you, my darling. As I say, come down and have a couple with us. You're
I'd
more
love
than
to. Yes, I will. Next time I'm here, I'll come and say hello. Thanks, Freya. See you soon. Lovely to see you again.
If you've left anything, I will. That's not your. No, that's
I
Fred's. Isn't it?
will double check I've got my phone.
It's the main thing to possibly leave.
We'll probably do a selfie with the sewing machine. I'll do some pictures as well. Oh, on social media.
It's been awesome to do it. I loved it. I always
Edges together. Presuming the tension and everything will be fine on this now.
I haven't actually looked. I should double check. We're on stitch number 1. That'll do. Yes, that's
All good?
Wait. Yes. Yes, that'll do.
Now, where's the little reverse thing on these machines? So I go, yeah, there you go. So they're all so different.
They are, yeah. They've got all the
suppose the
same buttons
principle's
in
the
very
same.
different places.
They just like to.
We've had a very nice busy morning so far.
Good.
People come and play with us and sew with us.
Looks good.
And yeah, I'm very pleased with what we've made. So,
If that might change.
alright, we're unstitched.
Can all change very. Did you watch the sewing bee last night?
I did you? Actually?
I did actually.
I did like those dresses, the peasant dresses at the beginning.
I think we all knew who was going to win that.
Yeah,
challenge.
like she had enough practice. So.
Yeah, a little bit of a head start. It's
I
one
really-
thing I really want to get down.
Yeah.
It's a lot of on vintage things.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get a lot of it.
It's one of Sarah's favourite techniques.
Ah,
So we've just last month's Love Sewing magazine, which is the green dress behind you, has it on the back.
cool.
And so she's done some, and anyway, that we might release that next spring if we like it.
Cool.
Obviously, Sarah designs about 12 or 13 patterns a year for Love Sewing.
Yeah.
So we kind of pick our favourite 4 and release them, and develop them, add some new variations and things to them, and then release them the next year. So
Oh
Yeah, do remind me to do mine afterwards. Eat mine afterwards. But,
I'm presuming that I'm lining up notches.
yes, but you're not going to sew that edge, so you don't have to worry about it right now. The notches on this are very good because they do help you get all the right places on the
Yes, I'm doing
next
the layer.
layer.
I was terrified.
And I have some trousers to try on with them.
Oh,
that's
fantastic.
desperate to try them on.
Yeah.
Because once we've got that sorted, I'll get back on with the
Yeah, we can get a move on that.
It's just, I'm so desperate to start cutting the blouse. I get clots, but I need to make sure that everything fits first. 'cause there's
I
no
actually
point
have a
in
blouse that I'm about to sell. That's got a problem. I want to do. So I'll bring it in because it might be a good one to show you. It's got all the nice little extra pleatings and the 30s kind of styles on. It used to be mine, but
So that's why we
has
remade it.
defeated me on everything. Yeah. They don't tell you they're going to go what 2 sizes.
Until it's too late. It's a bit like pregnancy. You don't learn anything about it until like you're pregnant
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
So here
It was-
here are all the dirty secrets.
Yeah,
no one will
it
tell
was
you.
when I was at the doctor's and she was saying to me about things, and then like, oh yeah, like I didn't realise the incessant itching. Your legs feel like you've got ants running up and walking. And my friend gets it up her arms. I mainly get it on my legs. But I was waking up in the night and I'd blood because I'd scratched myself in the night. But yeah, really bizarre things you don't think about that are really vision problems, lots of blurring of your eyes and those kind of things. And I just, well, why didn't anybody tell us this? Yeah.
Nobody wants to admit that it happens.
Yeah, come on,
Reading
just
does
sweep.
not happen.
Yes, sweep under the carpet. It doesn't matter. Funding stops at 48.
You don't need anything after that. You'll be fine.
Remember?
You're all
It's just really not. There was funding, and Julie got it, and it stopped at 48. And we were like, "Why is it stopped at 48?" Oh well, a woman wasn't really start a business after that, would she?
Come off it, that's ridiculous.
So Julia pointed out in a very, very animated Italian way.
That's Julia.
Yeah, about the fact that so maybe they've had a career and they've decided they've been in a corporate career and then I decide they want to change their job, which is something they want to do, or they've had children and they've now gone to university so they're trying to do what they do.
Yeah.
Surely this is the biggest time
I was
for
going to say,
women to start a
like,
business.
that feels
There
to
should
me.
be a charity to actually, or funds to actually support women after 48.
Yeah.
That should
So
be.
yeah, because that was the thing. It was I wasn't eligible for it, but she was, and it was like, okay, so I'm just pointless. It's not worthy to society any longer.
It's insane how these systems are still set up. It's like it's freaking 2022. Like,
But the male funding goes up to whenever.
Really?
which is absolutely
Yeah, the same thing. There's no restriction on the male.
That's
That's
absolutely
absolutely
awful.
awful.
What is this? What do we
It's a
do?
charity thing that they give out. I can't remember what it was called, the Thomas something. Yeah, when I looked into
one that
it,
we
they
were
didn't
looking
have
at.
one have anything on the male funding.
That's,
No, that's fine because you're obviously going to use it forever.
I don't understand. Like,
I'm sorry, the YouTube channel may get a little political. But
it's fine.
Only
Still
about
no one
it.
watches
Really
patriotic one, sorry.
That's what it's what the machine's for.
I feel like I need to do something about that.
So do I.
Don't remember as well. I've just found out I've got, oh, hello, what was that? Something's gone. I've got scoliosis, so I've broken, oh yeah, my mind's got those.
We don't have many
You're
chair
right.
options, unfortunately. But do say if there's anything we can do to make you more comfortable.
Oh no, this is just, I've realised why my sewing wasn't as straight as I liked,
Mm-hmm.
and it's my back's bent, so I
So
need
you've
sewing
twisted.
machine twisted as well. And I'm
I sew like that as well. Like, see, it's like sideways,
Yeah.
machine like that.
Yeah.
It's
Julia,
just
Julia was going to me, oh, you're all off, and she kept trying to make me straight, and I was like, no, I can't do it. Why can't I do it? What's wrong with me? Yeah.
if it's good enough for Beyonce, it's good enough for me.
Yes, there we go. Now, threading the machine, I've never threaded before. Let's see where
It'll
do
round
the
the
left,
left,
do
do
the
the
left.
same.
A pair of scissors and just tidy There's a one with a child. Everything handed.
Safety first. A woman who runs workshops and has to think about her insurance.
Yes, there's always that.
Oh, the light just changed. It was changing focus. Can you please start with
It came up in my sleep as I heard that.
I thought about being in mine today. I just got a very comfortable outfits. Did I get just
You should definitely get in touch with Amy if you do have any small
Yeah,
jobs
yeah.
and things. She'll do herself down, bless her.
I know, I noticed that.
She has skills.
I'm sure she does. I think give her lots of talks. We've all got friends like that.
Yeah. Well, Julia's it for me. I mean, what she said to me the other day about thinking about taking on the commission for the High Sheriff.
Yeah.
It just totally changed. We haven't taken it any further, but it did change my attitude. Just
Yeah.
having that conversation with her. I was actually, maybe I am good enough.
Of course you're good enough.
Like, I maybe need to learn some things. Let's spend some time use skills.
So that's an important point. Though. You are good enough, and you are able to learn the new things. Because if you don't know, you can learn that. You are able, and you can.
And it's something that's really hard, I think, at any time, but any time outside of like school
Yeah.
is to learn new skills.
Yeah.
Anybody can if you
Oh.
really want to.
Yes.
My annoying husband, obviously, never left it. For him, everything, he can't help him. He's on every course that possibly would give him. He loves to learn.
Yeah.
If I had more time, that's what I would be doing. Like I love learning and picking up.
Yeah, but then we do it all the time and you don't think that you're learning, but you are. Every day's a school day.
Mhm.
Yeah. And we've found it hard learning more about marketing, but now that you're implementing it, it's just so worthwhile.
Well, just those things, even just the smallest amount of things you can learn on a daily basis will make the business better. It makes it, and it gives you more confidence.
So,
I think it's hard to learn when you don't have a channel to implement it straight away as well.
yeah.
A lot of people come with beginners classes and don't have sewing machines, and then it's like,
This is a bit on the frivolous side, but like
Yeah.
I'm learning to do cake decorating.
Ah.
So it is frivolous, but it's fun,
Mhm.
and there's nothing wrong with frivolous.
No,
but like
it's-
there's a limit to the number of cakes I can bake, time wise,
Mhm.
and just
Yeah.
like having cake in the house wise.
so
like,
There's always, if you want to donate, you know.
But when I get some time to bake, I will bake some. But like that's it. Like I love it, but I'm just getting better slowly because I'm sewing, baking not very often, but I am getting better every time.
You will
Um,
do.
and it's fun. And it's so that's it. I've been baking for a long time. So like literally, I've made the most awful cakes when I was like 8. But my mum encouraged me to. And so like I'm confident baking.
Yeah.
Make something delicious. but making it very pretty is now my next goal. So.
We'll have to do an equipment swap.
Yeah.
Because I've got things that I've used in the past for a reason and don't need anymore.
Yeah.
And
I love to bake.
it's so easy at spending a fortune, can't you? On the little moulds and various
Oh,
other bits and
I've got
pieces for
nothing. Jeffrey
decorating.
laughed at me. I've got one mixing bowl. I've got one tin. Everything's the same shape. And
You're
I've
more
never had a
about the cake
blender.
than
I've got a wooden spoon, a bowl, and a loaf tin.
Yes. Fair enough.
But
Good cake.
I can make cake. And I don't generally weigh stuff in my normal way of throw some stuff and it'll be fine.
If you have the skills to know how much by eye, that is.
I kind of never have.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I'll mix things up and make. The other day we had I went to make a lemon drizzle and didn't have any lemons. I'm like, what am I doing? So I actually looked in the cupboard and thought, well, I've got some cinnamon, so I made a cinnamon and drizzle, and then at the top I mixed it with a little bit of amaretto to soak the cake, and
This
then
sounded like my kind of cake.
and then took a really thin icing,
Yeah.
and so then while it was hot, it melted, but the next one when you did it went hard.
Yeah.
So yeah, you had like a top layer, like a little layer of food, a little layer of crunchy sweet, and then actually the icing. It looked really nice then. It's like, but yeah, I am a very much a, shake it in. Does it not? Mix it and go, feels a bit wet, stick some more dry stuff in it. All right.
I dropped gluten out of my diet for a while, and so I baking a good gluten-free cake was my high priority.
Yeah.
I have perfected it now. I've definitely
well
good.
done.
I bought cakes from a professional bakery that was gluten-free, and I was like, these are really good. But there's a lady I follow on Instagram who does cake subscriptions, and I love her. She's got a very bright retro fun colour style, and I love that. That's
Is it kitty cake?
It's cat food.
Cat food cake.
Yeah, I expect that's the one we're thinking of. Yeah.
What do I do next?
Okay, so the next thing to do is to this is the outside. So we're going to open it up. And we're going to sew the that middle bit to the outer bit.
Oh god, this is terrifying.
So we're going to use the notches there. I'm using the notches slightly differently than the instructions because my way is better.
Okay, that's fine.
That is true.
I'll go with you.
So
Without superior
we'll
knowledge.
Start at the notches. So matching the notches with the seams.
Yeah.
I'll just remember something I need to do on mine. I need to go check whether or not I've done. And then that notch with this seam. So there'll be 4 of those.
Okay.
And then we're going to find the middle points and pin those, and then the 8 points as well. So there'll be lots of pins going around. Have I? Yes, no, that's good. I'm at the appropriate stage for what I need to remember to do.
Not past it. That's good.
Yes, I'm rewriting the instructions because my way is better, and so that means I can't refer to the instructions. So
You're right.
yeah, I'm moving the turning through point from moving the turning in through point to this bit because then that can be sewn down as you go round. But
Is
not
the turning through point on one of the sides?
so in the Waves and Wild, it's on the rim.
Which that never works for me. That's always too.
Then this pattern has you sew just the top, this whatever this bit's called, the whole crown, and then so you sew the rim to the rim, and then you sew the crown on top, and then you top stitch around the outside.
Right. Okay.
Which is really fiddly. I've tried it. It's like so
I would go for 2 and 2, and then leave one of the side up seams of the
one of these bits open,
that bit open because it's a straight bit.
but then you'd have to top close it.
Yeah.
So
you could
I'm
just
going to
hand
leave
stitch
a gap
you
here
Yeah.
open,
and then you're going to stitch it.
and then turn it through, and then stitch it down. But yeah, like though I don't dislike your way. It's just how to close
How to close it, you would require some kind of hand stitch.
Yeah, which I will avoid if possible.
See, that's my that's my safety zone. Hand stitching, give me the
There
hand
you go.
stitching. I'm fine with that.
Hand stitching.
Hand stitching, I'm good with.
You like that, really? Laura? Oh no, she's not coming in.
Crafty sew-a-thon.
We'll find out.
Yes. Hello, yes, that's no problem. I'll come let you in. Thanks. No, just say where you are and I'll come get you. It's the lady with her overlocker.
Remove our live stream for a minute.
Seems talking to myself, that's always a good sign.
So we've just got a customer coming in to have a look at us helping her with a bit of something to do with her overlocker. She wants to know about one of the functions. So we're just going to turn off our microphone and you can watch us happily sewing along whilst Freya gives her some advice. We'll be back with you in a little bit.
book. Right, yeah, now I've set you up. Yeah. So same thing again, but on this side because that's the crown side. Yeah, I think that's how I set you up. So I do apologise.
So I need to do it the other.
So that, and then come back in now.
Yeah, do the bottom side.
Yeah.
Ah, that's all right.
Because otherwise it's going to be upside down.
Which is not.
Don't worry, we're going for quality over quantity.
That's always the best way.
Learning opportunities as well. The reality is, we should have just made like 30 cowl scarves, because then we wouldn't have to think about it. Giving ourselves the task of thinking.
So are you being sponsored for this, or?
So we're asking for sponsorship. I don't know if anyone's sponsored us. We're contributing to the main Just Giving page for the whole event. So again, we don't have any way of tracking if we've made any money, but we can claim part of the whole value.
Yeah, one of the main things is raising the profile of and the knowledge about baby basics, because I think a lot of people just don't know it exists. I certainly didn't. And people want the ways.
Right. Which way am I doing this now? So I don't mess it up.
That is the top. So it's this side that needs to be moved, and just inside of that circle.
So the inside of that.
That side, like that. Yes, but right sides together. So this one. Leave that one.
Ah, okay, I get you.
And then put it together.
That's where I was, and then thought, no, you trust my instinct there.
Yes. There's definitely an element of not what you'd expect. Like it's like, why would you put those together when you're both going outside?
Yes.
When you do the magic of turning things out.
Yeah, I'm starting to learn the turning outy thing. That's
Have
starting
you
to.
birthed the bag yet? So that's
Well, that was
very
obviously the
confusing.
first thing I'd ever made. Never made anything, and decided to bake the cake.
Yeah.
I made a section that went round the back, and then came and make a big bow at the front. So I had to bag that out. So the first thing I ever made, I bagged out.
A very
Stupid thing
bold
to do.
step.
Stupid, I think is the word.
But it's a good way to finish things off, because you can hide all your threads and all your
Yeah.
double stitching and stuff like that.
And I
On the
found that
inside.
obviously not having an overlock or anything, and at that point not understanding French seams and all the other things,
Yeah,
it was a very good way of me.
making it look nice.
Yeah.
Pretty, yeah.
I could line it that way and
Mm.
make it not look like a terrible stitch.
I really love this hat. Like, I think it's adorable. I'm actually making it.
So is this a charity that the hats are going to?
Yes, I'm the bibs and things. So it's Baby Basics is a local branch of a national charity that provides resources for families who are struggling financially to provide for their children. So like it'll work with women, like young women who are maybe at risk of domestic violence, or who have had to flee, or have moved, or refugees, or just are being
Immigrants,
destroyed by the welfare system because no one gets any support from them.
No.
And
We're off on it again. I can feel it. It's going to happen.
and who are struggling, but so they get referred by their midwives and their health visitors. So it's kind of that, like, it's not just anyone on take it up, but like, but yes, and
We were saying about it building up trust between the midwives and the health visitors and stuff, because
Yeah.
there is definitely that.
definitely. And yes, so they provide what they need. So whether that's a starter pack for somewhere safe for babies to sleep, so that they're not being put in inappropriate and risky beds, and nappies, etc., clothes,
Yeah.
or prams, cots, pretty much anything. But the one recent one was quadruplets. So one gave birth to quadruplets, and wow, and like anyone would find that
Yeah,
That's like anybody needs help in that case.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Even if they're a millionaire, they'd still need
Yeah.
But informed and that equal
Yes.
So yeah, so it's a really great charity. It's run by the best of branches run by a friend of mine who will be joining us later after she finishes work as a teacher.
yeah, it's awesome.
So she's not finishing work at daily basis. She works as a teacher
She
as
works
well.
as a teacher
No
3 days a week.
way. Oh my goodness.
There's 20 hours of baby basics.
Wow. I didn't realise that.
And she's got, she's busy.
That's a lot.
They're desperately trying to move at the moment. They've got this is one of their problems is that they haven't actually got space to take stuff.
Yeah.
So like that's why they have to
Makes
ask
sense.
specific things for donations.
Yeah.
So they're trying to move space, but like I think the admin and is holding them up.
The council got empty buildings somewhere, I'm sure. That
They've got the funding, they've got the money,
Right.
they found somewhere they like. They just can't move.
I suppose it's stopping things for long enough at
Yeah,
the right
to-
time
Yeah.
to be able to move, because it's going to take, even if it took like 2 weeks to get packed up and then resettled, when's a good time to say those ones in those 2 weeks aren't going to get those things?
That's the thing. I'm sure there must, if there's any fellows out there watching me at the moment, I'd just like to apologise. That I'm sure I'm frustrating the hell out of them.
I just love that you're giving it a go, because it's quite often easy to say, I can't do that. I've not done it before, but
Well,
give it a try.
there's anything you might have never done before. I've done it, so everything's possible. And if somebody else can do it, why can't I?
No
Some people-
attitude to this kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm sure that some things take just inherent skill, but sometimes if you just throw time at it, you can make it.
So do we have pinking shears, or should I notch? I'm gonna notch. I can't.
I think we've got any pinking shears that are.
Is that acceptable?
That is
Wonderful. Yes. So one of the things to be cautious about is because we're working between 2 different curves.
Yeah.
Is that we need to between pins straighten the curves out. But I'm just going to sew with that seam allowance all the way around.
Fabulous. And when you say that seam allowance, is there any particular thing that means?
So if you just keep the edge of the fabric on the edge of the foot.
yeah, that's what I was doing.
Yes, that's.
Who knew?
Yeah. I
I'm
think there's a
about-
lot of things, Claire, because of you having done hand sewing quite a bit, that you automatically do without thinking of it.
Yeah, I kind of think that's the way.
I'm just meant to cut it. I got distracted and turned it out before I had to trim the seam allowance.
Can I take this one off and put it in? Would that be easy?
Yeah, yes, you can. That it comes off to the left.
And then my machine comes up. It seems a lovely. That's a lovely little machine. The one I have.
What do you have?
Yeah.
What is it?
It's a Singer, but it was a basic, but it's a heavy duty basic.
Oh.
It's just really easy to use, but it has a lot of features, and it feels quite robust. It's not.
It's very reliable, isn't it?
Yeah, it seems like a good all rounder.
Yeah.
For a base, for a beginner, without it being too flimsy.
Yeah. That is the thing with cheap machines. It's like some of them are so flimsy. It's
Yeah.
like it's hardly any point in having it as a machine.
Well, that was the thing with this. It was luckily I got it from the outlet shop, and I think I got £250 off it.
Wow.
So yeah, it was it's a decent machine.
Yeah.
But it came with loads of freebies, which was quite useful.
Ooh, these scissors are. you seen past seasons of the bee as well? Claire?
Sorry?
Have you seen past seasons of the sewing bee as well?
No.
I was just wondering because we're doing the craft camp. One of the challenges people seem to be keen to do is an upcycling challenge. I was wondering if you had like a favourite one that you've seen. 'Cause I need to set the challenge before we go, so I need to think about what
And
to
to
ask
be
them
honest,
bring.
Freya and I think we're both of a similar mind, and you probably will be, that we don't want people to make something that they're not going to wear.
Right, yeah, they need something that's going to be easy enough to
Yeah.
do. Actually, this week's one would probably be because I sat there and made in my head about 15 outfits from it.
Yeah.
Because of it being something like that, maybe.
Yeah, so because the thinking is to say if you want to join in this challenge, bring X, and then we'll tell you what to make when we're there. So we're not having to source stuff, and we're not going to have to deal with like
50
leftovers.
shirts that we end up with 30 half shirts.
Yeah. Or if it's something easy they could get from charity shop, like a bed sheet and something else that would work. I think something along those lines.
Yes.
Yeah, I do like it when they do ones like the hammock. It just means it's basically a very large piece of fabric with some interesting details. So
So you can use the
And then the macrame.
Oh no, they look
yeah,
good.
did she macrame
The
it?
little
Or was it already
jacket
on
was
there?
fantastic.
Yeah,
I
you
think
can
the
use
jacket was
Yes.
fantastic.
There were actually some things that you would actually genuinely wear.
Yeah.
And that is very rare for the
What's
upcycling.
I like the vet lady.
Yes, yeah.
She's got a nice dry
She's got her name.
I think she's going to be
confidence as well.
I think she's going to be an annoying out retriever though. That's I'm a vet. I used to be in the military. I run.
Yeah, she's gonna win.
Yeah, okay, you're really good.
You know what you're doing.
Yeah, you're
It's an amateur show.
right.
I think on the last series there was a point where Matt went, "They are all amateurs, aren't they?" So well, yeah, kind of.
Like,
They're like
no,
amateurs, like
they're not allowed to be paid for what they do.
yeah, like paid to teach people stuff. Or,
But then some of them were making dresses for people. They clearly were being paid for it.
I don't know what their policy there is. I know we're not allowed on it.
very precise three point criteria that meant that me and Maria can't do it.
Yeah,
At one point we thought you might be able to, but
no, they
it's the only of this sewing workshops business side of things.
teach, but you do own.
Clearly, I'd be fine.
You're ready, and you should. Oh, they would love you.
I can't sew that.
Oh my goodness. So, well, no, you can.
Like, there are people who
There's plenty of time for us to train you up.
we would train you. I mean, applications are open now. They would go for you because of your aesthetic. They'd just be like, yes, she's beautiful. Get her on the TV.
It's gonna be on TV.
The woman who lives in the past, we could use her.
Unfortunately, it would be a bit of that, which
God,
maybe
totally.
you'd want to play up to.
I've had a lot of that on
their
other
tick
things.
boxing.
Whenever a new game show or anything and they're trying to do it, it would, because I know a few people from dancing, they constantly, it's like, please do this, please do that. When it was the hair thing, you know, every time they do the hair person of the year, you know, like they do blow up, and I get asked every year to do. It's like, I don't cut the colour. I keep telling you this. No, you think I look like a freak for good TV for you.
I'd love to know someone on it though. Like that would be great. We always every year we're like customers go sign up. It would be great.
Yeah, although obviously Adam was on it, and I'm sat there the first one and went, oh my god, it's winning.
Yeah, he was going to join us today because we're dog sitting in Leamington.
As you do.
Yeah. He did say that he thought that was going to be the case. So he's such a.
I say that, he's not.
Yeah,
He's
he's
me.
like,
Yeah, he was like 17. So yeah, it's just 34 or whatever he is now. It's like, you're an old lady, just accept it.
Not wrong with it.
Oh, you know what I did the other day? I made a massive, like, I don't even know what gen are we? Are we like this Gen Z?
We're
and
millennials.
We're millennials.
Yeah, so 80s to 90s.
Right. Okay. So I made
What am
a
I?
massive.
What year? What decade?
73.
So you're the much overlooked Gen X.
Gen X. Oh. So yes, I made a very millennial boob, which I actually still find quite funny, but like nobody laughed and they should have. So I was in Sainsbury's at the checkout, and this girl, like to the one side of me, threw a packet of Milky Bars at me, and I turned around to her and went, "The Milky Bars are on you." She just looks at me like,
That's just you getting old. I make quotes to people all the time, which I think are good for references, and then you realise they have no
But she
idea
just
what you're
didn't have
talking
any
about.
idea. I went, "You don't know what I'm talking about, do you?" And she went, "I know there's an advert somewhere in
An
the
old
somewhere
advert.
in the and the guy next to me said, "I only know about it from what was it? It was like a film reference, which was very much like late 90s, early 2000s film reference."
Yeah.
And he was blatantly like, I don't know, 28 or something. So there was this massive 17-year-old who had no idea what I was talking about. And me just like, I'm so funny, but nobody's here laughing.
We'd have all laughed. It's fine. We'd have all got it.
It's just the wrong audience.
Yeah.
It's not your
And
fault.
I think he found it mildly amusing that I was so amused by myself. And then there was a guy who was in the queue after me, and as I left Sainsbury's, he gave me like a little kind of, not a wink quite, but just like a knowing kind of.
I know what you mean.
But yeah.
So I believe I've done that.
That was right. So the next one is the crown. So that's going to go into this top bit. And we're going to match the single notches with the seams. Like so. And the triple notches with the triple notches. And then the same with 3 pins in between each one, 2 to 3 pins depending on what you feel. So playing downward. I'm at a slightly deathly stage with the hammer. Pins sticking out way out of the
I've been
antisocial
amazed if I can
action.
manage that.
You can go down and tell Julia. You're not the only milliner in the studio.
Yeah, I think you're fine. Step aside. I've got a new business venture. She would
I do want these done before she comes up, so I don't have to.
Yeah, exactly.
I was just about to pin it to completely the wrong thing then, just prove the point that I know milliner.
I did draft the hat once because I was going to the Harry Potter thing at the Phoenix, and I wanted to go to Fleur de la Fior, so I drafted a
And you did a cake.
felt hat. It was really cute. I liked it. I made a dress and a cake.
Wow.
All out of just polycotton, so none of it was made to last, unfortunately. But
This was back in the day before you, though.
yeah, it was more like just with cheap cotton. Yeah. I never bought polycotton willingly. But yeah, like it wasn't like the nice fabric it should have been, but it was. But
I've never seen one or ever put. No, I never have.
I am, the generation of hat came out when I was 11, so
Yeah.
grew up
Oh
with
God, you're tiny, aren't you?
well, that's 33
Oh, it's
on
still
Saturday. It's
today,
my birthday on Saturday.
Oh, happy
So,
birthday for Saturday.
Yeah, Fred keeps me young.
Well, I've got Julia for that.
If I just pretend that I'm the same age, basically.
You're not much older, are you?
38.
About the same age as Julia. Oh, Julia's 37.
Plenty of many decades ahead of you. Or 10 years according to that freaking load.
Yes.
So, like that's how I'm gonna.
I'm past it.
All day.
I'm 49 in a couple of weeks, so yeah, that's
Dig
it.
your grave.
I'm you should just lay down and die now. What use am I?
We're gonna put even more things in.
They're getting annoyed about the Princess. Is it the Princess Trust, which is 30?
Oh, the 30 one, yeah.
Well, the other thing I need to get sorted in the next 2 years is the lifetime ISA, which you can get until you're 40.
Ah.
There's all these things with deadlines. Not on.
I work well to a deadline. No, I do work well to a deadline, but I work last minute to a deadline.
There we go. Bonnet.
Oh, that's so freaking
Oh, that's cute.
Yellow was perfect.
If you could make a bigger size.
Oh, she can. She's very clever.
Yeah, I forget. You could just make whatever
You're
you
like,
want.
if you could make one, right? Yeah.
Just, yeah.
I made one for, I graded this up because it only comes in newborn size. So I graded it up for Edith's head. And that was Edith's head last year. So she now needs some more. She loves them. I'm like, is this not like a tiny little cute baby thing? No, she loves it.
She's a tiny cute little baby.
Oh, that's so cute. As I say, she's a retro baby. I'm loving her.
She definitely is.
We can.
Apart from the Peppa Pig.
Yeah, but Peppa Pig's like crack to children.
Yeah. My mum introduced it to Mia because I've always avoided it. And now Mia's like, can you watch Peppa Pig? I'm like, no, I don't like it. She's like, but it's only a pig. Yes, darling, but also,
It's also
Yeah.
Peppa Pig. I don't know what it
Evil
does to
pig.
them. It
Yeah.
kind of like, I think it has subliminal messages or something.
Mhm.
It seems to send them a little bit.
Right.
The Teletubbies were like that when I used to look after my nieces.
Yeah.
We've got with the face.
We've got the TV in our bedroom doesn't seem to connect to the normal channels, but there's literally a Teletubby channel. Like all day Teletubbies, but like so we also get Teletubbies. We get like European news channels. We
Are
get
they any different? Like you get different news? As in,
I
like,
don't really watch them.
no, you should do.
I should
Kind of see whether
like,
we're,
it's like news
we're getting
about-
any misinformation.
like there's like local news, so it's like I don't know. Let's say it's Calais, like local news or something. So
Yeah,
it's not the most-
I don't listen to mainstream news.
No.
I look for news because in the mainstream news. My friend worked at the BBC.
Oh, yeah.
Still sometimes works at the BBC. She's freelance. But yeah, she was party to a thing where they basically at the last election the Conservatives said if they wanted they could get rid of them. You know, if they're they could stop it.
Yeah.
So you need to be more towards conservative and not being too. So yeah, the impartial balance.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Ow. So yes, maybe the Calais news would be more impartial.
Yeah, watch that.
Um,
Italian news could be quite interesting. I've been told.
So yeah, TV, just odd TV channels really, but mostly we just use Netflix. So that's why I don't really watch the news on.
An area.
It's connected to an aerial, yeah, but it's not
Ours
connected.
isn't at all, so we've got no way of getting access to BBC. All those channels got through normal TV. I don't even know what normal TV is called anymore.
I don't know, it's the Freeview.
Preview, yeah.
Yeah.
That's it.
But you need a smart TV to get that.
Well, we have, so
I presume I don't know. We used to work for Panasonic both of them. It was really weird because here, like, people having a 28 screen TV was like, wow, look at the size of your TV. It's flat screen and everything.
Yeah.
And where the Japanese were like having 52-inch big curved plasmas. And
Yeah.
it's like, their tech was so slower. So by the time we got it, we knew it was obsolete.
we've got the Japanese leftovers. Like,
Yeah,
we're done with it
basically,
now.
that
You
was
can have
the-
it.
In the UK. Yeah, they have a plant in Cardiff. So,
How you met Jeffrey?
no, I went to help out because he was running the workshops in Leicester. So he was running BT and BAA, RAC and Central. And I kind of just had enough at work and I was going to look for another job, and basically they needed someone they had no role to run the parts department, and the administration was just non-existent. They grown very big, really quickly. So they asked if I'd I'd go in and kind of set up it up. And I said, yeah, I said when I first took in there 6 weeks, and I was there 6 years. So yeah, that was we used to have a desk opposite each other.
Oh, that's really cute.
We loved it. But you had to be very careful to make sure that we'd walk home together, and then work was an off subject.
Yeah.
Once you got in the door.
Because it's like you don't want to.
Is that going to be okay, my darling?
That looks perfect.
And can I go over the pins?
You
Or
shouldn't,
not, you
but you can because
You shouldn't.
It's not advised.
but I am doing it because it's what I need to do to keep everything in place for this line extension.
Not advised, but if you're
Do as I say, not as I do. Is very
I've
much.
never done anything. I have to.
there's too many things like that as well, like that we do because we don't have enough time to know when it's going to go wrong.
It's like we know best practice.
What to do because
I do love this. I'm so in love with this hat. I should have made it in my size. There we go.
I'm glad that I batch did this. I don't feel like I want to make any more. But I'm glad that I've got 2.
And I'm making. What am I making? I've forgotten. Yeah, one gender neutral, one dinosaur, blue dinosaurs, and one pink one. So I feel like we've got a good balance of people who want their gendered kids options.
It is weird, isn't it? The whole colour thing.
Like my kids would wear either of these, all of these.
And it always, because obviously in the past, pink and red were the boys' colour.
Yeah, very manly, bloody, and
Yeah,
whatever.
they were strong colours. Women should have
Strong
strong colours.
colours. Oh, this is what yours will look like.
That's mine's gonna look nothing like that. I just want to let you know right now.
How are you feeling just about recovered from Not until next year.
Yeah, I'm just getting over it, and then it'll be back again. It was my body decides it hates me. Obviously, every now and again. I just had. It's always happens. I had a massive flare up of my EDS, and then obviously standing for 9 hours a day with scoliosis is not easy. So,
I stood in front of the mirror doing my makeup the other day, and when I went to move, everything was just completely just stuck.
it's like
I
that's
literally
it.
was like, oh my goodness, I had to kind of bring myself out of it. It was really weird. It's from standing still.
Well, it's the worst thing in the world for you. It's my physio, bless him, says it's, the old adage, move it or lose it, really is true.
Yeah.
But I mean, they told me I'd be in a wheelchair by 30 and that I was registered disabled, because they couldn't do that. They were like, no, you can be this and that. And I recently finally got to see an EDS specialist after being diagnosed for 30 years. I finally got to one, because there's only one place in the country. So they were lovely, but they were like, basically, you want you to stay here for 3 weeks while we talk to you about your EDS. And it's like, I've got my own business.
I'm busy living my life.
And I've kind of lived with it for 30 years. It's kind of, and she actually wanted me to go back and talk to other people, because they do a thing that most people with it don't move much because they're in pain, because it's chronic pain all the time.
Yeah.
They don't move. And then you're told this will damage. And when you are moving, you dislocate and things come out and all of those problems. But also there's a lot of other complications with it. Like sometimes it feels, and they will eventually, sometimes feel like my teeth are falling out, because if it does my gums, my teeth swing, and it's the weirdest sensation. It's, So she was like, oh, you've still got your teeth at your age, that's good. I'm like, hey, this is a fun
Another one up next.
So yeah, there's all, and I suppose a lot of people get depression and get really struggle with it. So yeah, she wanted me to go back and kind of go, you had that diagnosis because I'm very high level. But because I was so stubborn and they told me by 30 I was going to do this, in my little head it went as an 18-year-old, right, I've got 12 years to do everything I want to do. And I kind of did everything to the point of, oh, I'm in pain, but okay, I'm going to lose it, so I might as well just keep carrying on.
Yeah.
And they basically said, that's what's getting going. That's the
Attitude.
it's the only reason, and it's the fact that I have kept moving, so it's made that huge difference. So even when I'm in huge amounts of pain, I try to walk in or cycle. But it's why I've got the motor on the trike, because if I can't cycle because of, if I dislocate, you're a bit stuck on a bike. Whereas with the trike, you're not just going to go sideways. But the motor as well is pedal assist.
Okay.
So I use my HMRC grant actually, because it is for work and for me to get in, and it's
People buy cars.
that was the thing. It was, I needed a bike to get in, and it's been fantastic because it only gives me the pedal when I need it, but I've got an override button. So if anything does dislocate, it turns almost like into a little moped. So I don't need to pedal if I'm really in pain or something slips out.
And it just gives you that confidence that
It
whatever the
does.
situation is,
I've had to use the override pedal not because of me, but because a car is about to hit me, and I know it will give me that boost to get out the way. So it saved me a couple of times because you know what running motorcycle.
I certainly do. I don't have any evidence doing that, but I'm very impressed.
It's a turning. People just don't know.
I think there's so much going on at the bottom of London Road as well. I just think people have got too much other.
They're looking in every direction.
So worried about getting hit by a bus themselves that they don't think about hitting somebody else.
And also rushing. Everybody's in a bloody rush.
And I say that when people are doing little speedy bits, I'm like, I think we'll get there 2 seconds faster.
Really.
It's
And
worth
often
that
with
2
me,
seconds.
they've almost took me off the bike, they've pushed in front of me, done all of that, and then they've got to the traffic lights, and I've gone, smile. It's just like, is that really? Come on. Will it really matter? Coming in for the Connie shirt.
Yay! Oh, I'm so happy for you. How long did it take to sell out?
Just under an hour.
An hour?
Oh, wow.
What? Oh my gosh.
I could have sold a lot
Oh,
more, but I didn't have the material.
No.
And I'd already sold 7 privately. So before I managed to get them out, because basically friends and family had gone,
Hello.
Florrie's going to be busy.
yes, she's like, okay, how many? Oh, okay.
Ready for when?
Well, she's in America on June the 6th, so she's leaving on the 5th, so I'm getting them on the 4th. Yeah. But I'll do the finishing and stuff because I do the top bits, but the actual bulk of it, she's so good.
I was going to say if it does get to that point and she is going, just let me know.
Oh, bless you.
I'm happy to help.
Thank you so much.
She's got the overall.
Well, that's it with me. Like I was saying, it'd be really cool if I could come up and use them. We'll do some other skill swaps and material offcuts and all those kind of things. I think I've got some more Italian actually somewhere if you need it. So I don't know whether you're doing a workshop at any point soon or.
I think we're still thinking about possibly doing one at the festival, at the sewing camp.
Yes.
That's the kind of thing.
Overlocking
Reusable
one.
makeup
Yeah,
bag,
that would be a really
makeup
good one.
wipes even.
Yeah, overlocking was one of the ones people wanted to do, so that would be
That's a big
nice.
project.
And that's an alternative to the online course, so we can sell them the online course afterwards.
This is great.
can't talk work now because I'm getting stressed about the things I need.
Go
Go back to the sewing.
Think about it. Put a strawberry in your mouth.
Sorry.
Also, there's
No, it's okay.
That's
It's just I was
that,
like,
is this a worky, scary thing or a nice worky thing of thinking about the? Is it the ball?
The dressmaker's ball.
Yes.
Oh,
Or is that
so-
scary
well,
worky thing?
that's
So we've
not still in the
decided-
nice stages for me.
Yes, definitely. We've decided that we don't think we're going to do the theme at the moment this year because we just feel like it's too big. And it's too much of a risk and it's a big financial outlay. It's a big steps at a time when we just don't know. Just
Not
really don't know.
everyone,
We think
not
people
all
will be
our
interested.
previous guests will want to come back yet.
Yeah.
And we may or may not be able to get new guests
Yeah.
to balance it out.
So Emma's been in touch with the city rooms.
Oh, lovely.
Where we had it before, and we think we're going to do it there again. Their minimum is something like 100, but they can cater for up to 120. And I feel quite confident about doing it there again. We know what to expect.
almost looks like a
Oh, that's gorgeous.
I've not pattern matched. I'm
No,
sorry.
we weren't trying to.
No, that's
You have seen it.
it.
So we're basically doing that again, but with the lining fabric. And before we sew it together, we just need to interface the rim, so it's got a little bit of stiffness to it. So
I've never interfaced. Wow, excellent. A learning opportunity.
Yeah. See, every day is a school day.
Piece that we're doing, sorry.
I have used it, but I've only ever used it to stitch things, not so like tiny bits of it. Yeah.
Which is all what we do. So you can put those out and then they iron onto the backs.
Cool.
I'll do that if you're happy to go.
Yes. Is there a particular system allowed? Is that okay too?
those will be fine. Yes.
I have very, very big instructions of what I am allowed to touch or not touch of jewellery.
It was quite a bit more
Yes.
strict than here.
Yes.
This is the workshop space, so it's
Yeah.
for customers.
We have to assume that customers
Sarah's
will
got
touch
her
it.
gorgeous silver scissors, but I expect they're stayed at
Oh
home.
yeah. They're here, but they're hidden.
But yeah, that's exactly
In a
yeah,
magic
that's-
bag.
Anything in this zone is expected to be fair game, and expected to be lost and broken at some point in its life.
Shall I just do it ad hoc, or do you want me to draw around it?
You can do it. Like I would do it. I'm not.
Yeah, I'm going to pin a couple in. So I don't real quick.
Hand sew or folded. Yeah, I can hand sew that, but
This bit, no, I'm going to machine sew. I've just got a little bit more in the width on the bands, and of course I've got no stretch to it at all. So I'm working out how much I can ease it, basically, if I can ease it, basically.
now I get another pant for the studio.
Another one.
Another pant. Thank you for staking that one, by the way.
Yeah, it felt like it needed some support. I know I'm not supposed to, but I did water it because it really needed it.
That's fine.
On
I
Saturday.
think it's fine. So we should probably water it again this week. I think my brain's still in winter watering mode, which
Yeah.
is fortnightly, and I'm like, no, it would be just to get into summer
It was kind of like crispy, the top layer. So
When you
Yeah.
know something needs a drink on it.
that's what I go with me. And that's feeling crispy.
Yeah.
Yeah, the dressmaker's ball. We definitely we'll be doing it at some point, hopefully at the end of this year. And
You were talking about September 9th, has that date changed?
yes, yeah, we'll have. We could still possibly do it then. I don't think that that's a bad date, but we were thinking about moving it a little bit further on so it wasn't so close to the camp.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Like late September, early October.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that's a nice thing. People aren't too got the mindset of I've got to buy things for Christmas. Yeah. But they're still, but they're probably at a point where they're like, summer's over, I've got to go back to work, I've got to do this. It would be nice to have something to look forward to.
Exactly.
That's very much what we want to offer people. Libby and I, my friend Libby, who does a lot of sewing with us, we're talking about doing a Bridgerton themed ball. I think. Yeah.
Ooh, that would be nice.
She was saying that would be good for the camp, and I was like, not really, but
Yeah,
I
it would be
see the
too
beauty.
fancy. Yeah. too fancy. Too fancy.
So we're going with a hoedown type country western theme.
Cool. Yeah, I do. I currently have for sale a nice country and western 1950s belt. If anybody needs to buy one.
That's like you can say dibs.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it's for a 50s one, it's a decent waist size. She's I think she's up to
that's
34.
Oh.
Yeah, she's good. Yeah, I think it's 30 to 34 the waist, which is like, what? 1950. They're normally like this size. American, I suppose, I forget. Yeah, it was a lot bigger.
There was a really good video, was it? I don't remember it was that you shared it or somebody else, but it was pictures of all, not larger size because it wasn't like plus size, but just like normal size women on pattern envelopes and on adverts. Was it you that shared it?
No,
No.
it wasn't. I think I saw it.
Yeah.
So is it vintage
Vintage
adverts, but
yes, with actual like normal size, ankles like that.
Yeah.
Well, the lady I was helping out at York, she was opposite me, and she had the most incredible older lady. She's 73, didn't look it, and it was her first fair with her husband. He died, so she was a bit. And of course, I was like, "You haven't been for a pee, or you've not had a drink." I'm like, "Let me cover your store. Go on, go off and do something." But she had the most incredible patterns.
Really?
She says she's got basically her shed, garage type thing, wall to ceiling, ceiling, wall to wall. And these were 40s patterns originals,
Yeah.
all perfect. I'm like 40s, 50s, 60s, and 70s she had. But I've obviously drawn straight to the 40s. Some of them were 48, 50, 52 busts.
Oh.
I'm like,
Actual
you're
normal
so
size.
rare
Actual
to get
size,
hold of things in that size you could make. I'm like, you really, and people would be interested in copying those because of the sizing.
Exactly.
Yeah, but she did really well. A lot of people obviously there were very, very interested. But I was like, please stop, look away.
Yes.
I already do it. Just don't do it. You're supposed to be working.
Do you think that those were rare because they were made less of, or because people used them and so that they got used up?
I think that just generally households who weren't that size, there were it, but people were bullied into being smaller, especially during the war, because if you were that size, it was either you were unpatriotic and you were eating more than your share, or secondly, it meant you were black marketing. And so, again, it was frowned upon. So even if you were naturally quite large, people really struggled to get down. If you think rationing was just, I mean, I know somebody who did the ration diet for a month to see what would happen, what food you would have, and it was she's an academic and she did kind of experiment research, and did it, but she lost 1.5 stone instantly.
Yeah.
Because of
I have to do that over a year or 5 years like that.
yes, I'm like I could do it for like a week and just get a bit of that. But it was, but she said she felt awful because her body just going from sugar and caffeine and all of those things. But then after about 3 weeks, she said it felt amazing because your body's so, and also she adopted the fact that women wouldn't drive and all those things, so she walked everywhere, didn't use any appliances, which she wouldn't have had. So she had to sweep the
bash the mat, do all of that. So if you think of that, it just wasn't the sugar and the fat. You just couldn't get hold of it. And so it's kind of weird. You do get figure from 30s patterns and you do 40s patterns.
Yeah.
Obviously, the Americans, these were all the barons. Yeah, they were American ones. And that's why they were that size, I think, because the Americans were told the opposite to keep the economy going. Buy.
And that's not stopped.
And
You come across as, wealthy and well off through
makes
it.
the rest of the world think, look at America, they're doing great. That'll do it.
Yes, so the texture side, which you put down, goes on the wrong side of the fabric. Perfect. So that will go under the iron, and you can put the iron on, so you're pressing, you're not ironing, and you can hold it down for 5 to 8 seconds. And then move it.
Does it need to be smaller?
No, it will be roughly the same size. So, I watched probably during lockdown. It might have been afterwards. That show.
Is
on the
the
BBC.
iron on, ready to go?
It might take a minute to warm up. About the corner shop.
Oh yeah.
That was massive.
Yeah, interesting. Not always accurate, which is really
Which
quite
is
annoying.
because they had historians helping.
Oh yeah.
That's,
I get very. My friend Maggie is a costumer, incredible costumer. Maggie Cook, and she did all the costumes for Downton Abbey and all the way along, and she's done them for like Candleford and all those things.
Yeah.
Any period drama, basically.
Yeah.
It's pretty much her landing for the stuff. Yeah. She was making me laugh because I thought, I know that coat. And she's like, oh, yeah. I made myself one. She's like, and then, because it's the coat from Whitnell and I, she made that. Okay. And then she was just going, oh, yeah, it was such a nightmare. When I used to live with the Osborns. What?
As in, whatever her name is.
Yeah, and she's the only lady that Vivian Westwood lets, if her gown goes and needs to be adjusted without Vivian being there to check what happens. She's the only lady she trusts with it. So she goes around to all these styles and adjusts and things. So she is fabulous. But she was just saying she asked for me to be on something recently because she was like, it was so out historically. And they're like, well, we've got an expert. And she's like, yeah, but that's wrong. And it's like, and whereas she said the public won't know. Like, well, some of the public do. Some of the public really know. Yeah, and they'll get really stressed.
Also, the public shouldn't be.
But then it's become
correctly.
a lot of things have become like the whole victory roll that drives me mad thing, that they're two giant Bram Stoker's Draculas on the side of the head. It's like, no, the victory roll was a V that came down the back of your head. And it was, you rolled your hair into basically what is a V like that.
Yes.
And that for V for victory. And it was for a few months near V Day.
Yeah.
But everybody goes, oh, what victory rolls? And I know immediately want those things on the side of the head.
Do you do them the other one?
Yeah, I do explain, this is one, what you want is that, but I'm not going to patronise you, I'm going to take the money and smile.
There's a little bit of education thrown in.
Yeah, I will.
Because I'm
Not let you get away with not knowing.
Does anyone called you up for anything for the what's its face with the Queen? Is that
Oh
Jubilee
yeah,
stuff?
they're banging on it as about dancing, which is not happening.
right.
I really do not want to dance down the mouth.
Oh yeah, my friend's they're going on that, but not dancing, but in the parade thing. She's a bit of a punk rocker, so she's going in her leathers.
Yeah, they've wanted me to go down as the 50s. It's like, no. It's just also, I've got to be mindful of my body.
Yeah.
And I'm also not a royalist.
Yeah.
I think the monarchy should be abolished after Queen is gone. Personally.
I can't really go
Yeah.
down and roll saying that.
Well, I could.
You could.
It might cause
be
problems.
Just a couple.
Probably not that vulgar.
Yeah. Well, yeah. It's the personally. It's the whole thing as well because I don't believe in you should a democracy where there isn't a democracy when you have the crown versus something, because the crown can't be versus itself, so the crown can always get away.
Yes.
And again, my brother-in-law works in Westminster, and he said there are times we know that the crown should have been prosecuted, but we can't because it's crown versus the crown.
Yeah.
I'm just going to put Prince Andrew out there, and then leave it.
Yes.
Yes, which they all know, but they can't prosecute. So it's very frustrating for all involved, and it's mad, isn't it? Yeah, but yeah, you can't have a democracy realistically with the crown versus the crown. If you want a monarchy as a figurehead and have it like that, fair enough. But
When it comes to getting involved with law, it's
Yeah.
to the next level.
and I think it is also a little bit crass when you've got the man sat on the gold throne who's been taken in a gold carriage to talk about austerity,
Yeah.
and people just happen to suck it up when he's going back to his 2.5 million home. It's like, I don't know whether I want to listen to you.
Sorry, you two got a little political again.
I am
Start
going
reining
to
it.
I am going to get involved with the street party in our street, because I believe that actually
That's a
it's
nice
to have an
community.
excuse to do something as a community.
Yeah.
And I'm just up for any excuses to do anything as a community.
I think that side of it is lovely.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, definitely.
I wish there'd
And
been
as I say,
more
I've got no
reasons.
debate.
We should find
More reasons.
reasons
Why
to
does it
do.
have to be? And I think I always say
I guess it's tradition, like that's what's
Yeah.
driving those, and we find new drivers.
Yeah, I always say this because I'm not particularly religious, but a lot of festivals want to do with religion, and there should be some more non-religious festivals as well.
Well, yeah,
Don't forget the religious ones. Let's do all of those, but equally, let's say
Some
some.
more in the year.
I don't know.
Not that-
National Sewing Day. Everybody get involved.
It's one of the things like that Americans do well. They have a lot of like their national holidays because they're so patriotic about themselves.
Yeah.
Like I'm not saying that there's ways to create these new holidays, aren't there? And we should.
We should just celebrate more stuff more, shouldn't we? Rather than being so down about things that are wrong.
We are so lucky in this
Yes.
country. We have a wonderful country. I would rather, if you think,
well, on the way here, into work today, I had a lady come up to me, and that's a Romanian lady, and she had a big issues, and she's like, nobody's brought anything today, and I'm like, "Well," and she just said to me, she had a little, somebody had given her McDonald's voucher thing for $1.99 meal, and she was like, I was like, hungry, and I was like, I looked at her. So I took her to McDonald's and brought her a big meal,
Yeah.
and then ended up with all the homeless guys on the way to go to McDonald's. Do you want anything? Do you want anything?
Yeah.
3 bags of stuff. So, like, there we go. Fed everyone. Now I'm going to go into work.
We should celebrate. I know we did it for the anniversary, but like the founding of the NHS. And like,
It's
that kind of,
wonderful.
like that should be an annual. That would be an annual thing.
Yeah. Hey, I'm not clapping.
Yes.
And remember the clapping when you got them both of them. I've got no resource.
I had a really good experience with the NHS this week because my daughter's been complaining of stomachache. And the doctor that we went to see, so on day 5, the GP. And he had to sit that day and had called in the middle of the afternoon because that's when she got sent home from school. And he took it very seriously, and I just felt like
So
were
easily
listened to.
actually
yeah.
listened to, and because she's only little, so she doesn't really think, other than my tummy hurts, there's not a lot she can say. So it's like, I was just like, this is what we needed. This is what it should be.
Yeah. Bless her.
Claps to him. He was just all open as well, just one of the.
Yeah. Am I stitching that the way I did the others?
Exactly the same way. Yes.
Well, I set up year till 3 because I've got things to do, and now I've got involved in making that hair, and I want to finish my hair.
And you'll finish it off if you need to go. Quarter of an hour, you can do it. Maybe. Well, you can do like one side. You've done
like the main part of it.
I've gotten gross now.
We can finish it for you, but equally, we can also encourage you to finish it yourself. Just tell us what you need from us. We're sewing enablers, not sewing pushers.
We can get pushing.
Oh yeah, I bet the
Enabling is much better.
Tell you what, on Saturday, when I was doing the jeans workshop, then I was becoming a sewing pusher. They were all doing so well, but it just always gets to like 3 o'clock on the Sunday. It's just like, you can see everybody's flagging.
Yeah,
Right, come on, T, come on, you can do this.
Did everybody leave with a pair of jeans?
2 people left with an almost complete pair apart from the hems. One person, again, was nearly there. I think she hadn't put her back pockets on. And then another person said right from the very beginning she just really wanted to concentrate on pattern amends and learning all about that. And she was taking it very easy. And that's what she wanted. So that is what we facilitated. She was delighted. It's almost about finding out what people actually want to get out of.
Yeah, it is. As well, because what you think they might want and what actually they want can be very, very different. I know from doing hair workshops, it's like a totally different way. You think they're going to want is not what they actually want. And it must be very hard gauging what level, because I have people that come and then, you get talking to them and they've done what they're doing with lots and lots of things.
Which can be quite difficult in its own sense, because you have to teach the basics if it's a beginner's class of any kind. You have to teach the basics.
And then you've got the ones that she never used a grip and had no comprehension of what she needed to do with the grip.
Yeah.
It's like,
That would be
wow.
How do you teach somebody
assuming-
something that is muscle memory?
Well, and crossing them to stop them falling out.
Oh,
Or
yeah.
just cross everything. That's what the little ridges are for.
Okay.
So one goes over the other. And then that's it. You can't change it.
Because
the only way you can
so
put it out.
when you use them in singles, they're rubbish. So
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Your head's way too thick to use a single grip. You'd have to always cross.
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously it wouldn't work.
There you go, we've learned.
I am thinking back to my wedding day when I had a hairdresser do my hair, and the end of the night was like, I think it was about 70 clips. Just kept coming.
1,000. Jethro says I sweat them. He's like, how do you do
For a while, our cat used to find them and play with them. Find them in the house, but she's just not recording them. There's so many.
Oh, that's another one of them.
My cat is she's a year older than Mia, so she'll be 6. So like not a kitten, but also not like old lady yet. And so I had her. She's in the conservatory and she can't get through without someone opening the door. So she's like, what is that? And then I heard her like doing a different kind of noise now. So I had a look and I was like, oh, is she okay? But she found one of the balls to play with, so she just entertained.
I've done that the wrong way, haven't I?
Yes.
Oh,
Oh no.
I just noticed that. At least I noticed it. Have we got another pickup?
Here you go.
Thank you, my darling. I just thought to do that.
Yeah.
And I'm going to really good during this one. aren't
Yeah,
I?
it's gonna be one of those beautiful stitchy.
Yeah, it is. It's really strange. Pay attention.
Not till after work now, so it's going to be
Thursday.
around 5:30. Yeah.
It was nice this morning though. We had 1.3 people.
What?
Four people.
Briefly,
Yeah, I think I came down in the lift. I found a woman wandering around near our workshop. And I was like, hello? And she was like, I think I'm lost. I was like, oh, you'll be one of the Samuels. Come on, we'll get you downstairs.
we always ask them, "Are you okay to get out by yourself?"
Yeah.
And not someone. Liz had me walk her out because last time she got locked in the garden. She was not repeating that experience.
I think when I was first here, it took me a while to get used to it.
It's like there's a lot of flaws, more than you'd expect.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're like,
And I think the first time I
but there's
pressed
nothing
the
to do.
I've done the press the lift wrong, and you come out the other side
Yeah.
on 3,
Yeah.
and I was like, because I thought the next floor up would be 3 from
Yeah.
me. So I just went, oh, the next one above me, because I was going upstairs, and then it opened on the other side, and I was like, well, I've gone into some kind of twilight zone. I don't know where I am. This has never happened
The
before.
picture frame.
Speaking of the Studio 10 though, still feels like no one's actually moved into it.
She is in there.
She's like,
Yeah, but
she's
she's
a mannequin in an empty set of shelves.
but she's a international model.
Oh.
So she was doing that because COVID, she couldn't travel and do stuff, but I met her,
Yeah.
this Amazon kind of lady,
Yeah.
gorgeous, very tall and very, very slim.
Mm.
And yeah, she said she was off to New York, she got work, and then she was going to Paris and she didn't know where she'd be. So I've not seen her since.
I hope she's okay.
Yeah, so it's like, okay, yeah.
Fair.
She's like, yeah, New York, Paris, Leicester. Yeah.
I want to go back to New York.
You just need to be aware of when they're there because we quite regularly, with the blinds down on this side, just strip off. It's just, I mean, to be honest,
You do know that
care.
we can also see into these 2 windows from downstairs, because I always look up to check if you're in.
That's okay.
I actually do it about here.
Oh, then no, I can't see that
No,
far.
no.
As long as you're not like
About
popping
here.
it out right in the front window.
Yeah, no, I don't tend to stand at the window and go, hey.
Give the girls an airing.
Come on. Oh, yeah, that's it. Bit of fresh air.
Only on Tuesdays.
It's my other business anyway.
I'm scared Tom.
I haven't seen him for a while, actually.
I was home last week. And by last week, I mean somewhere between last Wednesday and Tuesday. Crikey. Yes, it's fit.
So she said she might pop up between her workshop client and her going to ballet. So if she can, yes.
Tell us all about her workshop client if she might need to switch the trolley.
She seems like a lovely lady.
We've got a couple of people joining us at the moment on YouTube.
Oh.
Hi.
I think I've done exactly what I did for you, Claire. Got my notches the wrong way.
There you go. I believe I've done it correctly this time.
Second time, it's not bad.
So,
So you can put the crown on first if you want to, because then that stops you doing this mistake getting the things on the
okay.
wrong way. So you find the smaller side, the smaller
So
one,
the crown will be on this.
and at the smaller edge.
Okay. Do the same. So the inside smaller edge.
That one.
And then I'll need to.
2 little bonnet sleeves.
There you
There you
go.
go.
Cute.
With a strange bra.
And now I feel you need to wear that.
With the strings.
This is going to be a whole different YouTube channel.
They
Yeah,
There's
definitely
no
make
notches
sense.
on this one. Do I just?
Oh, that's just lazy cutting.
On my part, admission
That's
is
over
over
there. That's that end. Yeah, so the end. Thank you, darling.
Teas or coffees, anyone?
Oh, a cup of tea would be fantastic, please. Not ready for coffee. I'm saving coffee for this evening.
Are you tea or coffee?
Whatever you're doing, I mean,
We've got both.
It's just instant coffee, so it's not
Making fancy, but
I might have a real just strong tea if that's
yes,
possible.
of course.
best way. Best.
Make it so that's
Good
it.
girl. You can't stand you. I think it was Gert said to me, who used to be downstairs, when I made him a cup of tea, he said to me, if it's not the colour of He-Man, it's not proper tea. That was his gauge. Again, cultural reference, I don't know anything. Yeah.
I am a bit controversial because I like very strong tea. I also like a lot of milk.
As long as there's tea in your tea,
Like-
that's my problem. When
It-
people like go like that with the tea bag out
Yeah.
and kind of phrase it.
Freya likes a tea latte.
Yeah, pretty much. That's a good way of
Oh.
expressing.
You ever had chai tea? You'd love
Yeah, I do like
tea,
chai
then.
tea.
Yeah, I'm gonna say you're gonna be a chai tea girl.
I've had proper masala tea made by my friend who is Indian, and it took like, she's like, I'm going to make you proper stuff. It's going to take about half an hour.
Yeah. Gotta infuse everything.
Yeah. Star anise and all sorts of things.
Like,
See, that's the thing with English tea. It's very much a make it fairly quickly and down it very quickly.
yeah.
If you're going to spend time making a lovely infused mix, then you've got to rest.
Savour it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Savor it.
Then
yeah.
she gave me like a really small cup of it, which I was like, oh, well, yeah, okay.
It's quite
But you can
strong.
have some more, but
In case you don't like it, was it?
no, it was just basically it's so strong that I'd probably, and it was really sweet as well because she'd sweetened it with I don't know if she used like evaporated milk or something.
It's
Yeah.
carnation.
Yeah.
It's the
Yes,
standard.
Yeah.
Obsessed. My husband's half Anglo-Indian, and so yeah, really weird. My dad's very un-Indian. And so Jethro, I think, really wants part of all of that, and so he always goes and has masala tea. And yeah, no, his dad gets very annoyed and goes, "Give me one." It's just like, what are you doing?
I make a pot, it always tastes better in a pot.
Oh, I always make pots at home.
One of my crochet to dos is a pot. Not a pot, obviously, a cozy, a pot cozy.
Yeah, well, I actually need a coffee. I have a coffee pot,
Oh yes.
and I've got lots of tea cozies. I need to make a coffee pot.
My mum's made a sewn one before. It's like a wrap.
Yeah. Well, my knitting skills are about as good as my sewing skills.
Like a pot would, a cozy would take me about 3 months to knit.
I'm not. I can knit basics. I'm fine with that. Again, the first thing I ever knitted, Jeffrey was laughing at me. It's like, oh, the first thing I ever knitted was a bolero with a bow on it. It was like, that's a bit. And I can't repack. So again, like with the baking, I have to wing it.
Yeah.
It's just
I think with knitting, so I've much granny square crochet, and I'm sticking with it. I like it. I'm going to do that forever and ever. But I think with knitting, because I don't have the attention span to like sit and refer back to a pattern all the time.
that's why I just wing it.
I like a repetitive, and then just
Measuring
purling.
system.
And knitting and purling, I get bored with, so I don't bother picking it up because I don't want to pick it up. I don't. It's boring. So like, I'm glad I've learned how to crochet this last year, so that I can do
Crochet.
what I want.
I
Yeah.
cannot crochet.
Literally learned over the last year, and I've made 3 blankets and a cardigan, which is still in progress. But I've gone mad with my cardigan colours, so it's like all different colour squares. And I'm going to do some cuffs and some things, but I've got to finish. I've got to finish
Oh
something.
no, I'd love to be able to. I used to see my friend when she was having a chemo, and she'd be crocheting, and she'd be even through like cancer.
Yeah.
It's like leave me alone. It's just clean. I just can't do that. I taught myself to knit.
Yeah.
And I got that pretty easily, but I can't do any of the fancy stitches and things. And I make myself things. I'm currently almost finished. Jethro,
a kind of like 1950s sweater.
Yeah.
But again, I've not done it. I've just made it up.
Yeah.
Because I can't read it. But I'm also number dyslexic, so that doesn't help.
No, it won't.
They go, they just look. And I'm reading it all the way around, which I didn't realise.
As a dyslexic, I appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm slightly letter
Ooh.
dyslexic, not as much as I am number.
Yeah.
I'm pretty, it's just D's and B's I can't distinguish against.
Yeah.
And I put them both running around one way. I was only diagnosed recently because when I was at college, I brought in a lady to look at some of the kids I thought might be. And then we were talking, she's like, well, you're going to notice it if you're being dyslexic yourself. I was like, am I?
She just diagnosed you.
Yeah, I'm like, really? Oh, I just thought I really just. Is that acceptable, my darling?
That looks lovely. So just make sure you're straightening the fabric out as you go, so that you're not getting any puckers.
Let's put another pin there. Just
In it. I like to sew quickly, so I don't often pin, but when I'm doing this kind of thing, I've got like 1,000 pins.
yeah. Well, it's
There's
just
no point sewing it quickly and then unpicking it again.
yeah. That's the. I'm just going to be slow and steady.
This one is also very, very, very cute. I'm still in love with that one.
You're going to have made about 15 by the time I've done one. Aren't you?
I'm only on number 2, and I started before you got here. It's not.
She's a sew-a-thon post. Get some out there.
It's, endurance though, rather than accuracy.
Oh, I'm built for endurance, not for speed.
But yes, I've got quite a list of crochet projects I want to make now, and I do feel that's more achievable than the list of knitted, like the same list of knitting.
Yeah, I can see that. Knitting can be quite daunting. Especially all the terminology can be very. And then there's a lot of speed knitters out there that are terrifying. I watch things.
My grandma, she was so fast. She put me off
Yeah,
because I was like, I can't ever do it. At
Yeah,
that
you can't
speed.
aspire to do that because it's just so scary.
No.
one of the things I've realised though as well is speed knitters are often retirees, not always, but often.
Yeah.
And it's not just that they can knit fast; it's also that they have a lot of time and go. Even if they're going to socialise, they might take. So it's my hour in the evening is not going to compare with 12 hours a day.
Yeah.
To make a jump on.
Yeah, I might sit in bed and try and make my brain switch off.
Mm-hmm.
Problem is, it does that too well for me. Literally, I can do
Yeah.
half an hour and then I'm asleep.
Can't be knitting is too, let's say, either too taxing or too boring.
Yeah.
It's not the right balance.
I find toddler kids books the same.
Oh, I don't know how you read because I used to do it for my nieces and then I'd be on bed with them.
You get like your third or fourth book, or quite often.
I'm so strict. I'm like 2 is the maximum.
It needs to be because I'm literally falling asleep.
Yeah.
I'm like reading a word, but my head is just going, and my eyes are rolling. Yeah, really good. And then he just says to me, "Sleep with me for a bit, mummy," and I go, "Yeah, okay."
She knows.
Shift over.
Have you got any favourite kids' books at the moment, Sarah? Anyone that you're reaching for?
I've got Who Ate Auntie Iris?
Who Ate Auntie Iris?
Yeah,
Oh, that's a
about
good question.
chinchilla.
Oh,
And she lives on the 5th floor, but she lives above a wolf and a lion.
oh,
things.
I hope that
Is
was
that kids'
cheap rent for Mrs. Ginger.
So yeah,
That's
it's quite scary actually. Matt was reading it like, is this really child appropriate? And then what about Watch Out for That Muddy Puddle or something like that, which is all about the things that could be in muddy puddles.
Oh.
And that was like, if I read her these 2 books, I need to
She's
read
gonna be
something really,
traumatized.
yeah, like fluffy, like why are unicorns fluffy or something like that. Yes, that seems quite extreme.
Yeah. So I'm reading Yoga Babies.
Okay.
We're the yoga babies. Look what we can do. It's a Fern Cotton one actually. But it's very cute. It's got like the nice little rhythmic rhyme.
Does she? Obviously, she does write books then.
Yeah, she does. She's done some like self-help ones as well. She must have found some inner peace at some point in the last 5 years. 10 years.
We made her wedding dress.
Oh, really?
I really want to meet Maggie one day, but I'm also madly into
She's the sweetest lady you ever meet.
So it's like Esme.
Esme, the goddess. I think she'd be the best night.
I think you have a
Night
wild
out.
time, definitely.
Don't you think?
Yeah.
Because she's like, she used to go to Studio 54 and hang out with Bowie and Jagger and all of those lot.
But she would be one of those people that you'd be out with and she'd know.
She'd out drink you.
Yeah, definitely.
That's perfect. I don't know.
I would have preferred it just 2 shades darker, but
2 shades more.
I'm afraid that's not. Thank you. I'm still getting to know the teapot.
I will make a crochet hat for it at some point. Crochet. Oh, a hat for the teapot. Yeah. That's what my dad would want it. You ever find yourself feeling like your parents, just like oddly like that phrase is directly from my heart.
Oh, no, as you get older, it gets worse. It really gets a lot worse. Projects.
Oh, well, I've got some finishing off.
Yeah.
So those I think we should just overlock on the outside. So I'll overlock it, and those just need the top stitching that everyone's using the same machine. So I was ready to do them. It's good. We are 6 hours into our 12-hour sew-a-thon, so. But we've also. I was going to say we've been very productive, but we've had a lot of help this morning. So I think we should definitely set our standards at an appropriate place for this afternoon.
No, we've had no help. There's no evidence. No, it was all us.
You've also had hindrance and fun.
Wonderful teaching opportunity.
Makes me want to make more of these hats for me and my girls. We don't need them. We've got like 3 each.
I was going to say, I'm sure your family has enough.
Yeah, and my mum makes them as well.
Oh,
So
wow.
yeah, the girls definitely have hats plenty.
Well, I actually don't. So if you do want to make
Yeah.
one, then
Yeah, well, not today because today is charity sewing. But if I still have the energy for them, I will make another one and I'll give it to you. Oh yeah, so that's actually like an actual encouragement to actually do it and not just say it. So.
How old was she, Mary?
3. She wants a unicorn party with a flower cake.
Nice.
And that has stayed consistent for the last 2 months, that request. So that's definitely what's happening. Went on to Tesco's online and put in the word unicorn to see what kind of food came up. There's a lot.
That's good.
But all absolute crap.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, for the second, you did quite a good. You managed to find some bear themed, nutritional food as well, didn't you? So
Definitely.
I can't imagine unicorns go well with nutritional.
Yeah.
Unicorn fluffings, sugar, sparkles, glitter, all of those things, particularly.
Just full on girlifying it, is she? That's
She'll be onto something different by next year, so I'll just go with it this year.
Oh yeah, like I had a small freak out when Mia's favourite colour was pink, but now it's red and gold. So like,
It just moves on. Well, as we know, it's purple because told me today she wanted to wear purple. She's known any purple clothes at all.
I think the next stage is always purple, isn't it? My nieces did pink, then purple, and now one's black.
Oh.
Everything's black.
it's not technically a colour.
It's all black. She painted her bedroom.
Oh, really?
Oh, really?
Was that a bit of a surprise, or was it planned?
Well, no, my sister said she could do it any colour she wished.
Okay.
She regretted that.
It's the kind of thing you say.
But her sitting in her room coding with my sister going, why don't you go out into the world? She's now got her first job and earns more than her dad, so she's kind of like, oh, right. You did all right. I'm leaving you be. You know what you're doing.
Is she in computer coding now?
Yeah, well, we're not quite fully sure what she does.
Like your sister.
Yeah, my sister
Yeah.
like that. She did physics at uni, and then she got a job at Next doing merchandising, and now then something to do with some computer programming, and then now she's working for ASOS again. But like, she's it's just her dream job.
Side of things.
But like, she's just I don't know what she does. She does numbers.
Yeah. Well, I don't mean it like that. I mean it. She can't tell us.
Oh.
Obviously, my husband teaches coding,
Yeah.
so some of it has worn off on me, unfortunately. But
I do need to learn some. Every time Skillshare
you do,
stuff
don't
comes
you?
up, I do need to learn some.
I'm not saying
don't tell him that.
Yeah.
He will come in. If you stitch him something, he will come in and teach you.
I don't know if you want my stitching. Sarah's the stitcher. She's got that skill.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm making a fair pair of Oxford bags, probably not very well.
Oh my God, he would love you forever. Oh my Lord,
I
yeah.
don't know. I'd love to work with some vintage menswear patterns, actually.
Is that what you're going to be doing with?
No, I'm going to be doing regular, like quite basic menswear
Nicking a
patterns, but
cake.
it can
Oh,
be
please do,
vintage
please
or
do.
vintage.
Yeah.
Just because the main aim of the menswear patterns is to get men who might have considered sewing but actually don't like any of the patterns that are out there. And they don't mind anything fussy or fancy or.
Dave would be a good person
Yeah.
to talk to about it because he's got like he likes he's a bit trendy.
Yeah.
But he's not like
That's not
but
out
he's
there
very
prints than a lot of
yeah.
people, but a lot of people they just want like a nice check shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nothing really fancy, but actually getting the pattern that makes it easy to pattern match, that makes it easy to insert the collar and do a cuff placket without it being really fun. Like Matthew. Matt's trying to do a cuff placket at the moment. He's done one, but the other side is really well. He's done one, and he feels like
is it
it's
mirrored?
an achievement. It is.
That's see, it shouldn't be because that's you have to then mirror it. And I see why it should be mirrored, but also like
But it's just the fact that he's done one and it was such an effort and so fiddly. He now just can't bring himself to do the next one. It was hard work. Simplest versions of menswear patterns. Yeah.
No, I think with Jethro, he would like. I think he'd be good sewer because he's so anal.
He would follow instructions.
And because coding.
Yeah.
He goes every time he looks at any patterns, he's like, oh, it's just code.
Mhm.
It's just code.
They break down the instructions really well. Like Matt does
Yeah.
that. He's really good at just literally like says this, I'm doing this.
And he would want it to be. Everything has to be. When he was a punk in punk bands, he used to have a stay press like through the seam of his trousers that belted around his bum. It's just like you can't really,
and like did he have a mohawk and it had to be like
oh god, measured,
right.
thingy, everything. So it's just like, you're not you couldn't rock and roll there, are you? Everything's
it's an ethos then. Was he in Leicester in the
he teaches kind of games coding at DM.
I feel like you'd know my dad because my dad was in that scene. My dad's passed, so like he was most recently one of his many jobs was with the libraries, and he did quite a lot of archiving and stuff. So there's
What name was it?
Ian Burley.
I bet he does. Probably will. I'll mention it to him. Yeah.
So he was doing a I can't remember what he called it, something like an old rockers reunion, and he was compiling accounts of Leicester in the 70s and 80s.
Oh, right, cool. Because somebody got in touch with Jethro recently because they'd done a similar thing, but they'd done it with the 90s bands.
Yeah.
And yeah, because Jethro was in hardcore bands at that point, and somebody had put together like the best kind of bands that used to play around, and they were tagged in it and put it out there. And it's
What does he used to do?
he's a bass player.
Oh, really?
He plays flute originally.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I cannot imagine that.
So this is
Wow.
my mum runs a music group for babies, and she helps on a little bit about starting with that and then getting kids into instruments, because you can learn musical skills. When you want to join a band, you can take your
Yeah.
flute and turn it into a bass. Like
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's it. He plays bass guitar, and he's trying to learn gypsy jazz guitar at the moment. So yeah, he picks all the easy stuff like that. Yeah, it's double bass he's playing.
Yeah.
He can play bass guitar, but it's
Oh, I
double
love
bass.
that kind of
Yeah.
music.
So we now have a massive double bass in the spare room.
Does he know? This is also my mum's project. She works with drum and brass
Yes.
about their orchestra.
All right.
It's open to everyone, ages 5+, and it's an encouragement for people to play their instruments with an orchestra. But like, and it's
Really cool.
it's really and so it's like there's focus on the children, because there's always a focus on the children.
Yeah.
But it's open to absolutely everyone to come
No, that's a
along
great idea.
and stop that kind of music being elitist.
Yes.
And this is the only other orchestra apart from symphony in Leicester.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that was the point. There's nothing for people to join in.
An anti-establishment
for fun,
or-
for the enjoyment of music.
Yeah. Just going and having a go.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And they took the kids to the symphony at the NU, and then they did a little concert in the tuition. And so like these kids, some of them literally know 2 notes, and like they and the skill is acceptable. That's level of skill acceptable from children to adults. It doesn't matter. Yeah, it's lovely.
Maybe I should go along with my violin.
You should.
Because I'm terrible. That's awesome.
If you can
I've got a cornet.
That's it.
We'll go. I can only make a noise out of it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Well, just time that into the music.
Yeah, I hate the sound of my violin so much I don't practice.
Yeah.
And I know if I practiced I'd get better.
Then you'd stop
but it's so bad. It's so
Time.
awful.
I need to go. Somebody else is going to have to finish my
I'll finish it.
backpack.
Not a problem.
I almost got there.
We will finish.
There's
Don't worry.
do go, because there's like top stitching and stuff you have to do as well. So you'll be here longer than you'd want to be.
But I'm actually quite
I will show you the same photo.
quite proud. It's not quite in line there, which I'm quite
But
order.
that is why I do mine off centre. So I
So
do
that-
mine.
That one's in 9.
Oh, nice. So I do mine. So that seam's there, and then that seam's there.
Yes.
So then because I'm not a very precise person, so that allows that to not matter. So this is
That is the key, isn't it? Learning
Knowing
what you're
yourself.
good at.
Yeah.
And
Because I'd lined
learning
that
ways
up
around
really
it.
nicely, and I thought I've got a nice little cross there. Is that what you're supposed to do? No idea. But yes, I've really enjoyed myself. Thank you, ladies.
It's been a very nice chat.
I would
It's
say
so
please
fun.
do come up and sew with us again, but obviously allow, when you need some downtime. 4 hours of downtime.
Yeah. I got engrossed.
Yeah.
I was like,
No,
I
it's
need to be
enough.
out by 3 o'clock.
It has
Yeah,
been
that's good.
This was a bit of time for you.
Yes. Well, I've got to get back and sterilise 2 sets of kit because I've got wedding trials all day tomorrow. So thank you. Yes.
Is it local or?
It's Melton Mowbray, so it's not too far. So not too far. Yeah. It's just getting up and getting there before the traffic.
Yeah, because you need 2 separate kits, don't you? If you're doing 2 in one day.
Yeah. So
And they're both local to North Mowbray.
it's being at the bride's house. So yeah. It's,
So it's,
yeah. So she's kind of everything. She's the best woman. So yeah. And I could have kissed her because the lady also I'm doing it. I don't know if she still is. She used to be an academic, and I've done her hair many years ago.
Yeah.
She called me back to do a wedding, and it just made me laugh because the whole thing about the victory roll thing. She sent a picture of her friend saying, "Oh, she'd like a victory roll," and I was like, "Okay, I'm fine. I can live with this. It's all right." And then she was like, "You know the one at the, where it goes all the way around and down into a V at the back." And I was like, "Oh my god!"
The proper one.
I was like, "I knew I loved you. You might get a discount on the wedding."
Noted.
I was like, "Come on, thank you. You're gonna look brilliant."
people have buns if they have the fake ones? Like, is that what they go for instead?
You generally tend to have like a full roll. Like a
Yeah, it's
centre
usually
roll.
kind of, they do it from the
Like,
side and kind of up that
So then what
way.
happens at the back?
Well, business at the front, party at the back. It does end up a bit like a mullet. It's it all depends. Some I usually set their hair.
Yeah.
A lot,
So it's
the modern way because a lot of vintage hairdressers don't set hair.
yeah.
They'll just go from thingy, then they'll just have a straight straggly back, and it just looks weird.
But or curling irons, and then it drops out during the day.
Well, it shouldn't. I mean, I use curling irons, but if you do it correctly, I mean, I think.
And
You
you
know,
know,
great.
setting spray.
If you use, yes, I should have brought it up. Hi. If you use fingernails, wet sets are always going to stay way longer.
Yeah.
Always. But my hot tongue sets, I think generally people get 2 or 3 days out.
Yeah.
So I did a wedding recently and the makeup.
Yeah.
And then they'd invited, because it's a friend, and she said, "Oh, just pop in." And well, she's not a friend, we've become that, you know.
Yeah.
And I was booked in for the wedding before, but we've ended up doing stuff together. And so, yeah, and I went in the evening, and it was like, she's there dancing on the table at 12 in the completely blotto. And yeah, she was just looking around like, my hair and makeup's still gorgeous. I'm like, yes, my work here is done. I can go home now. I know it's okay. But yeah, no, I love doing it. It's a lot of fun. And it is nice as well because I've worked a lot with often quirky. I do proms and things. They're quite quirky kids, and they're often the one that's been picked on a bit.
Yes,
they're a bit
to shine.
bit different.
Themselves,
Yeah. And I think because they don't want to go all tanned and nails and mini skirted and you know all of that. And
Dress how they want.
yeah, and
Beautifully.
yeah, and I think the vintagey thing kind of works with that. I do it rather than pin-up stuff. I do very classic, which is why I end up doing weddings a lot. So, but I quite like doing that. I remember one girl just going for the first time. She felt confident doing something at school. She was 15 or whatever. It's like it's really. I know that hair and makeup's just really frivolous, but in that way,
But also
it gave her the confidence. To
it's how we present ourselves to the world and how we
Yeah.
present ourselves to the world. It's important.
Yeah.
I mean, it can change attitudes, our own and other people's.
Yeah. And it is a weird thing because I think,
Houses.
yeah, but also doing it for yourself. I think a lot of people. I think I told you the woman when I used to walk into here every day. She stopped me to say one day after a while. She said, "Where do you go that makes you wear fancy dress every day?" And I'm like, I don't.
Me?
I'm work for myself. This is just my clothes. And she was so confused. And then she just turned to me like, "Why do you make so much effort?" Got really angry with me, and I was like,
Because it makes me.
and after a while, I really shouldn't have, but I just went, well, "Why don't you bother?"
Yeah.
She was like, "Oh, that's rude," and I'm like, "Well, what's this?"
Yeah.
It's like,
Commenting on my appearance.
Yeah,
when
but it
you
is
want
a-
to comment on yours.
it's kind of this is just me, and it's how I feel. And I had a guy at Dolly Mix Vintage when he came in and said to me, "You know, if you didn't do all this, you'd be a lot." This is a few years ago. "You'd be a lot prettier, but more attractive to men." And I was like, "Oh wow, I didn't realize." Oh, thank you for that information, because that's my only goal in life. I woke up this morning and thought, "How many men am I?" And I ran with this for about half an hour at him, and he's like, "You're being sarcastic." Yes, I am.
How did you notice?
I've been sarcastic at you for at least half an hour now.
It's just like, really, you think that's a thought you really think that's a thought that's gone through my head? I will do it all the more. I mean, for the next few days, I look like I walked off the set of a film because I've just gone for it. Big, oversized, 40s lips, the hair up here. It's just like, yeah, go.
And that's the thing. Sometimes I wear makeup, sometimes I don't.
And that's the thing. It's up to
always
you.
look me. Like that's what I've realised. I used to not. I used to feel like I should, especially when I worked in an office. And it's something that only like in the last few years I've really started to kind of own. Like if I want to wear makeup, I will. If I want to wear a lot of makeup, or accentuate certain bits, I'm doing it because I've looked in the mirror that morning and gone, your eyes look nice. You make a bit more of an effort with those, or a bit more focus on them.
Yeah, it's just it's something I was brought up with as well.
Yeah.
And I think that's my nan wouldn't even do the front step without a brooch and a lippy on. And so it was, yeah, ungloved hand on a lady. So yeah.
It's my way of having fun, especially on a day when I think you'll find when I'm having a day where I've got to do some quite serious stuff, like admin or finances or something like that. I put on more makeup because I've got to have a bit of fun.
Yes, colours make you happy.
Yeah.
Colour makes you happy.
Very much so.
And I think, yeah, being able to sew your own things and just have something individual that's you or you really want. And the whole, I'm being bombarded, I think, for my age, I'm being bombarded at the minute with the how to put makeup on over 50. What do women over 50 do that's wrong? Oh, how to make yourself look younger. People are going, why? I thought you were 40. It's like, why the crap can I not look 50? What's the matter with me looking 50? Yeah, why is the worth always in how young I look?
I spent a lot of my time when I was in, especially working next, was trying to look older. Because I wanted to be respected. I wanted to.
Well, you've got that window with a lady between 32 and 45, it seems, that you're acceptable.
Yeah.
Then, yeah, once yes, you've got to be too young, you're too young. And when I was doing corporate stuff, you're far too young, at 28, you can't be doing that, you're far too young. And then it was okay as I got to them. Now, oh, what you're doing a bit past it. Do you know what you're doing? Do you understand that? I'm not dead. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's like, yeah, there's a possibility you're not going to make it home tonight. It is that possibility, yeah. It is a weird thing. It's fascinating, actually.
If you can take yourself away from it and not get too het up in it, it is really fascinating and quite amusing.
Yeah, and I suppose that's the thing for me. I find it interesting, and I hope other women can, because I've always been very lucky in the fact that I kind of, even as a teen, would kind of put, I never fit in. I never looked like anybody else. We had no money as a kid, so I had hand-me-downs. And being the youngest and the shortest, my family were all giants. So my clothes in the 80s were 60s, because they went to my Auntie Geraldine, then to my older sister who's 7 years older, who's 6'4", and then to me. So yeah, everybody else had drain pipes, and there's me in like just capris and little crop tops. It's like,
Before it got you.
I got a business through it, so I can't complain. Right, I'm talking now, and I'm really going. Yes.
We need to make
Good luck, ladies, with the rest of it.
Thank you.
What time do you finish?
10.
We're halfway through. We're halfway.
There's more
minus
sugar to
half
be
an hour.
had. Keep going. Yes. And how do we donate and do all of that?
So on the Big Sew Off website, there is a link to the Just Giving page for Right.
Fabulous. I shall get down there. And hopefully lots of you two people too go to and put a donation.
Thank you so much.
Oh, I'm always, I got everything. I'm notorious for leaving things.
Yeah. We've got that. We've
Yeah,
got
no,
that.
I think I'm.
Yeah, you didn't bring much up, and you're leaving things on purpose. So
Fabulous.
always fascinating conversation. She's just amazing. Thank you. Then after that, you can start something new. Sorry?
I discovered things. So I started listening to a couple of like fashion history podcasts.
Yes, yeah.
No stuff. I don't know stuff. It's because I've been reading very dry fashion history
Okay, yeah.
encyclopedias. This time. This was the fabric that it was made out of. So I started listening to Dressed, which is an American podcast. And that's quite good. But I'm very keen to find any new ones.
What you should obviously do, and obviously this is the opposite of what I'm actually saying, is start a podcast with Claire. Because then she can be the expert, and you can be the naive questioner that you can ask other things. And she'll have like two can be the hosts, so then you'll have your episodes where you don't have guests in, but then you've got all of Claire's people to invite in as guests, so it's not all on Claire to tell you everything. other people can tell you stuff too.
When you decide not to sleep anymore.
Yeah, I was gonna say when you've got an extra 5 hours a week. Then you just visit the school maybe?
Yeah, maybe. It is something that I've often thought about creating a podcast, but I do realise how much hard work it is.
And I feel
And I
like
really
if
respect
you,
the people that do it.
and I think because of that, because of the size of our business, you should do it as a side project because then it's not work, it's a passion project.
Yeah.
And you can enjoy it and not
A bit of fun.
yeah, resent it and have to do it. And of course, Crappy Sew&So will sponsor you. So
Thanks, Crappy Sew&So.
Claire's done most of the work, so I'll get that finished off and then. Awesome.
Yeah, she got so close, didn't she?
But there was like
Very
top
top
stitching, and it would probably take another 40 minutes or so to actually cross the finish line. So I thought best to let her
Relieve
go.
her from her duties.
That's I was under a pick when
It's like me saying to Amy earlier, you need to stop cutting now. So those
those are the only two that she didn't get done. She did well.
amazingly well.
But we have to actually, maybe we should work on some wash bags after this because we'll have 5 hats, 6 burnt cloths, a good half dozen bibs. It's got something red that's fluff. It'll be the toweling, won't it? So like it's just getting everywhere.
Finding little bits.
If I don't take it off, it'll be on the inside of the hat and there forever and unremovable. I'll volunteer to edit your podcast if you want to.
Oh,
Like I like to be involved in these things, but there's too many cooks, and so that's something I could do. Mum's got all the software because she does the one for drum and brass.
I'm like, are we actually doing this?
No, we've got 2 years till Edith's school.
Yes, 2 years to work on it. Well then, podcasts will be dead. They said. I think podcasts are great because you can just listen to them wherever you are usually. Sometimes it takes a bit of prep and you have to download first,
Yeah.
but walking to and from work in the car or whatever.
So I love cycling into work because it's quick. Like I can be here in 15-20 minutes.
Yeah.
And it would take me 40 minutes to walk.
Yeah.
But don't, like when I was walking, when we were close up, because obviously we moved further away from my house, and then my house moved further away from us.
Yes.
So when I could walk into work, I did like listening to podcasts. That was a nice.
It just doesn't feel as
Time.
safe. to
No,
do it
I couldn't do it on a bike.
does it? What I think probably people do, but they should.
I definitely have seen people with headphones in. I'm like, dude, like you are like so gonna get killed. So there is one person watching us right now, and I would really love it if you'd say hello in the comments and tell us who you are. Are you someone we know, or are you someone who's found us through YouTube? Leave us a comment. Tell us, please. So we can talk to you more if we know who you are as well.
Yeah, making these with the overlocker is definitely a lot quicker. Yeah. I'm going to Instagram Live, the next one.
Nice. I did this last time as well. I don't know why. What? Yeah. I've just gone and pinned it nicely, to the wrong side, as in to the right side. So that's going to have to be unpinned and start again. At least I caught it, because that would be a pain in the backside to unpick. What's happening? That way out. Right sides to right sides. So we watched Tick Tick Boom on Netflix, which is a film about Andrew Larson, who wrote Fame, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, Fame. But it's this kind of meta show that he wrote about himself before he got famous. About a failed musical that he wanted to write. It's a bit meta, as I say, but it's really good. It's a musical. It's got Andrew Garfield in, who is one of my celebrity crushes. But there's this song where he's turning 30 in 1990. But it's very identifiable. And then I was like, my mum was like 33 in 1990. Like, no, it took me. It was a bit of a time warp.
Yeah.
And then it was like, oh wait, yeah, my mum's like a human. Was
Yes.
young ones. So I was like, I identify with this, but it's
An age that we are familiar with now.
it was very strange. Really good film. It's a Netflix original. I don't think you've got Netflix, have you?
Yes.
Oh yeah, you should watch it then. And it's a musical. But it's only and it's got some really good bops in.
It's stuck in your brain.
Yeah. I can't sing it now, obviously, because I'm under pressure and they've all disappeared. But yeah, it's all about turning 30. And it's one that Mia really likes, which has a little rhythm line that goes bo 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 bo. So Mia just like bo 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 bo. And she also likes the happy birthday song, she calls it. I was talking to a friend's mum, so she was at a birthday party the other weekend. And they're playing kitchen disco hits. And I was like, this is all the stuff that we like to listen to at home. I was like, what we listen to at home is like Hamilton or Encanto or this random musical from Netflix. We really should teach her more.
And she's listening to
If you're happy and you know.
No, she's listening to I did an orphan bastard, son of a whore. What? She doesn't pick it up, but it's fine. But she's listening to Hamilton, so.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah. Son of a Scotsman, trapped in the middle of a forgotten lot in the Caribbean. Grown to be a hero and a scholar. $10, funny father
I've not
without a
watched any
father.
of
You should.
People always have to watch these things when that's out.
Yeah.
They're out these days.
Hamilton, I'd also recommend doing in parts. So if you've got like half an hour when Matt's out, you can start. But
No, actually, most Wednesday nights he does go off to the pub after running with. Yeah, he has his night off on Wednesday night, but of course, Sewing Bee.
that's
it works at
true.
the moment really well.
Yes,
But,
but you're not going to watch something else while Sewing Bee is an option. So.
Hopefully. Right, I'm going to go now and show how to make a bib. So I have been making, doesn't look much right now, but these overlocked bandana bibs, which Amy very kindly cut out earlier, and we're just making them out of one layer of single jersey and then a layer of this gorgeous bamboo toweling fabric. It's really, really nice and soft, so that'll be lovely for the babies. So I've got one here, and this is going to be a bit tricky, I realise. It's made out of a kind of modal jersey and a terry toweling. So the terry toweling is going to be fine. I'm familiar with that. but it's the modal. It's going to be a stretchy banana. Decided to use the word banana instead of swearing on Instagram. So yeah, I'm going to use some.
Hello, Mum. It's my mum watching on YouTube.
Oh, yes. Hi, Jim. Hello.
I just, yeah, you can. How is everyone at home? I hope everyone's well. You're like the only people watching at the moment. I don't know if anyone's going to watch back, so. But hello. We've made some hats. That's one of the hats we're making, plus a bunch of other things, which we should probably share on Instagram after Sarah's live. And Sarah's live, so I should stop talking.
That's all right. I'm sure people are fascinated by me flipping a bit off camera as well. So I just put clips all the way around just to make sure everything stays together. And then I'm going to run around it and do start at the points. And I've just set my feed at 2, so that's the highest it'll go to stop the bib from stretching out. Then we've got the stitch over shorter or longer, fabric out, or not have the stitches close enough together. And everything else has already been set for the previous fabric, so I'm happy with that. Pop the foot down, and I'm just going to run down. When I get to the curves, you'll see that I'll do it. Make sure I can get around. Just bring you in a little closer so you can really see what is going on. That's quite a nice angle for you to see. So I could really do with a knee lift. Did I tell you, Freya, that I had to go on Helen's Bonina overlocker at the sewing day?
Oh, yes, you did.
And it had a knee lift. That's one thing that I'd forgotten about it, and it was so helpful.
Yes, I
It
love
was really interesting. Like, that's one of the things that I miss about an industrial overlocker.
Yes.
The knee lift.
I do love that on the sewing machines.
I
As well.
don't use it enough though.
No.
I often forget that it's
Because it's extra, like.
yeah, an option. You can see as I'm going around the curves, I'm just lifting the press foot up and then releasing the fabric, which is helping to get a really nice neat curve. Slightly easier bit now. Something's got stuck. So right back here, my needle thread just got stuck. I'm going to clip that off. And then I wouldn't usually recommend doing this whilst the machine is threaded up. I don't really have much of a choice. I'm going to re-thread the needle. Should sort out the problem. This is where knowing what each thread, what part of each stitch each thread makes is really handy, because if you have a problem or an issue, you can easily work out what the culprit is, basically. Just carry on stitching. There is a chance, because it keeps track of my needle is blocked. So that's Thanks so much, everybody who's joining me. I'm just overlocking in little problem. I had one of my stitches earlier on. I've just been able to fix that because of recognising where the before I was familiar with that, I would have had to just take the whole thing out. It means you can actually fix stitches pretty much whilst you're still sewing. You don't end up with any extra tails or anything like that. So what I'm doing is creating a now rather fluffy bandana bib using single jersey on one side and bamboo on the other side, bamboo terry. And we carry on. Just going around the curve here, and as I go, I'm just going to stop and start quite a bit to make sure I get round, and I'm going to lift and lower the presser foot. But whenever I'm lifting the presser foot, I'm making sure that my needles are in the fabric still, so it stays anchored. Another thing to be really careful of at this point is just like feeling where your layers of fabric are. Oh, my battery's gone. Getting way too good at ignoring the low battery and warnings. I don't know why.
So it's my mum on YouTube. I don't know if I said that. I can't remember. And apparently Evie is transfixed.
Oh, Mommy's on TV.
But also probably, why is she here?
Yeah. Something's gone wrong. Mommy has got eaten by the TV. How did this happen?
And someone else has joined. Hello to the new people following. So I was just doing a live, so on Instagram. So that's why I couldn't talk to you. But it's nice to have you join us. And I'm just going to turn this little bucket hat, which is currently inside out, to the right way out, and do some top stitchings. And that's where we've made one already. This is the first one finished. This will be the second one finished, and we've got a third one that's like halfway there as well. So the hats are almost done for this section of the day. So I've left a little hole in the one of the seams of my hat, and I'm going to reach in and find the opposite edge and pull that through like so. And here, is this gorgeous little purple hat that I've made. So obviously, I'm going to have to shape it, give it a bit of a press next, and then I'm going to do 3 or 4 rows of top stitching on the brim to hold everything in place and close up that gap that I pulled everything through. So yeah, I think this one is still my favourite. Not that it fits me, but this one is ever so cute as well. I can't wait to pass that on to Baby Basics. Ooh. I'm going to give it a good press now, and then I'm going to pin it like to the end of the world because I need to hold that seam and all those layers exactly in place for the top stitching. But before I do that, I'll just give that seam opening a quick stitch down. Thank you for clapping along. Yes, I'll be right back. I feel like I can't leave because I'm on camera, but Sarah's just stepped out of the room, but I'll be back.
I need a snack, but not something sweet. Or cereal, is it? It's quite a lot. So, yeah. We can't leave, so we have just. I was thinking about getting a delivery, but actually I didn't. I don't really want to eat anything, so yeah, fruit or food or anything on the baby wear.
So a quick little press, and that's looking a lot tidier. But now I'm just going to do. I think I've put 3 rows of top stitching on the brim to finish off the hat there. So I'm going to pin it so nothing moves and all the layers stay exactly where I want them to be. So, what are you working on next?
I'm going to make some zipped makeup bags.
Oh, fab. So,
some, but I don't know how many.
Cut out a few and we can get through to them.
Yeah.
We
should try and do. What time is it?
It is. We've had 7 out of 12 hours, so we've got 5 hours left.
Okay.
I think we could do 5.
Yeah.
Julia and Kim are joining us at some point. And I've only got 2 hats. Yeah.
Let's try 5. Okay.
Let's make 5.
I'll cut out 5 hats. I'll cut out 5 hats and we'll make no hats. I'll cut out 5 makeup bags and we might make some makeup bags.
That's a good plan. So we're making the makeup bags for Baby Basics as well. So they're going to be wash bags to give out to the mums to keep baby essentials in or use as wash bags for when they're in the hospital. There's so much that you have to carry with a baby around. We thought those would be really useful. And so yeah, we're going to do our makeup bag pattern, which if you're a newsletter subscriber, you will have a code to download from our website for free this weekend to make and use for Baby Basics. So do go check that out and sew along with us if you want to. And if you're not a subscriber, you can subscribe now and you'll get that code in your inboxes pretty shortly as well. Right. Back to focusing on sewing now. I'll talk to you when I've finished my top stitching. All done. A bit of thread trimming to do. And voila, little tiny finished hat. I really like this one as well now. Like, obviously, not gonna fit me.
You need, so Edith is potty training at the moment. She's got a little book that has like a button that goes hooray at the end of every little bit, and we need that.
We
need
do.
it now.
Hooray! Oh, it's so cute. So yeah, so we now have made 2. I've got one more little hat to like this to finish, and Sarah's also made some little teeny bonnets for the littler babies, which she probably should make some boy versions of, but they are adorable as well. So we've got 4 hats made so far today, amongst the bibs and the burp cloths. So, and we are officially 7 hours and 2 minutes into our sew-a-thon, and I'm getting a bit tired.
Yeah.
How are you feeling? Let's bring this round to Sarah.
I'm getting a bit tired. It's got quite warm. We've kind of got to that afternoon.
Yes, it's
lull
siesta
of-
time,
yeah.
isn't it? Yeah, we are feeling a little bit tired and done. We've been here, so we've been sewing non-stop with some guests over the morning, but since 10 o'clock, so that's 7 full hours, 5 more to go. Yeah, I think changing project is probably a good.
That's definitely the way to do it,
tack.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Because it's funny, when I'm doing a sewing day, like, I'll easily just sit and sew for 8 hours quite happily, and I'll feel a bit tired at the end of it, but I'll feel kind of quite rejuvenated and quite kind of, I've achieved, it's great. But I think with this, because we are working on lots of little projects and maybe revisiting skills that we haven't for a little while as well, there's a lot of thinking to it. So in a way, I'm enjoying it because it's like a brain workout. But also
a workout.
Like, I'm tired. I'm going to admit it.
Yeah, I think that's very fair.
Yeah. Like a nice, satisfied tired.
Yes, definitely a satisfied
Definitely done
tired.
things.
I'll show you what we've made so far, and it's not nothing. It's quite a lot of items. So I'm very pleased with our work, and I've really appreciated having people come and help us, because we wouldn't have got nearly as much made without them. It's been really nice to have that chance to kind of sit and chat with our friends and stuff.
Nice to catch up with them and find out what they think of the charity and sewing, for mindfulness. Because that's, we've talked about this a little bit, but one of the reasons why we wanted to do this was so that me and Freya did take some time out together to actually do a bit of sewing together. And like a full day is something that it's real luxury for us to be able to do that. It's a luxury for us to be able to be in the studio together. Yeah. And actually doing sewing together is, a real nice luxury.
So a little bit like a sewing retreat in-house.
It's in-house sewing retreat.
It's
practice for the sewing camp. Although we don't get to do a lot of sewing at the sewing camp too.
No, we don't. So
it'll be different this year, I think, because last year we were just a bit like, it was all quite new and lots and lots of things like COVID restrictions to think about. So this
and we
year
didn't have as much help. We're getting much more help on board this year.
Absolutely. And if anybody is still considering coming but fancies lending a hand, we do have some volunteers tickets available. But we do ask you to contact us about that, because there's quite a lot involved to being a volunteer. You get a big discount, but there's a lot involved. So not a lot of like bad things, but you need to know what you're signing yourself up for.
Indeed. So Sarah, what are you cutting out?
I am cutting out some zipped makeup bags. So I've just cut out the main outside. In fact, this is one that I've got the 2 outers and the 2 linings. And then I need to go and find myself some zips that go with them. I thought I'd go for this, and
that's nice. I like that combo.
One more trad and more kind of subtle and subdued, and one more funky art house.
Yes.
Funky art house makeup bag. Yep. And then I've got this cute fabric, which has been in our stash for a little while. I really like that. And then I thought I'd do that with the...
Oh, that's fun. That's unexpected. I like that.
Yeah, because just picking out that little bit of that, and it's nice and bold and white. And then I've got some of this, but I don't know what to line it in yet.
But I thought you were going to do the polka dots.
Polka dots, yeah, could be.
Yeah, it's not quite a colour match, but it.
But it's I don't know. Like, I was going to say something really stupid then. It's just something about pink and turquoise that always go together. It's our brand colours.
For a reason.
Never knowingly off brand. Even when cutting out makeup.
I love it. Okay, well, I'm going to take a quick toilet break, and then I'm going to come and help. I'm going to come and finish off my last little teeny hat. And we're almost there because Claire's done most of the hard work there. I'm just going to push it over the finish line.
And then maybe when we get back, we can check in and see what they're up to at the Big Sew Off London HQ.
Oh, yes, that would be
We haven't done that
excellent.
yet. It'd be nice to see what's going on over there.
Leaving you on camera, just so you know.
It's good to know when you're being watched. So that's 2 cut out. This one. I think the thing is, it's so easy to overthink things when you're making all these individual items. But when you're making quite a few, you can kind of mix things up a bit, have a bit of fun with all the different pattern matches or mismatches, and enjoying it. I've got fabrics which we have had as offcuts from workshops and from projects for quite a long time, and then we've also got some fabrics which our guests this morning brought in for us to use, which was really lovely and really generous. So very much appreciated. And hopefully they will enjoy seeing them made up into gifts for Baby Basics. Definitely feeling like
Afternoon sugar fix would be good. I've already had some cake today, so I'll hold off until later. There you go. No, everyone's gone again. Oh, I am tired. It's not good.
catch up on you. Did you get a better night's sleep last night, Mia?
Mia came into our bed, but generally, then once she was in our bed, she slept well. So. She didn't complain of anything. I remember she went off to school perfectly happy this morning. So yeah, I'm not worried about her like today. Just worried like whether or not it will be an ongoing come back at the weekend or something.
Yeah.
It might be anxiety / excitement for the weekend and her birthday.
Yeah. It's got things coming up.
Yeah, maybe we've overhyped it. We need to. I don't feel we've like really hyped it, but like maybe we've overhyped it even in our slightly with not overhyped
Pared
so,
down version.
yeah, like maybe that's still just too much. So
You can't stop kids getting excited about things, and that you shouldn't as well.
I don't know. It's one. Oh no, they've gone again. I was gonna say someone's there. I don't know if it was because I didn't know if it's my mum watching with Mia. So, but they've gone again. So it probably wasn't.
Yeah, no, you definitely can't and shouldn't stop kids from getting excited. That's what being a kid is all about.
We've got 2 people watching us. Hello. Down to 1 again. Hello. people watching us is that who's there. Do say hello in the comments. We'd like to know who we're chatting to. Sarah is cutting out some makeup bag wash bags, and I am putting the brim on the last tiny little hat that we're making today. We've had a very busy morning in the studio and afternoon. It's halfway through the afternoon, isn't it? So yeah, we're halfway through our sew-a-thon of 12 hours. And yeah, we're definitely feeling it right now. We're quite tired. Oh, there's 2 people. Hello, people. Do say hello in the comments. Do let us know who you are. I would love to talk to you. But yes, so getting tired now. Got to have a bit of a slower paced period maybe, and then get some energy back up for the evening stint of this on the sew-a-thon.
I think the key is to do bits that are standing up and definitely bits that are sitting down.
Yeah, maybe I've just been sitting down too long. Do you want to swap? You can.
No, I'm nearly finished with them. We'll cut these out.
You can
Start
sit
making them up.
I feel like I've been sitting down too long. I need to kind of like get up and
We should do some
dancing or something.
Maybe we should do some line dancing.
We should do some line dancing.
I was thinking about that, and then I thought, oh no, I haven't learned any yet. I will in time for the camp, though.
Yeah, that's
I
what
will
callers are
definitely
for. So if you're coming along to Crafty Sewing Camp, we are having a barn dance Saturday evening, and we're going to get a line dancing caller in to come and show us how to do it, how to dance. So yeah, so that's why we need to practice our line dance moves. So we are ready to go.
I'm going to get in touch with my friends Darren and David, who live in Manchester, which is a bit far to come, but David is originally from Leicester, and he's a good friend of my old flatmate Claire, but also a good friend of my mum and dad's. He's the son of my mum and dad's friends.
Right.
So it's Steve. So yeah, basically, I know him, and he wanted to help me out. But him and Darren do line dancing, and all the way through lockdown, they did online line dancing.
Oh, really?
In their dining rooms.
Oh, that's fun. Did they lead it, or were they just joining in with other people?
No,
That's
they
so
led
cool.
it. Yeah. So I'm going to get in touch with them and see how they might feel about doing it.
Hello.
Oh, yeah. Be interesting. Switch it back on.
I'm doing the wrong seam allowance, but I'm doing a too small one, so at least I can just go over what I've done. Spiky death trap of a hat.
I did think about doing a hat and then I thought better on it. You might now finish off Claire's.
Sorry? Sorry?
You might now make me finish off Claire's.
No, I'm finishing off this. Yeah, I'm almost done. I kind of want to move over to makeup bags, but I know I should finish. So.
Finish it.
I think it might just be Evie watching us. Dave sent me a video of her being, like her watching it. She's like really engrossed.
Is Dave home from work now?
Yeah.
Gosh.
Yeah, he's usually there by 5. Yeah. Yeah, I gave you the time update on how long we've been sewing, but not what the actual time on the clock is. Oh, so cute. Nick has done a lovely job. I can definitely see why they take a while to make in a workshop. I can definitely see why they're taking their time over in a workshop when you're teaching people to sew them.
Quite a few skills.
And so we break it down quite nicely, but you need someone to break it down and make sure each step is going well.
And it's the old adage of why am I doing this?
Yeah.
And if you know why, then you will do it. Or you can decide whether you want to do it.
Yeah. Like I don't know what the instructions are, but I made it to face the brim. Because I don't like to stick it elsewhere. Like I made it at some point I made it sticky outside, but I didn't like it. I'm wondering now whether I was supposed to do that, if that was a mistake anyway. But, pieces. Oh yeah, so it doesn't say to interface the crown, and I definitely did a version I made back in the day.
I think the Waves and Wild one suggests that you interface both the lining and the outer.
Yeah.
If you're using fabric like poplin weight.
Yeah.
But it does make it pretty stiff.
But this is a single layer interfacing.
That's lovely.
Perfect. Yeah. That smells sweet fruit juice, actually. That's probably what our body's craving. That and some grapes or something.
Junior talking about us. Don't listen. Also, what's she saying?
I think I'm sure that's what I'm going to go do now. Because it's 5:20, so that's what she was going to come up after her thing, wasn't it? Julia will be joining us soon. There's no one there. I'm just talking to the literally into the void.
Boy, we might have somebody there one day.
One day. Oi.
And I just want to keep every single little tiny bit. This will run down.
Claire was saying she only uses it for mending, so every little tiny bit is useful.
Actually,
I didn't ask if she needed any actually. Good exchange from her scraps, like
scraps that she uses are hardly scraps, are they? They're like full on, really beautiful, generous pieces.
they're just too small for her purpose. Hello, thank you for joining us. I see there's 2 of you live with us right now. That's nice. Do say hello in the comments. We'd like to know who you are, where you are. Sarah is currently cutting out makeup bags and using all the pieces of interfacing that we can find. And I am just finishing off this teeny tiny baby hat. I'm just going to turn it through the right way. So hello, who are you? Do talk to us. We haven't had a guest in the studio for like half an hour, so we're getting a bit lonely.
We're so lonely, even though we've got each other.
Got to unpick. I've got to leave a gap for turning out, so I have to just unpick a bit. I'm trying to think of like a good kind of quotey type thing. It's about like seamstress and her seam ripper. In a like, you know, when you're new, you fear it, and when you've been sewing a while, it becomes your best friend. Like, shouldn't fear using it because it's so good. It's annoying when you go wrong, but so good for things too.
This is why I wish on Instagram, like reels, that you could just use anybody's music, or you could.
Yeah.
I can't. I don't know why. Maybe it's the way that our Instagram set up. I can't search for music.
Yeah.
And like, there's a song called "Fear the Reaper,"
Okay.
and I really want to do a parody of "Fear the Reaper." And other funny things like that. That I've got the ideas. I just don't have the resources.
I think what you need to do is just find like the backing track anywhere, and then if you have to like do your own singing.
Yeah, exactly. How do I make it not illegal? That's what I want.
It's Ella from Happy Fabrics watching us. Hi Ella, nice to see you. I'm making this absolutely adorable teeny tiny baby hat. So this is the right way out. It still needs obviously pressing and shaping. And Sarah's making makeup bags like so. We're kind of batch cutting a selection to then sew up together in a bit, and everything's being donated to Baby Basics, which provides resources and useful items to young families who are struggling. And so we've been busying away today. In fact, I really should show you some of the other things we've been making because we've been really busy. I think we've made a whole bunch of burp cloths in some gorgeous fabrics. Oh, lovely ones. We've made, this is 2 other hats. So I'm on the 3rd hat now. So those are going to Baby Basics to keep some little heads safe in the summer. I'm not going to pick up all the bibs. No, I am. I'm going to pick up all the bibs. We've made a lot of bibs. And this afternoon we're going to be, the hats are adorable. That's the Oliver and S pattern, sandcastle hat or something.
I think it's the Sandcastle bucket hat.
Sandcastle bucket hat, and it's in children's sizes, and it's a free download from Oliver and S. And it definitely has a lot of scope, especially this kind of color palette for some personalization. Ella, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
As do the bibs. So yeah, these are from Happy Pink Roses, Happy Pink Poppies, Sweet Red Poppies.
Red Poppy.
So Sweet Red Poppy is a blog where we've got the pattern for the bibs, and again, those would be fantastic for customizing with some happy fabric vinyls. And Sarah has also made, as well as the bucket hats, Sarah's made these 2 adorable bonnets to keep little eyes safe in the sun this summer. So yeah, we've been really busy this morning. Not just the 2 of us, of course. We've had guests come and visit us in the studio and do some sewing. It was all Sarah. I've just been making tea. So that's what we've been doing. So hi. I've got to give this a really good press now. This one, it's still looking very crumpled. And a nice press will magically fix it into a very nice, smart hat-looking shape. So,
Ella, if you're still there, are you getting involved with the big sew-off? Are you doing anything for it? Be quite interested to know. So, I know that Happy Fabric are always up for a collab. We've done a few things with you. You've got any more ideas coming up? Let us know.
she says, yes, get some HTV on there, girls. Good luck with the rest of your making. We must arrange a collab soon. We must, absolutely. We're always keen. Yes, definitely. We can teach you to sew. One of our projects is a beginner sewing kind of online course. So maybe we can get you involved with that in some way. So yeah, definitely. We'd love to work with you. It's always fun working with you.
Definitely. I've got so many ideas about things to add to each transfer binder to, but even Freya will laugh at this. We've got a brother scan and cut. And I just can't get my head around using it. I'm so good at I fully admit I'm so good at picking up other technology. But for some reason I just can't balance it. So I need to have a one-to-one with Freya about it. And then talk to you guys about it. Or I might just have to take a month off whilst I fill all of these amazing heat transfer vinyl ideas that I have.
Just take a workman's holiday, as it were. Yes, sounds fab. Absolutely. We'll drop you a message later on. Yes, do drop us a message. We look forward to hearing from you. For those, it's only you again, Ella. Never mind.
There'll be people watching later.
There'll be people watching later.
Doing a little dance, doing the indecision, dance of indecision. Do you sometimes feel like sim?
Going this way, yes. Like I'm sure I had an instruction, but what was it? Right, I'm gonna go press this.
We've reached kind of delusional hour.
Yeah.
Either we need some cake or we need to not have any more cake. I'm thinking it's probably the latter, but I'm probably gonna go for the former. Right, I have 4 makeup bags cut out with interlacing. Now, I'm going to lay them out like little selection packs so you can, I think, which one you want.
Try to have interfacing.
Yeah.
Good.
Do you know if Laura's going to fancy having a little go at sewing this evening?
I think she'll try. I don't think she's not an experienced sewer.
Yeah.
But she is a game.
I am if she is.
I'm just protecting this cake. It's definitely still edible. Dry out.
Oh, decisions of what colour to put in.
Okay, so this is the hat after a little press, so looking much smarter, much more hat-like. And so the last job to do to finish off is do some rows of stitching on the brim to hold all the layers together and finish it off. So that's the last job here, and then I'm going to move over and do some wash bag makeup bags with Sarah next. Might have to put the kettle on. That's your crumpet, by the way.
Absolutely.
That's my crumpet.
I put it in again.
Oh, I was going to say.
I put my crumpet on like
An hour ago.
Yeah, and then I saw it. I was like, I'm just gonna warm it up
Taken
again.
that long.
It's really crispy. I hope that's okay.
I always like a double baked crumpet.
As long as it's warm, I'm happy.
I have done the kind of and then just think, oh, screw this.
Yeah. So I think if we, there's people again. Hello, people again. I can see when new people come up, or if you go and come back, I can see you. So it's nice. I am doing. I'll give Sarah some privacy to eat her some snack. I am sewing around the brim of the hat to do some kind of top stitching, stay stitching, and then that is the little hats that we'll be working on this afternoon finish. How did I get done? Four is very doable. Maybe I should unpick, have a cup of tea, and then come back to it. I think that's probably reasonable.
I've nearly finished my crumpet, so
Mm-hmm.
when I've done that, I can take our YouTube viewers and maybe even our Instagram viewers
Yep.
that are live through the exciting process of ironing on interfacing.
Woo! Yes, you should.
I don't know whether to do batch iron. I feel like that might make it a little bit more exciting.
Also efficient and like, yeah, I do it. Do it. It's gonna be so exciting.
How fast can she apply?
Like, well, it takes 7 seconds to like glue it down properly, and you
It's faster
I'm doing
better.
maths.
That's the question.
You don't want to rush it. Oh, this is so cute. Look at these little dinosaurs.
So,
So cute.
fun fact, I think after how many hours have we been sewing now?
7.5.
7.5? So I'm pretty sure after about 8 hours I turn entirely delusional.
Start
A
singing.
little bit. It's kind of starting.
It's coming. It's coming. You can see it coming. It's, yeah.
Oh dear. Now is the time to start watching, guys.
From here, we are going to be
Sophie
loopy.
loses her mind. Oh dear. But in a happy way. It's in a good way.
Like if I was sewing for an extended period of time at home, like an hour or so or more, I would put on like a film or something and like have that as background as well. And then there's so my brain has like that to kind of have as background noise.
Yes.
And I feel like that helps you. That stops you going loopy.
Well, we did say that. I'm just checking that my phone is still charging. It's not stopped. Does it do that?
What did we say though?
We did say that we were going to check in on what's going on at Sew over at London.
Oh yeah.
So whilst you're unpicking, if you don't mind,
You've just finished, but that's not a problem.
we can do that. Let's see. Oh, this is our 5-minute rest break. So, there we go. Right, Bobbin Sewing School. Here's getting involved. Catherine Garney making an Archer shirt for the first make on their G&G team. Oh, Joy's not very well, so she's not getting involved. I hope you feel better soon, Joy. What else? So Lee's Bazaar are doing a 24-hour sew-a-thon. They're designing a bag, making the prototype, selling the prototype. Wow. As in, like, that's going to be a unique bag. It's impressive. He'll donate however much he gets for selling the prototype. That's a really lovely idea. Yeah. That's us. First bib for Baby Basics, which we made, which was our little stripy one. By Hand London have been making. They're doing a live stream as well. So Guthrie and Garney have been making a True Buys Marlow. All the items that they make today will be available to buy, and all proceeds will go to Mite. That's great. Guthrie and Garney have got the live feed on, so we should put the live feed on and see what everybody's doing. Quite interesting. Holly Dennett's got her sewing space all set up, and look out for what she's doing. Oh, these bags looking. There you go. These bags looking very nice. Starting to
Nice bright
put
colours.
things together for it. Holly is making a. What do you think she's making? swimsuit. Oh dear. That's you. Yeah, that's you. Lisa Alexis finished her first dress and about to post it on eBay. There's quite a few videos which are quite hard to tell what's going on without actually watching them in full. So maybe we'll just put the live feed on. And this, shall we just set the videos playing and just listen to them in the background?
So is it like, so it's that on YouTube, those live feeds? Yeah. And then we'll cross-ref. I'm going to put the kettle on. I am definitely at a point where I need coffee now. Like,
Yeah.
that has hit.
Sorry.
We have raised so far £1,208. Very good, thank you guys. If you haven't yet donated, you can go to thebigsewoff.com and there's a link there. I'm sure there's all sorts of links also on our over at the Big Sew Off on Instagram and also on our feed as well. But that's so amazing, yay! Okay, so I'm going to hand over now I'm going to take the tripod over to Lucy, and we've worked out, we think it's easiest if she just does a bit of chatting and talking to you. No doubt I'll probably just
Wants to make sure that everyone can be watching.
from over here, but it'll be easier if it's over there and you'll see another face for a little bit, which is probably a good thing. So over we go. While she's doing that, I'm going to be pinning and sewing in my zip for my Betty dress. So if this is a good angle, let's try and see.
We're no longer muted then. Switching to perfect. No, there's a brother walking foot in here. It's not going to do much good.
It's in the place where you need it to be when you need it.
So Deborah went to get a number 5 balloon for Mia for her birthday, but they didn't have. But they won't inflate it at Asda. Like if
Sell
you,
them, but they won't inflate
yeah, they'll inflate the other shapes, which is particularly weird.
That's really weird. What, they won't, they just won't inflate them?
That's what she's just said. She asked and they would do it.
That is obviously why. I need to know why this is.
Okay, what setting am I on? Oh, I'm on stitch number 2. Stitch number 2 will auto backstitch for you, just in case.
Okay. Oh, yes. It's got like a little
Zigzag. Sorry, I can hear over my machine.
You were saying when you stop, does it backstitch?
No, but it might do.
You probably would if you double tapped.
Yeah.
Usually that's the
So I don't think I've got a lot to do tomorrow for Saturday. I've got to make the birthday cake, and that's it really tomorrow.
That's a key part.
It's key, yeah.
Teddy bear cake.
Yeah.
Did take me like most of the day to
Yeah.
make.
I might bake it
I
tonight.
labelled
No.
it, so
If I wasn't here, I'd bake it tonight.
Yeah.
But it's just
yeah,
for the
I
family
indulge myself with
lunch. So the one for her party, I will definitely take. I'll probably bake on Thursday night and then decorate on Friday for Saturday.
Now I know somewhere in my house I have not in my house, in my parents' house, I've got a giant cupcake mould,
Ah,
and I'm hoping if I can find that, they can use that for Edith's
that would be
birthday cake.
cute. Yeah,
So I think a unicorn giant cupcake would be a good idea.
that would be really good. They should do baking cases from libraries. Like so,
Well,
you
they
can,
kind of do. You can hire them, can't you?
but not from libraries.
Not from libraries, no, from businesses. Yeah. You can bake by baking mould, do you mean?
Yeah, but like all sorts of different. Like the one, like I know Sugar and Spice do big squares and rectangles, and I don't know if they do numbers or anything. But
I bet they do.
if I was in charge of the libraries, that's what I would make sure was included amongst many other things. But they should focus on many other things.
I was thinking this exact thing the other day. I was thinking that actually libraries are open quite a lot of hours.
Yeah.
Because our night is every day until 6.
Yeah.
Which I know is very rare. I'm lucky with that. But then I was thinking like it would be good if there was more going on during the day. Like basically. Because the reason I don't use it is because there's no like timings. There's no time that I have to go between, so I just don't end up going.
They not have
Because it's not limited.
They don't have time to
They do, and it's on Wednesday mornings. So obviously at the moment I'm busy, but I could occasionally, when Eve goes to nursery, I could. I meant more like it's not really used much for me.
Like the space isn't used to its
Yeah.
to its
high bookshop happens in the library. That kind of thing. That would be. It's basically just the people who go, who've organised it. We just meet in the library, and they welcome us into the space. I mean, it's a big space, but also they help us by ordering books for us to read when we choose. That's really good. It's really good.
Can't tell you how many of those zips I've done recently, and that's by far the neatest one.
Oh, good.
Just nice.
That's pleasant surprises for us. Far on. They do have stitch, sewing and knitting, hand sewing and knitting, groups in some libraries. So Bright Centre has one.
I think that's. I think it's just something that with the Knighton Library just hasn't picked up again after COVID. I think it used to. I don't think it has picked up again, which is a bit of a shame. And I wonder whether there's a want for it, basically.
Yeah.
The song that you've just been singing sounds a bit like There May Be Trouble. And that's what I could go with.
I know. No, the song I'm singing is Dua Lipa, Rewriting Rules.
I like that song. Don't let him in. Don't again.
Don't know that one.
Oh, don't you?
Good one. It's got a real
Don't
rhythm.
be his friend. You know you're in his bed in the morning.
His rules are
Getting over.
I came up with a game to play with our Google Home thing that Dave doesn't like. So you know how like you can be like, Google, play a song and give it a song title. Come up with like a random word and see what happens.
Oh,
Just like Google, play behavior and like see what song it picks. Yeah.
Right, like an actual word.
Like an actual word, but like anything random.
Sausages.
Yeah.
Ooh, play sausages.
And see what happens. But like it came up with some random songs that we didn't know, and Dave was like, "What is this?" I'm like, "I don't know. That's the fun of it."
Fun, you might just go. It's like, I don't want anything new.
Pretty much. Like I just want to listen to Coldplay forever and
Mia was telling me about a party game she's been on. Her friend who loves dinosaurs, and you're going to play a dinosaurs party game. So I thought, I wonder what that's like. And then I started to design one that you might think is cool or you might not.
That's not up to me.
The game where you say string bean, runner bean.
No.
Oh, okay. That's a fun game in itself.
Okay.
So when you say string bean, everybody has to stand like a tall long string, piece of string.
Yeah.
When you say runner bean, they have to run on the spot.
Yeah.
When you say baked bean, they lie down on the ground and curl up.
Sort of other versions of bait. Stop being children's game at that point.
And any other bean you can think of. I can't think of any others right now.
Butterbean?
Yeah, butter bean. Oh, I don't
That'd be a
know.
sliding one. That'd be sliding across the floor.
It could be. It could be.
Knee slide. That could be a knee
It's
slide.
the kind of game we play at Brownies and Garnets.
Yes.
So I thought you could do a similar game with dinosaurs. So you could go T-Rex with the little hands that stick here,
Yeah.
and Diplodocus with the big head, with the long neck and the head up there, and then we can work on that. Anyway.
Triceratops.
Yes, Triceratops. Yeah, good one. It's not so active as the bean game.
We could do
It's a
walk
dinosaur.
like a dinosaur, so
Yeah.
like at least you don't have to move as well.
Yes, the one that's got the big Stegosaurus. It's got the things on its back.
Yes,
It's
it does. The huge.
making a fin.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, I was thinking, I don't know any dinosaur games, and then that came to me.
That's a good one. Like, yeah, very creative. I'm not planning on playing any games at her party.
I know.
Doesn't mean Mia isn't.
What's she having?
We've got like a bouncy house, so it's got like a bouncy castle, but it's also got like a bouncy slide and a ball pit and running around space. And then we've also got some little go-karts, like really little ones. They're not that fast. They're self-propelled, so you sit on with your feet on them and you twist the steering wheel, and it kind of moves it forwards, and it can get up a bit of speed. But yeah.
The steering wheel, where you do that,
Yeah.
it makes it go forwards.
Yeah.
That's nice.
So that'd be fun. And then I've bought a
Are you going
colouring.
to do some races?
We
with
might
those?
end up doing some races with that. I also bought a colouring in sheet from Etsy, so they like print them off to fit one of these tables.
Ah.
So like that's shape. So it's not like A2, but like the right shape for this table. So I'm just going to take the box of crayons and stick that onto a table in one of the sides, so that there's a quieter option. Yeah. And I said, if none of the kids want to do that, then I'll encourage the adults to go over. Time is 6:30, which means we've been sewing for 8.5 hours.
Wow.
Ooh.
I think we should move this out of the sun and into my stomach.
Yeah, also good option.
Hoping that the sun had disappeared, but not disappeared.
We're gonna have to come up with, decide what to do next after these. Because these are coming a lot together very quickly.
Yeah, cool.
The hats took time. Maybe go back to the hats.
Yeah, the hats are quite involved.
We've got enough time to start a couple of involved hats, and then
We do need to do the
popping.
poppers.
I got the rules I can. Didn't like that.
Was it supposed to sew those apparently?
But not directly over the pots. I got the rules I can. I'm so tired. I just had like a coffee, I guess. More in a bit. Let's see. I had lunch, but it is lunch, like tea time for me, so that will be a factor. Thank you. And I do stop functioning when I'm hungry, so you got me back. Chris curled up in a ball in the corner. Yep, food time. Should be fine. There we go. Good.
installed a zipper rather than an incorrect one, which was the last one.
Well done. Marvellous.
It's often about knowing what you've done wrong and how to correct it. And getting it right in the first place. But I am going to remember to open it before I sew it together.
Yes.
It's the old
Speaking
favourite
of
thing.
things, mistakes being made on the bee, on the sewing bee,
Yeah.
who grabs the pattern and doesn't test it before moving on to the competition?
Like, and everybody was screaming. I mean, Patrick's face is just so like,
I
well, this
felt
isn't
like
going
he
to work.
talked himself out of the show as soon as he said that.
Absolutely.
Because he was demonstrating that it wasn't as important to him. Well, maybe it was his learning style that he wasn't a
Yeah.
practicer. Maybe it wasn't saying, I don't really care enough to put my effort in,
No,
but it kind of
came across, definitely came across as
couldn't show
there could have been some more time and care spent.
You really can't be bothered, can you?
But just like, especially with pleating, like, in that, like the amount a millimetre makes a difference on a pleat. You've got that right.
I suppose we could have considered it to be ambitious.
It is tricky because there is a lot of fun in drafting your own patterns. Yeah, but that isn't what the sewing bee is about.
No, you didn't have to. No, that's it.
I mean, there are other shows for that
Yeah.
thing, you know, Project Runway, and so you can't really credit somebody with drafting their own, like praise them for drafting their own pattern on a show like that, and then not do a good job of the sewing. It's not. They can't really get any extra credit for having drafted the pattern themselves.
It was interesting to see, however, that when the model was on the catwalk, so to speak, the garment looked really good.
Yes, yeah.
And it just goes to show that what's going on catwalks may be great for a few minutes on the catwalk,
And she was
but
walking.
have no
yeah.
relevance to no application in normal life.
Yeah, because as soon as she stood still, it was quite obvious that there wasn't enough under-bust room, was there?
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
So yes, I felt like he shot himself on the spot there.
It's a shame because I did really like his kind of style. He had some interesting ideas.
Yeah, like the outfit that he made, or like design,
That's
was
why he got on
lovely.
there, won't it? Because
Yeah.
of those good ideas.
But then the show isn't about that. It's remembering that, isn't it?
They do take people of varying skills and ability, though, don't
They do.
they? They don't have completely people who've done a lot, like the other kid who've never made a dress before.
Which is fair. Like if he's not got anyone to make them for it and doesn't wear them himself.
Utterly.
Yeah. I was thinking that about a lot of these things. I mean, guys, there's no reason why a man who has sewn beautiful suits for himself, maybe sewn with leather, maybe made a bag, etc. Why would that man know how to do shearing?
Yeah.
There are hardly any men's garments that have. I've not seen a men's garment that has shearing.
Yeah.
Unless it's like a Amish smock or something like that.
Which is niche in itself. So
Yeah. I wonder if there's any man-specific techniques that they could challenge everybody to do.
Collars and cuffs.
Yes,
traditionally, yeah.
I think in the first season they did a dress shirt, didn't they? Like in the very, very first.
Feel that, yeah.
So it's in the book. There's definitely
What's a
a dress
dress
shirt.
shirt?
So it's one that's got lots and lots of pin tucks down it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
More traditionally worn with tuxedo. The white shirt. Sometimes some detail.
It is so much fun though watching that programme. I do enjoy it. I do enjoy the transformation challenge because I'm always so impressed by what people create.
Yeah.
I just
have
don't
any
know how.
ideas.
I don't think I do.
A single
But-
one comes to mind. Yeah, Claire was saying earlier, she watches it and she has 100 ideas.
Well, she liked the hammock one specifically because she had 100 ideas.
Yeah.
But and I do prefer it when there's just it's like a hammock is just a big piece of fabric that's got a use.
Yeah.
Like towels, like things like that. I can like I can just use that and cut a pattern from it.
Yeah,
Totally. And amending is, I would find it wholly different.
true. Once a garment's a garment, to me, it is that garment. I find it really hard. Even if I was to put it all up and make it into pieces, that might be the only way that I could
See it as
really,
yeah.
I do think it's the most exciting challenge. Because you know that's what they're going to be making.
And it's a tight schedule as well. You've only got
Outrageous, yeah. Still doing that to Cindy.
Unfortunately, of course, the tightness of the schedule is part of the reason they don't particularly make wearable items.
Yes, exactly. That's the reusable like lunchbox and bamboo like reusable cutlery and stuff like that.
Yeah. And trying band plastics like they do in Glastonbury.
I mean, if we could do that, if we could do banned plastics, that would be brilliant.
Well, we won't provide any, so
Yeah, well, last year we had things like plastic cups and stuff like that. Have we not?
no.
Oh,
No. I did very minimal because it was mostly finger food and the thing provided the rest.
Yeah.
We did have paper plates, but I bought recycled paper plates, and I bought recycled napkins. So like where we had to have consumables, I made sure they were recycled. And then so I didn't provide any cups. I think I had like a vast stack of plastic IKEA reusables, which are that was fairly simple. It was on the quick list of what to bring, and people brought it along.
Yeah, staying on those lines, I think it would be good to have a challenge that was making something that people actually wanted to use, or maybe that's why, maybe there we just need to not think about a wearable.
Yeah,
Maybe the challenge is making a bag or making a
bag would be good.
carrier or something.
Yeah.
Can you make a water bottle carrier or something?
I don't know how it might be so niche that it's not usable.
Yeah.
But a boot bag, like a wellies.
Yeah.
But also like
cowboy boots.
I guess we need to have a wider. I guess what we'd actually do is say, bring this and make a bag, and then we can get them
People
choose what kind of bag.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything that's made anyway, we turn into ragging afterwards. Yeah, there's always a ragging option. It's sustainability, especially jersey fabrics. I mean, all fabrics, but jersey especially coloured on both sides.
I think also last time I was doing this, I was trying to record it for YouTube and or whatever, and that's probably why it's so much better because I'm not trying to record it at the moment, which is really annoying.
Really pressure thing, isn't it?
It's pressure and the camera, and like I have to sew off. I need to take the nice thing, so it's less invasive.
If you're doing a lot of recording at home, if that's one of your plans, well then do think about getting another
One of those.
tripod. I was thinking about maybe getting some of those, a couple of those white ones, the one that has the built-in lights.
Yeah, but
So I've heard
it's
things
got
about
one of
those.
those. Why don't I use that? I don't know where it is. That's why.
That's why you don't use it.
That's why I don't use it, and forgot that he had it till just now. But yeah, like
it's any good because I've been thinking about getting one. I just thought that's the problem. Whenever I do something at home, the lighting is rubbish.
yeah, and I don't. They're £80 even, aren't they? So
Yeah.
like, if one of those does the job for like a couple of times a month at most, I'm recording.
Yeah. Well, the ones that I've been looking at, the ones that are on Instagram everywhere, and it's like a cassette.
Oh, and
Yeah, that's that. It's got the light. I don't know what the problem is because it's on an online thing. You never find out.
they're buying it.
Yeah. And it's a
Yeah, and those light things, they are similar to the big boom thing.
Yeah, but with a light as well. So
With a light and very portable.
Yeah.
Like you can just shove it in your bag. That's what I really would say. The ability to do a YouTube video
And any time. If you did like a cafe embroidery, like that would be good.
I did not top stitch the edges.
Sarah.
Poor quality control. Very
Unstitch. Undo.
the next one I'll do better. I'll just give it a really good press. Oh yeah, because it can.
Maybe we should make a couple more each.
Yeah, because they go well. Whose coffee is this?
It could be mine. Alexandra will be at me as well.
I'm going to make another one. Would you like another one?
I would like another one, please. I'm going to have to be caffeinated to carry on.
Yeah, I was going to say, you said that you'd had a coffee, but you'd made one and you didn't drink it, so you do need to drink it to make sure that it goes in.
I'm the green ribbon one.
Thank you. Right. There's
Have you finished the little bears, did you say?
I'm just making a little fez hat.
Nice.
Another one of
sweetness here. Are you extra?
Yeah.
Just very
Somebody said earlier that they'd like you to angle the camera so they could see what you were sewing. Did you see that?
Yes, we said live to them when they did that we will be doing like close-up info on our stories. So, to check that out.
Fair play.
And we've talked about what we're sewing to the camera throughout the day.
And is your intention to maybe take the clips and because you made the story? You don't need to do that. Yes, exactly. Brilliant.
There we go. That's my first one done. Yes.
Woo, well done. Yeah. Lovely.
By the way, time is very weird in here, so do keep an eye on the clock for your meeting. Like
I have done, and I've found the time weird. It just disappears. In the
Yeah.
evening.
it has all day.
Time
It's just
vortex.
weird.
I heard you talking earlier, Sarah, about podcasting. And I don't know if you're aware that I make a podcast.
Yeah.
We
I am.
So I was going to say, if you want some information about how we do it, I can share what I know with you, which is it is quite it's not hard at all. It's basically the headline.
Okay.
And it's not expensive either.
No.
You have to pay Buzzsprout, which then feeds it into all the online onto all the systems, and it goes on to Apple and to all the different podcasting platforms. So it's this one-stop thing.
Do the job once and
Really
it
well.
goes everywhere.
Yes.
Yes,
And of course, you could host them on your website. So that's rather good because it also brings people to your website.
Yeah.
And you don't have to do them frequently. You know, once a month is not an unreasonable offering. And as you get more skilled at the conversation aspect and less anxious about making what you put out perfect. Yeah.
I'll be editing, so
The editing
it wouldn't
becomes
become
very little. What they do in the Tech Pixies world, which is really do it live, online, on Facebook, and probably on YouTube. I'm not sure if those two can happen at the same time. And then they just turn it into a podcast. Watch and do at the time of the recording. So it's all has to be having guests on an interview. That's for me what podcasts. That's the classic format. A conversation between two people about the subject and what they've come across, what they've found about that subject. Right. So the same people on. Same people, just not and Dressed does that. So Dressed is that's what we're talking about, the fashion history podcast. So they choose a subject and then they research into it. I don't actually honestly think there are any rules about that.
It's just like necessarily trends, but like what other people do.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean it has to be that way.
No,
It's just
not at all.
what they're doing.
Yes, I love to hear about what so is doing. I think sometimes it can be there's lots of people doing that. So not most sellers are doing it. You know what I mean? I think like there's a gap for talking about the subject.
Yeah.
I like the sound of it.
Researching into it. discover this and why aren't I? That's the whole reason why I set up the business in the first place.
It's literally, yeah, up your residential.
I want to have a way of influencing whatever I'm learning. Things that you learn about yourself as you get older.
Oh, this is so cute.
That is so cute.
It's lovely. Might be a favourite.
So you do it there. Is that the base from Wild instruction?
Yes.
Yeah, I do like to see
To say you can do what you want.
So have you seen Turning Red on Disney? You might have Disney. So it's the new Disney Plus film, and it's about a teenager in like the 90s. When she turns 13, she gets hit with the family curse, but it's not the usual family curse of periods. So it's definitely dealing with that. It's the red panda. So she's a part of an immigrant family from China. And they have the family ancestral temple for the red panda, which inhabits the women as they turn 13. And so basically when you get overexcited, you turn into a giant red panda. And it's really good. And so there's a generational thing with the mum who's trying to like control her 13-year-old because that's the best way to bring her up and like stuff like that. And then there's family come to help, and there's all the aunties and stuff. But also there's like the thing that's like the original conflict between the mum and the daughter is that the daughter wants to be a Canadian teenager and go to to see her favourite boy band in concert. And Disney have invented this boy band, and they've written like 90s songs for it. They are so good. They're like, if you didn't know that you just like, is this a Backstreet Boys song that I've never heard of before? Like it's on point. It's got all the like the key changes and the little bit of rap section and the kind of the smooth jazzy pop vibe going on. It's actually like I love it. It's so and it's really really cute because it's a Disney film. So one of the lines is like, "They don't turn my tummy like you do." So that's just it's very funny. But yeah, the whole film's good, but the pop band in particular is a highlight.
That's definitely a wet afternoon feeling like you can't be doing with anything.
Yes.
Kind of job. Film to watch. I've got it in mind for that occasion.
Speaking of films, can you babysit for us at any point in the next couple of weeks, Mama?
I think I probably can.
I want to go see the new Marvel.
There will be a film in the next couple of weeks. You just need to get me that.
What's the new Marvel?
Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness.
Multiverse.
Yeah.
Oh, we watched The Joker.
Oh, I've got that film queued up. Was it good?
It's a tough one.
Mm-hmm. Which is why it's staying queued up. Like,
Yeah.
it's
You have to be in the right mood.
Yeah.
Yeah. To the point where about 10:30, I was like, I don't want to watch this anymore.
Yeah.
But equally, I thought it could mess with my head more than it actually did.
Okay.
It kind of resolves itself quite neatly in a kind of like, yeah, that makes loads of sense. It's awful, but that makes loads of sense. Yeah, so I won't tell you anymore if you want to watch it. But yeah, I would say it's worth watching, but it's not at all like any of the Marvel films.
No, it's
So different. It's very dark and very funny. Very, very, very dark.
Dark. Yeah.
Darkest.
That's it. Like, I do want to watch it, but like, I don't know when I'm going to be in the mood for it.
Yeah. situation. Begin with, I thought a bit manipulated, but then I thought, no, actually, it's just very, very good storytelling. Execution. It's a story that we're familiar with, but in a very cartoony, kind of jokey, fun kind of way.
Where's the park around here? Street. It's after 7 o'clock.
So street parking, try that.
6 o'clock, yeah. Street parking's free after 6.
I'm going to go live and show how the bag is made after this section. So, okay. Doing that, we can show my little hat.
I don't know when Lidl's open to. I know you can park in the Lidl car park when that's closed.
So, I have just popped the zip on one side and top stitched making a zipped makeup bag. I've just popped the zip on one side, and I thought I'd show you how to put the zip, put the other side on the zip. And the way that we make the makeup bags is. It was like.
Or the project.
On to what I'm doing. Hello, I'm Sarah from Crafty Sew&So, and we are getting involved with the big sew off today. And we're now on our 8 nearly.
We have been sewing for 9 hours and 5 minutes.
And yeah, we are cracking on with a lot of fantastic makes for the Baby Basics charity. And we've been making hats and bibs and burp cloths, and one fresh off the sewing machine right now, little hat. Isn't that so cute? I was saying earlier, there's something about hats, you just have to try them on, no matter whether they're going to fit you or not. You just have to. So I'm making a zipped makeup bag. We've been making a few. Here's one that's complete, and this is using our Crafty Sew&So pattern. And if you're a newsletter subscriber, you'll have received a discount code to get that for free at the moment, and you can make them and send them in to us, and we can donate them to the Baby Basics charity. Laura from Baby Basics has just got into town, I believe, and is just parking up, so she'll be with us within the next half an hour. And yeah, she can tell us a bit more about the charity. I've got quite a few questions. Because I think it's a fantastic charity and I want to know more and maybe more about how I can help. So I have, I'm just going to show you how I'm going to finish the rest of this zipped makeup bag. So when you buy the pattern, you get all the instructions as well. And I've just attached the little tabs to the end of the zips. You can either use bias binding for this or self fabric. I've used the same fabric as the lining. And then I've attached the outer and the lining to the zip, sandwiching it between and sewing it, and then I flip those back and top stitch. So that's one side of my bag done. So I'm just going to work on the next side. So I'm going to take the outer fabric and placing the fabrics right side together. I'm just going to align the other outer and just pop a couple of pins in, one at the end and one at the other. At this point, I'm going to make sure that my zip is half undone as well. That's really important because that's what you have to get in when you come to turn the bag around. So I've got my two right side fabrics together, and then I'm going to flip the whole thing over and I'm going to pop the lining again with the right side of the lining against the right side of the lining. And just pop that aligned again. Aligning those layers. Just going to check that
the zip hasn't moved down at all. Okay, so I've just got a few pins. Because I've made quite a few of these, I know how many pins I need and where I need them, but I would suggest to you maybe use a couple more, just for safety's sake. There's a 1 centimetre seam allowance, so I'm just going to sew all the way along here with 1 centimetre seam allowance, and I have put the zipper foot on my machine. So there's my machine that's just got a little zipper foot on it there. So I'm going to go ahead and just sew that. Yeah. Change over the side. You can tell it's getting late. We've been sewing now for nearly 9 hours, and I'm making some slightly silly mistakes, like not bringing the needle down before I start sewing. So when I get down to this point, I can just feel the zip pull is right there. So I'm going to go in between the outer layers and just lift up the press foot. The needle's still down in the machine. Turn the fabric sideways, and then just wiggle that zip pull past the needle. It's a bit fiddly. If you find it really fiddly at this point, what you can do is you can lift the needle up ever so slightly. Don't pull it out of the fabric because it's only pulling everything down. You can just lift it up slightly, and then once you've done that, you can just carry on. Sew the way to the end. And what you will end up with is something that looks a bit like that. Nice and neatly inserted zip. And then I can just push my lining and my outer together, and then I can press that down, or just finger press it, and then top stitch all the way along here, and that's just going to stop the lining from getting caught up in the zip. You can see here it might just pull out and go through the zip opening. Screen battery's gone again. That's all right. I had actually got to a reasonable point at that point. I'm finding that the the charger thing, the actual plug.
Yeah.
My one over there just isn't working anymore. Oh. I don't think it's the cable because I've used quite a few different cables. But it's plug itself. Yeah. It's odd. That's why I'm charging it through my phone, but it's also a little bit kind of temperamental.
Is it taking, like, if you charge it up overnight, does it hold a day's charge if you're not using camera?
Yeah, pretty much. If I'm not, not recording.
You have to have that, like, when you're recording, you have to expect to take all the battery. Makes me laugh every time.
What does? I have to say, this is not the best zip I've ever done. But it's okay. It's on the top. It's fine.
Good. I really love this little dinosaur on thread. You made this, didn't you?
I did.
So nice, and the blue inside is so cute. Really nice choices.
Making a little line one now.
I saw this earlier and I wanted to make it. I didn't want to like overcommit to having cut it out earlier. So now I know I've got time.
I'm going to spread them out a bit so we can get a really nice photo of them.
So do allow at least 1.5 times the amount of time that you're anticipating
One more.
at this point. Yeah.
Oh,
Well, at
that's so gorgeous.
8ish, we're going to do the poppers.
And these are so nice. I'd love this pattern, Sarah.
Oh, it's by Pearl London. Yeah.
Oh, it's so
And you're very
cute.
welcome to have it. I make them a very different way to how they make them. It's basically stitching them together. They are
It's
they're
so
beautiful.
delightful.
Feel free to stop the pattern that I've got through the photocopy while it's here.
Thank you.
Because I've just got a cardboard pattern.
And these beautiful bibs.
That's what we need to pop up
Oh, they've worked really nicely.
I think we picked exactly the right things to make. I don't think I could be making clothes.
Yeah. And well, it's also what Baby Basics really need.
Yeah.
So you know that what you're making is going to be appreciated and used, don't you?
I sent Laura a list, like, here are our suggestions. Like, you think we can make for you? What would you actually find useful?
Yeah. They are very lovely.
Would you mind showing some of the camera? If there's anyone there, just talk to them. If there's anyone there.
Yeah. I don't know. How do I know if there's somebody
Number
there?
in the top left corner.
Number in the top left corner. There's a 0. There's 15 thumbs up though.
There's no one there live.
There's nobody there live. Oh, here's one that needs its haul.
Yes, I did want to say when Sarah was. I forgot about it. Moved on to something else.
There you go.
Usually back to that.
Oh, I think Laura's going to be really chuffed with this. I want to take a photograph, as you can imagine,
Yes, yeah.
because that's what I
Like,
do.
if you do it now, then we've definitely got one, even if we're adding to it before.
Yes.
If we don't do it because we haven't finished, we could just then remind
Forget it.
So,
Yeah.
you don't have to say put them with the cake.
Oh, what did Laura say she was
Oh,
about?
she was just coming into town. She wasn't parking me on Rich Text. I don't want it to like.
I'll have my dinner.
Sorry.
I'll have my dinner.
I
Yes.
can get 2 more. Definitely need to get that touch there.
Yes.
Sorry,
You know,
saying
you
something?
can talk to yourself.
Just talking to myself. Always. But the expert, right? Talking to you. I'm just trying to see if I can get like the inside brim out of this as well, and then I can do a neutral inside. But, I think I might have to do like one of the. I can do it if I have some of the lines upside down, which I guess is okay if they're in the brim.
Yeah, I think so.
Really clever. Careful touching.
Are there any other?
And I've got that song. It's not even a real song.
But it is a real song. It's just not a real band.
Yeah. So there must have been real people singing.
It's like when they create bands on films in general. You think that's such a good band. I really want to follow them. And I want to
actually get together.
Okay. Some more.
So I can do it if I include some in the selvedge. In the seam. And it would put out the seam allowance.
It's a tricky pattern, isn't it? Because it doesn't seem like it should take very much fabric.
All those curves.
See?
Because they're curves, yeah. They do.
Okay, I think I can do this. I'm gonna have to like cut a couple of corners, but they'll be the seam allowance anyway. Yeah, it's worth it. Don't
I think I must have done a smaller size to you because my hat seems a smaller one.
I've done a different pattern to you,
That would be why.
and I've done the small when there was an extra small.
Yeah, I did the 3 to 6 months rather than the 0
Yeah,
months.
6 to 12, and it is more of a 12, I would say.
Yeah.
There we go. I do love that one with the yellow. Yeah.
Mm. They are cute. Very, very cute.
It's a very hacked pattern.
You say it only came in the one size. So
I think so, yeah. It was only one size, and it had, like you said, tweaks and things like that on it. And I just thought I just need to make it simpler because I needed to make quite a few.
Stevie was adorable when I put Mia's hat on her to send her off into school, and she was like, "Oh!" I was like, "That's pretty awesome."
Hmm.
Shocking.
So you're doing this the LB hat.
I'm doing the Oliver and S
Oh,
hat.
I didn't know they had their own hat.
It's a much less popular version.
Ah, well, perhaps just because it's less well
That's what I
known.
mean. That's literally what I mean. Like, not
It's
being
nice.
safe, but like it being. Use it.
Hmm.
I think Oliver and S is a much bigger brand in America.
Mm.
It's
Ah.
lots better known. They've done quite a lot of patterns with Simplicity. They do a Liesel and Co.
Yeah,
Pattern range for Simplicity.
Right, I'm going to set up my computer outside in a minute. Oh,
That's the
this
same
hat's
person as I'm thinking.
no, it is, yeah.
so lovely.
Having small part palpitations about the other pattern pieces. Oh, good. It's like having cut out 4 or something and not 2 of the other things, and not going to have fabric to do it all. It's fine. It's all. Oh,
Well, I would say make a bag number 2 is much better than although
very
the zip's a bit
nice.
wonky. Everything else is good. We've only made things time and time again, as you know how big they can be if you don't do them well.
don't beat yourself up.
I'd like to keep that one, but I'm not going to.
There's more for charity sewing.
Absolutely. My favourite bit in the corners there.
Cute. That one I think needs the lining fixing on it. But I'll just take this photograph and then you can have it back.
This was a donated fabric if you want to think of something to make with it.
Ah,
I was also thinking we could do some overlocked drawstring bags.
I know.
Yeah, I think we spent the last
Oh, yeah.
month doing some of those. I think I'm reaching capacity for quality sewing.
Simple.
Overlocking, quick, I can do.
And there'll be wash bags and kids stuff and
Yeah.
whatever. For kids to use it for.
Had some waterproof fabric, but I didn't. I've used all of mine.
Yeah.
My home, the wet bags and things.
Where did you get it from? What kind of waterproof fabric have you used?
Just Overlocking really, which would work for drawstring bags. The stuff that I really like is the stuff that is like coated, like PUL.
Yeah.
basically. Jersey with a plastic coating.
Yeah, that's what I've got. The wet bags that I've bought and things like that, and I've looked up to buy it, like just to make up things from home. But it's like £20 a lot.
And
I think the idea is like because you don't need a lot.
and you shouldn't be designing it or anything like that.
But I just can't do that. So I'm kind of trying to make sure we use up all the donated pieces of fabric. As best we can. And then our stuff less.
Good plan.
I'll put these out as well. These are the other pieces that Charlotte bought. I know, I'm just like patting myself on the back, but I remembered everyone's name today. And I was like, I struggled with that. So
Yeah.
I tried really hard and I did it.
It's nice now we've met Wendy quite a few times and Charlotte a few times as well, because Charlotte was a name that kept popping up throughout lockdown.
Yeah.
And she was just starting out sewing, and it's just so nice when we actually got to see her.
Sorry, I can't. I will stop. But
Do you need us to put some music on? It's only
I was going
taken
to say, one of the things we need to do for energy is maybe have a dance party. What was that? 2.5 hours to go.
You're doing really well, you guys. I'm very proud of you. Now I'm going to go and be Sing for Water Woman.
Okay.
Sing for Water on my alternative shirt. And get up there.
Sing for water.
Sing.
Also, you okay?
Yeah, I just looked at the time. Like you said, it's a time warp. But not to worry. I am there.
go.
Grab to Sew&So. Hello, I'll be right down to let you in.
Which has quieted down a little bit at the moment. Things have started to flag a bit, but there's always sewing going on all the time until tomorrow at 10 a.m. Thank you, see you later.
I'm so over at team to beat us up a bit.
There we go. Yeah, amazing. Thank you so much. Every hour you're yes, it's really fun. The big thing about having a live capture grant. So, because of that, if anyone would be not sorry, just not be able to hear, just probably do it 5 minutes. No, it's fine, just don't say anything. So, if you are watching live and you want oh, right, okay, fine. So, I thought you said he was going to what's bear with us?
Just been checking in on how the Sew Over It team are doing. They look like they're doing very well. And we are expecting Laura from Baby Basics to be joining us very soon. So bear with us and she will be here. Hello. You are. This is actually your audition for the sewing bee without you knowing it.
I'm not actually sure if I'm going to sew. Yeah, I'm going to get you sew. We've got some things for straight lines. So that's fine.
You can do cutting out as well, because we have some things that.
I'm a primary teacher, so good.
Excellent.
We are live streaming to YouTube, so that's happening here. Laura from Baby Basics is here to join us for a little while. So this is what we've made so far. So we've got lots of baby bibs. We've got quite funky fabric, so I hope that's going to suit people. But plus a few little baby hats and hats. And that's very unisex.
Yes. We're trying to go unisex as much as we can. Although Freya and I both have daughters, so it's kind of pre-inclined to.
We were earlier. Oh, sorry. Early on, we started sewing something, and we were like, we must make sure we do a bit of fully stuff. Yes, very pretty. We've got a few of those, and then we're just going to do some simple wash bags as well. So
Lovely.
Thank you very much. You're very welcome. I hope it's all. So these need poppers, so we'll do that as on part of the evening. Before we finish. Yes. I'm happy to do
Well, we're going to do the drawstring overlocked bags, but I feel like because there's lots of little bits of fabric, it might just be a case of kind of cutting them into as square bits as possible.
But that piece would work well for one of those.
Yeah, actually that would.
Okay.
Yeah. So we could cut out another one. She could cut out another one.
And bigger pieces could be.
Yes. I was thinking of giving her a very, very easy job to start off with.
Warm her up.
But actually, using the pattern might be a bit easier to. Oh, yes. Yes.
Zero through to 6.
Okay, right.
Like we've not had lots of people constantly, so that's for a while. With the girls waving. So you're right-handed?
Yeah.
Here are some real left-handed. I am, which is why I'm removing those. So first we clean the fabric.
So we're going to use this lovely fabric that was donated to make some drawstring bags. So I'm just going to have a look and see if there's some other square pieces that we can use as well.
This fabric which I've got on the outside, and then we also do like a coordinated box to go on the inside. So it's a really nice finish, and we obviously labelled it the makeup back. How many bags are needed? Like so many bags are needed when you've got
Somebody's been making some wash bags for us, like for the last few months.
Oh, really? Oh, that's
So,
nice.
The latest, lovely. Like, she's just, I think she's retired and just trying to find something to do. That's nice. So,
so just cut out.
so I don't draw around.
You can if you'd rather, but I like to think it kind of stabilises the fabric.
Sorry, I couldn't find it.
Isn't it? You were teaching.
I was both basics today, very busy. And then we'd already arranged for friends to come for a barbecue. It's friends that I was at college with, that both one couple of country kids. It's nice that we up once a time.
Finding time for that is really like hard and important. So. As straight as you can. If you can cut a straight line, you can sew.
No Cynthia. Okay.
Yeah, she's not going to. Yes. How's she doing? Good. Yeah, I've not seen. She was at church this weekend, but I wasn't. So I haven't seen her. Okay, that is the perfect size for what you need. So I'll leave that for you and see if I can find a piece I can use. No, I dropped me off at school this morning, and then she's nearly over. You know, it's insane. I literally picked her up on the end of term for Easter, and I had that little the next one is the end of term. It's the end of the year. I was like, shut up, it's fine. It's ages away, and it's all good. But
And it's gonna happen again.
Yes, I don't know what she needs to do to be ready for year one, but she'll be excited.
Sometimes a big change.
Is it more sit down and work? So,
But some schools do a bit of transition.
perhaps if you unpin it, you're going to need to cut it out from this one next. So it's interfacing kind of adds a bit of stiffness to the fabric, so it stays close. Yeah. On your phone or should I do it on my Instagram? I assume this one's mine.
We
I don't have
don't have
an
Yes.
Instagram, but when I Facebook.
Thank you.
I think some people had when I tagged myself in that post.
Yeah.
Some people then contacted me that hadn't heard of it. Hopefully it works the same way.
I don't know how to use it.
Oh,
I'm on Google Lens and I'm like, I don't actually know what that even means.
So I've been using baby_basics for the main.
It's just Baby Basics Leicester.
Baby Basic Leicester. Because
So there was on Instagram, but then that's
I see.
Just
Okay, so it's okay on
Baby
Instagram that I've been doing
Yeah.
baby_basics.
So there's there's 55 Baby Basics
Mm.
centres around the
Yeah, I
UK.
found
So,
lots of other ones. So
Yeah.
Milton Keynes, no.
yeah, some might have
Kettering,
those.
no.
Yeah.
I mean, we will support them if
I
they,
just-
want to help.
I figured the overall one is best. So leave that to the side, and then please do it in the right direction. But I'm doing exactly the same one here. I can do a closer one like this, and then it's like your face.
Yeah, do a range and then choose.
You're doing the same thing for a few minutes.
That's-
So.
Oh yeah, I've got some great volunteers, but they're not really upfront people.
Yeah.
So I always try not to take too many of them.
I was going to say with the volunteering, what kind of things do you have people who come in and sort like during the day, or
Yeah.
what opportunities are there?
So
I'd like to get more involved. Really.
yeah, well, we're about to move, but we haven't got a move date yet. We've been waiting since last August. I was saying that earlier, like, someone was saying, surely the council have been, they have got a place.
Oh, it's a lovely place. It's just
That's 10 months.
So so people come in and sort donations, check equipment. Sometimes we build cots to check their okay.
Oh, cool.
That's a good idea. And then pack referrals, so it might be a bundle of clothes, it might be a Moses basket starter kit,
Mm-hmm.
or like a bundle of toys and books. Yeah, so last month we sent out 73 referrals. Busiest month ever, I think.
Was that the busiest month?
I think so, yeah.
And the referrals are all done through the health visitors, aren't they?
Either a health visitor or midwife or social worker. Some of the charities and agencies do it as well.
Yeah.
Like Citizens Advice Today. And,
Oh, really?
British Red Cross.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I think in the last 6 months I feel like there's been a lot more different charities and agencies applying.
There'll be more need and less funding, unfortunately, in other areas. So
more refugees.
Yeah.
So it's just chaotic. It feels a bit chaotic because we've not got the space where we are.
Yeah.
We're desperate.
I think even if you're super organised in your admin side of things and getting the right things and everything, if you just don't have this, it just doesn't.
Yeah. I think because I teach 2 days a week as well, it's just sometimes tricky to get in.
That you want to.
Yeah. That's the right size.
No, not you. Check this fabric. I think it's gonna be just
And a nice board. But yeah, we've recently got a few retired teachers come on board, and that's actually really good
because they're super organised and good
Yeah.
at planning,
and they've offered to do some admin and stuff like that. So that's helped a lot. Have I taken the pins off? Yeah, because you've only got one more set. That one? Yeah.
it must be important to have people who know, when to, that they are actually really needed.
Yeah.
have the commitment, basically.
Some are obvious, and
Yeah.
some are a bit more.
Yeah.
But we don't meet the clients, so just the professionals or agencies collect.
Yeah.
Which is tricky because Leicester have got a big shortage of health visitors.
Yes. Yeah.
But they are employing children's nurses to work alongside.
I was talking to a friend who's a qualified children's nurse, not currently a children's nurse. She was thinking of changing her career. Should do that.
So this kid whose daughter's just got a job doing that, but it's not gone through yet.
It's interesting because I was thinking the other day, I don't know whether this just that I've slipped through the net, but I think talking to my other friends, it seems to be a similar situation, that we can't remember when we had a health visitor discussion.
I think because of
and
cuts and things.
Yeah.
I can't even remember my youngest having certain checks, but that might be because we had to move around quite a bit for Gary's job.
And Sarah's baby wasn't a year old when
COVID happened.
She's not a baby anymore.
No, not a baby.
How old?
She's nearly 3.
Yeah, so I'm doing this again.
there's a lot of competition. Do you help yourself just so
Yeah, I think when we moved to Bristol, Eli was 12 months, and 6 months later, a health visitor said, "Oh, I'm just ringing to welcome you to the
Yes. I finally made it to the top of the list, but they just must be massively overrun. I mean, Yeah, you say you've got 20,000 people or something like that on your list, you're gonna not get to the 20,000 for quite some time.
They really go out their way.
Hmm.
Lovely people. I had the same health visitor for both my kids, and she was lovely. She is lovely. She's Jackie.
Yeah,
Jackie's
one of-
gorgeous.
She's one of our regular, and she's been really supportive from the beginning. I don't ever remember seeing Alphas to Eli when I moved here.
That should be Jackie.
Oh, maybe I did.
One.
It wasn't Jackie. It should have been.
It should have been
Jackie.
Jackie. It was really funny the second time because we moved house, but the family who were living in our house beforehand had a baby between the two girls.
Oh,
So she'd been to the house between seeing my girls and had a moment of like,
where am I?
yeah, like a bit like this baby, there's another baby. Just like,
Do I need to talk to you
orientation.
about contraception?
but she very quickly put it all together. But it was just like she'd been to that house a lot in that 2 years.
It was nice because she said recently, because the council obviously were struggling to let people pick up because they're short staffed and haven't got time. So they were looking into different ways of doing it. And Jackie said that's her favourite part of the job is taking a bundle to someone that really needs it. And if she's not allowed to do that anymore, that'll spoil her job.
Yeah, it must be a real privilege to be able to make that, recipient so.
I was thinking like a relief because
Yeah.
you've been in positions where you're seeing the need and to actually have an answer to say, like, we can help.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
there's something we can do to support you. Must be a big relief.
Yeah.
Make that job.
And one of the reasons why we were so happy to be able to support Baby Basics in this way is that at a time when money is tight for everybody, it was so nice to be able to donate something that we can make lots more of, which is time and items and awareness.
So we're done with that piece now that we've used it, and we're going to take the interfacing and the pieces on the outer, and we're going to iron that to the back. Okay. And there's stick. It does. This side has a gluey texture. Yeah. And then the iron melts it. Yeah, you do want to take those off. Otherwise they're there. Like this is just a little the same to this hat rim. Yeah. And so it's like bonded once it's done. So I'll come show you how you can do them. We can do that one here.
I bet you fell in love with the studio when you first visited it.
Well, we looked at the next door studio about 2 years prior to COVID.
Yeah.
Because we were thinking, we were pondering our options. Yeah. But it's like 3 times the size of this.
Mm-hmm.
And at the time, it was being let as a whole unit. We were like, yeah. And we had obviously different options. But,
We were thinking about sharing it with the photographer actually,
yeah.
but then he decided it wasn't right for him.
So when this came up, so we really like this building. It was a bit of a let's just go, get it. So interfacing, you don't iron, you press. Right. So you put it down, put a little bit, but not too much. Count about 5 or 6. And press again, all the way across, and you can tell if it's bonded or not. And obviously so make sure you're putting the glue side down. A bit rougher, and that's just the wrong side of the fabric, that's the non-printed side. And if you iron the fabric first, it makes sure it's crisp, ready for the glue.
Sticking a big fold in it, which I've done before.
I've got another piece to cut out, but I thought I had. Let's see.
You've been busy with courses.
Yeah, pretty busy. We had a jeans workshop at the weekend.
Yeah.
And then came haven't got anything this weekend. We've got a private lesson, a couple of private lessons tomorrow actually. And then next weekend we've got a pattern cutting class. Yeah. Always busy with something.
Is it the top?
Yes, yeah, the bodice block. Bodice block. Pattern cutting using a bodice block, which is like a template. A bodice block is like a template that you then design garments from. Once you've got that to fit you perfectly. Yeah. It's a good tool for that kind of thing.
Do you, how does it work around your daughter?
Yeah, so I do Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Yeah. And then she goes to nursery and to her grandma's.
A while ago, someone I was at uni with noticed that I knew Freya on Facebook. And it's because she knows you. Hannah Marriage, but she doesn't use
Yes.
Hannah Marriage.
She used to work at George with me.
She must be.
Used to work at George with me.
Yes, yeah.
Yes. But I don't think she's there anymore. is
No, I
she?
think she stopped when she had kids.
Mm.
But now she's getting into something on Etsy, I think. Like designing cards and yeah, she was at uni with me and used to go out with Gareth's housemate.
Oh, nice. Oh, yeah.
I think Leicester as well is small. I know. Yeah, she doesn't live in Leicester. It's federal that you see who's connected.
It's funny because I always had an inkling that she was quite crafty, but we never really talked about it.
Yeah, she did some kind of well, obviously she did a textiles kind of course at uni.
I think when we were working at George, it's kind of like we were trying so hard to be professional and be proper fashion designers.
Yeah.
So you didn't talk about your crafts, you didn't talk about your sewing very much. To be honest, I don't think many people were that interested in what I was doing. And I certainly wasn't doing.
It'll turn itself off.
Then when I started working at Next, I just kind of ignored that nobody was that interested and just talked about it anyway.
And then they'll like
doing it.
go again. But again, I realised that it's not a problem. You can do if you want to tidy up. It's all really on inside. So the only thing with these big prices they throw you into the carton is it immediately. I just realised I was like, what's next? What do we do? Oh wait, we're putting in a zip next. It's fine.
It's the best type, it's the easiest type.
These are covers again. Kind of makes it a bit longer, makes it a bit tight. She does this. Yeah. Yeah. She needs a bit of encouragement to get going.
Who's that?
My sister.
Who do we need to encourage? We are, we call ourselves sewing enablers.
Yeah.
So we are very happy to
Yeah, I mean,
encourage.
she's very talented. This just needs a bit of encouragement to get going.
Yeah. Sometimes the distractions of life and other things can stop
But
you.
now her youngest is at nursery. A bit easier.
Amy, who was in earlier, she's a little bit like that, and I know that when she sews, she really enjoys it.
Yeah.
So I hadn't until, because I know her through going to pregnancy fitness classes, and we both had kids at the same time. But I didn't know at the time that she was into sewing. I knew that she'd worked in fashion and kind of had just finished a job in fashion. But yeah, I didn't know we'd got that kind of connection of enjoying sewing. And I'm kind of only now just thinking, is the right time to start a little nudge. Shall we do a sewing day together? Shall we do a little bit of sewing?
So we're just going to do a line sewing straight across. And I should put that on the machine. Oh, they all got names.
They do.
That's right.
Just purely in case they misbehave.
So we could do stuff in the shop, and it would be like one of them would be out of
Yeah.
sync, and it would be like which one needs to be
Yeah.
fixed.
The one with the post-it note on. What? The post-it note that fell off. Yeah, I don't like that. And it means that we try and use like different ones so that they all get a bit of use. So they don't get worn out.
So I'm lining up this edge of the fabric with this inside gap. And then I'm using the stitch. The needle is on stitch 0, which was the needle in the middle. And then I'm going to sew a couple of stitches. I don't trust myself. Then I'm going to
It's all right. You don't have to trust yourself. You just have to trust us.
Yeah. And that's the zip shell. I'm going to redo that because that's so you just repeat that. Yeah. So I'll redo that one because I'm not going to stitch it away from what we said.
It's fine.
At least not without owning up to it.
I like the reversible.
Yes. And it's bamboo fibers, and very lovely.
Yeah.
And soft against the baby's skin.
Yeah, we're really short ribs at the minute.
Make more.
Yeah, that's good to hear.
Yeah.
It's the easiest thing to make. And we're starting to flag a bit. So
Yeah.
carry on. That's why I'm making rectangular. I don't even know what I'm making. Drawstring bags.
Yeah.
Because I can't manage anything more.
Have you both got the day off tomorrow?
I do, and it's birthday prep, but yeah. But I'm not here.
You used to celebrate on a different day to each other, didn't you?
So I'm not really doing anything for my birthday. I'm going out because that's happening, and I just thought and then Mia's birthday party is next week because that's when we're actually what's she doing for a birthday? We've had church hall, and we're gonna get fancy houses. So
You get it from Leicester Castles.
I have no idea what I'm doing. I looked at a lot of different options because it's like it was expensive. Yes, they're 80 quid for the 3 hours. I think we could find it for a full day for 80 quid, but who needs a
It's a fair bit, but it's not that much when you compare it to something like taking all the kids to like the warehouse.
Mia was insistent, and I was keen for her to have all her tasks done. This is the first year, meet new friends, get to know the parents. And
You hope the parents stay.
I've asked them to stay.
I was going to say, because some might just leave.
They might, and I'm prepared for that.
Is that something that happens? I need to be aware of it.
Not usually in reception, but some people would drive.
Yeah.
Especially if it's a third child.
Yeah. I'll be fine. I won't
Some
be.
3 hours of childcare.
So like, some kids have taken them to Christmas Day. Yeah, as a like invited her or a group. And she wanted that, but so we're like, well, not for the whole class. So it's like we can take the minimum 10 people to that, or we can have the whole class.
I just Noah took some friends to me Maria last weekend for his birthday. And I booked in Sunday
organised party. So
Yeah.
but because she's got twins, the dad was at home with the toddler twins. It wouldn't have been suitable for her. So but she was left with 15 7-year-olds. Yeah.
It's a good thing it's not an employed job, because I feel like that's not the right ratio. So I put it on really slow. So it's just going to go.
So my foot controls.
Just goes down. So when you've done a couple of stitches, you can take out the pin. And then just try and sew a straight line, keeping an eye on the edge of the fabric, not the needle.
The
So the needle just
edge needs to be
kind of,
yeah.
you do.
Yeah,
Exactly.
You can't recut something.
Well,
I say that.
That's
Do I
it.
need another one?
No, you'll be fine.
So then we lift this lever, which lifts up the presser foot, which is what we call that. And then we pull out backwards. And then there's a little blade. Yeah.
Oh, not too short.
No, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. And that's your stitching, which is actually neater than mine. So you can do the rest of the bag. So if you go back to the bag, it's the rest of the bag.
Sorry.
So Laura's just put in her first zip. None of us have been on camera, but there are 3 people watching us, so clearly. There we go. Sorry, thanks for joining. Hi Sarah. Sorry, no, that's what Liz says. Hi Liz. She says hello Sarah. So Laura from Baby Basics has joined us, and she has sewn her first tab ends on her zip to the wash bag that we're making. And she's done very well. She's literally sewn a neater seam than I have. So let's see how she gets on next. I'm not sure how. Right. So what we do is we take one of those and one of those. Yeah. I'm just narrowing those because they're fabric. And we sandwich the zip between. Yes, eventually, but not to start with. So we put that on the zip pull facing down. We put that at the top, and I like to pin it now to hold it in place. So you pin it. The spokes. Actually, with the heads. Yep, so going that way. You can rotate it. Be laying on the table.
Some scissors at my face. That's fine. Nothing happened. So I've been making some little drawstring bags, and they're really super simple. We've got a tutorial of how to do them on our YouTube. So on this channel, it's a sew along that Freya did 6 months ago, I think it was now. And it's so easy. So basically all you need is any size rectangle, and then you cut a slightly bigger if possible, or it can be the same size piece of fabric for the top, like that. And here's one that I've just finished. So what I did was I overlocked, and it's all done on the overlocker, absolutely everything. So you join the bottom side, join the bottom to make a little tube, and then you take your top strip, fold it in half, and fold the ends in just a little. I haven't top stitched them or anything like that. They don't tend to poke out, so just press those in just by about a centimetre, half centimetre, and then pop that inside. And it's best to line up the little folds with the opposite point to where your seam is, just for neatness. Or you could do it at the front if you wanted to. And then just overlocked all the way around, trimmed off my threads. And then I can just pop this the right way out. Like so.
And you have your cute little dinosaur bag. Ta-da! Drawstring bag, and we've got a little elephant one as well. So I can get some tape or some pajama drawstring or some ribbon, put those through, and they will just gather up to be really, really nice, useful little bags. Whether that be for hanging up, for putting like little baby socks in, or for mum's bits and pieces that she needs. Maybe it could be like a bedside bag. I found when I was up with Edith in the middle of the night, it was really useful to have a selection of like important, useful kind of essentials for during the night, for night feeds and things. And yeah, it would have been nice to have a little bag like this to have kept them all in, instead of if I had like a carry bag. So yeah, hopefully these will get used for something very useful. Just charging up a tiny bit and then using it for video. Yeah.
What best practice for the last couple of us? We won't kick
Yeah. They're very hard to break. We've been trying for years. With various different people.
So we put the needle down this bottom, because that keeps the fabric from moving. And we lift it just a bit. Of course, you might need to lift it a little bit higher. Reach in, and there's a hole. You take the fabric away. And actually run out the fabric. How come it's that? That's okay. We can pin and sit down here. Right. We can move your point of reference across a bit so that you've got
So have it a little bit further over.
yeah, and then because I'd say you've got 2 centimetre of space to so I suppose if if that's too close for you, if you keep the fabric under the edge of this outside edge, and then it's just a little bit space.
I keep getting rid of all the little ones that don't have any pin heads, but I don't know how they come back. We've got a whole pin cushion full of them, and I'm just like, are they haunting me?
Someone brought some today.
What's them with them?
Yeah.
Ah, that's why I've got a whole pin cushion.
Yeah.
Don't worry, with these makeup bags, actually everything's all on the inside, so it really doesn't matter if it's not super straight.
You knew something needed to go over. Push it away from you.
This way.
Okay, because it's backwards. So, but either way, push it away from you.
Oh.
That's a lovely bag.
I was just saying, I would have really liked something like this, and I don't know why I didn't. Oh yes, I just had a baby. That's why I didn't have one. Why I didn't make one. For like night feeds, just like all the things that you need, just all in one little bag. I just had a plastic bag, which rustled terribly and woke the baby up even more. What was this?
So we'll go back to where we
Yeah.
studied, and we'll go back.
And you can sew over it.
Has Libby done any courses recently?
We've just done our, back in starting in January, our 6-week Learn to Love Your Overlocker course.
And she's coming week after next to do Coast Jersey. Be lovely. 2 people on that now. Be great. I'm going to give Libby the option of doing that on the overlocker if she wants to. 'Cause I think she'll benefit from doing that here on the overlocker. Get her confidence up a bit.
So she asked, because she just wants to take her time with sewing, and she kind of cut it out, everything out before she comes.
Yeah,
Then
can
she
do
can
that.
just
Yeah.
take her time with sewing.
Yeah,
As long as
no
that
worries.
was, she wanted to check that would be.
Well, she knows what size she's cutting out anyway. It's the size that she always makes in her patterns because she's made quite a few now, which is good. It's a nice thing about finding a sewing brand that you like most of the styles by. You just know what size to cut.
That line really wasn't straight. Yeah. I've gone very. See what you think.
Right around.
Sounds okay here.
Very there. So the test is, what does it look like on the other side? Because as long as it holds the zipping base, which in the middle it doesn't, so there is some fixing to do. So yeah, my point is though, move it wobbly, but
Not too close to it.
I think also the zip might have moved, so the pins,
Perhaps when I unzip
it's probably not pulled out. So I'm just going to unpick the zip a little bit and then I can put that back in place. What the good thing as well with this bag is that you repeat the process again to get practice. So you can do it all again. You can do it.
Don't worry, my first zip was really wobbly, just because I haven't done it for so long.
Yeah.
I don't think I've made one of these for about 3 years now. Probably since 2 years since during lockdown on a online workshop. And it is a case of use it or lose it.
We have our own patterns on Etsy, but we use it as like just PDFs, so that we don't have to monitor it too closely.
Yeah.
Yes, we have to sell. Looking at all of that, definitely need some admin time. We just sell the PDFs. We don't direct people to it. Yes.
And it's good for international because it sorts out all the VAT, because it's quite complicated if people buy from our website if they buy PDFs, because there's a different set of rules for international digital products as opposed to products that you ship over, which we also don't do anymore because of Brexit. So it's just too complicated. We couldn't do it anymore, which is such a shame. When you've only got 2 of you, you have to kind of cut back on what you do a little bit more, especially if something that you used to do becomes incredibly complicated. We can do what we do well.
And we don't get any international orders, so like like there's something that changed in Germany. I'm just like, I don't have to. Just for German orders, but like if you ship to Germany, you have to be registered with this with whatever. And I'm like, So I have to know
So we're out of-
all that stuff in case. So what we do is we press these open and away from the zip so that they stay out of the way, and then we go back and repeat the same process. So obviously I'll take you through. So I need to have memorised it after one go.
Do I need to press anything on the iron?
And if you kind of lift it up, we'll click.
They're lovely. Charlotte's done such a good job on those. Gorgeous.
I couldn't use it, Sarah, so you may as well.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Did you phone? Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm doing a rehearsal, Laura, for Sing for Water. So I'm multitasking.
That's why you're on water aid.
Yeah. We've got 15 people online all learning the songs.
Yeah. Laura said some books, so.
Bibs, I've also got a hat and then I've had
Oh,
one,
yeah.
so-
I'll do the hat. Yeah, I haven't done a hat yet, so
But yes,
it would be quite nice.
round on the evening with some bibs.
Those bits, yeah.
So in an ideal world, should they be lined up? This one's silent.
Here's my coffee that I didn't get This is very common in the studio. The cat gets spoiled 3 times for everything back from me. Just the way it is.
Just 3, or should I do the edges?
Do it.
And then that goes on as well.
So I'm just taking it now.
Cynthia doesn't know what she's doing.
No, it's fine.
Did you hear us?
You do.
I just couldn't have done that. I really couldn't.
I've not known.
There was enough surprises.
Things I didn't know about. We didn't have a reason not to, so.
We weren't going to, and then my brother was moving house and getting rid of loads of boy stuff.
Ah,
And we had
yes.
to go back for another scan at 23 weeks because no one wouldn't move out of his comfortable position.
Has he moved out of his comfortable
Uh,
position since?
He's a very deep sleeper. Yeah, he's. So yeah, in she did actually let it slip at first, like 20 weeks ago, when they said we didn't want to. And so I went back thinking it was a boy because I'd heard her say he. Right.
So exactly the same. And so a little bit closer, further in. Like I don't know.
Yeah.
You can sew further in on the edge.
Yeah.
I think I'm tired. I'm definitely.
Teaching is not going to be it's not our best, I think, at this time.
That's probably where we're going from. There we go.
So I'm going to keep this on
Mhm.
that end.
Yes.
Can I just start with
You can do. I shall get Sustan restored. My coffee. Well, you have a tea or a coffee or a hot chocolate or a squash. Yes, I've still got the macro card from the church. So you can tell they've not done any catering recently.
Oh gosh, no.
I guess there's a spare.
macro from church.
I borrowed the macro card from church to
Last August.
to get supplies for our sewing camp, which included this hot chocolate.
Do you have to really use it
No, I just mean like they're not doing tomatoes or anything
Yeah.
anymore, and so like I've not been asked for it.
actually? Actually,
Yeah, because you might need it.
Baby Basics is still linked to.
Oh yeah.
There you go.
Like,
Track fly down, it's going to be hard. Prize that macro card out of her fingers.
I do need it for August.
Yeah,
so
please
I
let
want
us have it back in about the end of July.
I left the foot up to do with it.
Yes, so you put the needle in and then lift the foot up. So that stops the fabric from shifting around. So coffee. This is probably my last coffee because I do actually want to go home and sleep when it's time. Otherwise I need to.
I think you've only drank about 1.5 cups.
Probably half. Yeah, probably.
Don't worry too much about it.
So, did you want a hot drink?
No, I'm okay, thanks.
Maybe 3, but only drank one.
So is the key with these hats to make the seam allowances really small?
It's a like a half centimetre. So I use needle. I use stitch number 1. No, stitch number 1, and then the edge of the foot, and then it fits in very nicely.
I can't seem to get the zip up high, but I think it's because it's too close. I moved it slightly.
Oh yeah, so this is where if you lift that. This is fiddly.
So I turn it sideways.
Oh, yeah.
Makes it
Oh, yes.
a lot easier to manipulate.
Switched into the zip.
Yeah, it's easy.
Yeah, I kind of forgot to stop.
That's not now.
Don't want to be able to get in there nice back.
Yeah, you just run 1 stitch into where the zip teeth is. So
It's one of those things once you've done it a few times, you get to recognise what it feels like when you're getting close to it. But until you have, it's kind of hard.
First time.
We had Claire from downstairs come and help make one of the baby hats. But she's not. She's very creative, but she doesn't do a lot of sewing. So she just spent like 2 hours doing that. That's all. Yeah. I'm going. As I said, everyone. We're going with quality. We don't want to like 100 bibs that you can use. That would be pretty useless.
This is pretty fiddly, isn't it?
This hat's definitely.
I started with the hardest bit, just to get it out of the way.
That's why I put Claire on it, but then it does make making sure that you get the other 2 bits the right way around.
Yes.
More tricky. Right, so before you get to this pin, stop and take it out and move the zip. That's your marker for where the zip is. You need to start from there. Yes. Before I get to that, you've got a lot of it needs to be here. Is it this one I'm stuck in? No, that's right. Oh no, sorry, it's the second one. Am I starting sewing where it is? Yes, you can start sewing where it is. Just going to switch over. You've already sewn, which is all good. Yeah, it's between the 2 white layers, so between those 2 you'll find the zip hole. And I'm going up with it, taking it, yes. So, needle down first, make sure what you do. Then press up, and then you can, if you bring it round, then you've got a bit more space to maneuver.
I'm wondering if slipping into the seam allowance on this would make it easier before you do the.
I
Sewing.
haven't at any point,
No,
but I'm
that
annoying.
is really tricky. Unnecessarily tricky, I feel.
So we're definitely going this way to shut. That would shut it.
Yes, you definitely want to shut the zip away.
I can't get past the foot though. I haven't gone into it.
This is actually a little bit more.
You must get people that enroll into your courses and you think, oh no, not that.
No, not really, actually. Like most people, they, yeah, I don't know. As long as we know that they
Not
have,
exactly, don't we? But
as long as we know that people have the potential and the willingness to learn.
yeah, enthusiasm will get you 90% of the way there.
Exactly. Nobody is useless.
Have I done too far over? Yes, so you've sewn the zip teeth into the seam allowance. As I said, like unfortunately, we had this and that to do at the moment, and this is the easier two options. And we start with the hardest part. So I suppose I'm going to see yes, and then you can move on to the easier bits, which are next.
There's a lot about putting zips in that's about like getting to know the machine and the positioning, what things feel like.
Yeah,
and
that's
that's hard
really
to
difficult
to
to
experience. It's
So we have to do it when
yeah, it makes it quite tricky.
Plus, having put in a good 3 to 10% of these in my
The last 5 years, oh, it's fine.
Yeah.
Oh, it's okay. I'll use this one. Mr. Jean, enjoyed this. Yeah. He's enjoying his school. Took notes. Class maybe more in the year group, I'm not sure.
So you enjoy not being a deputy, like a head of science.
Yes,
Is he head of science? I thought he wasn't.
So there's going to be some training in the thing that he thinks is probably necessary. It's another thing to make sure that this year when he's doing the data management for the company, he's like sharpened his Excel skills, and he's a little bit like eyeballing what people are doing. Like he did some training, he's like, I could have done that better.
But offer next time. That's what puts me off doing any kind of illustrator training, because like anything that's illustrated for fashion is already beyond what I not beyond, it's below what I can already do. But then I don't want to do straight illustrator training because it's not specific enough to what I need it for.
Are you an
So
illustrator?
3D. No, I use it to create dressmaking patterns. It's like a computer and it can be. It's got so many uses. I mean, you can use it to make amazing like 3D illustration. But I just like it because it has good measuring tools and manipulatable lines, and you can put all your points on, so you can get exactly the shape that you can create exactly the shape that you want to do. A lot of the courses are very much aimed at teaching you how to be able to do, hand-drawn style illustration on a computer. Isn't what I need it for.
So what we do now is we press that flat again, and then we do some row top stitching along there.
You did like 80% of it. I'm going to give you.
Sure. So yeah, that's both sides, so that everything's definitely
All along here.
Yeah, just that all the way around. So it's really good because you ask some questions, so like actually remember how to teach like what isn't clear about what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Because when I pressed it before, I just got the top stitching holds the fabric away, so when you're using the zip, it doesn't kind of get caught up. Yeah. And then pressing.
That's a really cute design.
You do a little space this. It's not as imperative.
But it does make a big difference, doesn't it? Just an extra half a centimetre.
Yeah.
And you're fighting with the fabric. It is great. You're sitting there and
So you're seeing for water finish?
yeah, it's gone well. Really pleased.
Really, kind of sad that we're not going to get the festival this year.
Yeah. You just able to do the
Realise it was.
to make it a picnic.
Yeah.
That would work. Right.
Because it's somewhere else. Because it's the Jubilee weekend, Deborah's had invited us and some, I think, a couple of big families to lunch and half the.
But it's not a couple of days, isn't it?
So we are away with on holiday with my mum 2 days before.
Oh yes, of course.
So,
Yeah, I would have had enough of you.
so if we keep the zip foot on the machine,
Yeah, we're planning to go down to
Well, we're on Sunday at 2 o'clock.
Okay. Unfortunately, with the Jubilee celebrations, it seems like everything's not organised still on Saturday and Sunday.
Yes.
And I guess they are using Thursday and Friday to prepare. Could see that. Yeah. Disappointed that I've not really had anything that's on Thursday or Friday. It kind of feels like I know I just work for them. It's not much on. Maybe.
It's about holiday, really.
Yeah.
So not everyone will be working. Yeah.
There's nothing really going on as well.
That's kind of why that's why it's not.
I would have preferred it to be Friday and Monday because then you get a day afterwards to do all the tidying up.
Yeah.
Because most of the things that we want to go to are on the Sunday. The local the Central Avenue street parties on Sunday.
That's nice. There's this your community doing a street party. Whereabouts do you?
I'm in Queen's Road, Clarendon Park area. Yeah, I mean, I just saw something pinned to a tree. I was like, yeah, that sounds good. We'll go to that.
The one in our that we're not going to because it's the Saturday. There's like wrap up that you're putting on the so it's very beautiful. Like oh good. You're so very that's just there we go. You can do it without zips. Zips are like not where I normally start people off.
It's like a beginner's starting point, are they?
She started me on a zip.
It's like, well, what we're making? We're making
Baptism of fire.
That's how you're up to it. We know you're up to it, Laura. The concert for Ukraine was absolutely fantastic. I was so impressed with all the performances that took place.
Who was performing? I thought you were for some reason. I don't know whether-
Yes, I was.
Yeah.
Yep. And just it's part of a big massed choir. But there were performances also from the gospel choir that used to be called DMU Gospel Choir, but we've got another name now. And I think they were only called DMU Gospel Choir because they rehearsed in DMU and people called them that, but they were never really exactly that.
that sounds like a student choir.
It does, and
Yeah.
it's not.
They were
Yeah,
the off-putting
students.
for
Yeah, none of them were students. There's the cathedral choir that sang, but they had quite a number of different Ukrainian performers, and there were some absolutely gobsmackingly acrobatic Cossack dancers who were leaping in the air and doing pikes in the air and that kind of incredible, and sitting down on their haunches doing the sticking out legs.
Wow. Right. Yep. I've missed a bit here. And do you go back in the center of that? So how do I go back? So you just cut it and then go back. And then when you I do this. Yeah. And when you get to where you sit, if you stop and press this button and then put your foot down for a couple of stitches, it'll just appear.
There were some fabulous folk dancers, again Ukrainian, they came from Manchester, and a really great Ukrainian folk comedy band that were very, very great fun. What else was there? We sang two songs from Les Mis with soloists, and we were kind of the backing group and the crescendo to the piece, really. They're on. Somebody who's a West End performer sang "Bring Him Home." Oh goodness! Oh, that was moving. We sang "Mother's Prayer" and "Do You Hear the People Sing?" Very rousing songs.
I can't listen to any of them.
No.
It is emotional, isn't it? Yeah, it is very emotional.
I even watched the not so well. What is it? Reported, so well reviewed film. A lot of people say the film wasn't as good, and I couldn't watch that.
That's really, really
harrowing.
Yeah.
So the
also
West
sang-
End performance, I feel.
The beautiful Psalm 23 that they play at the beginning of the Vicar of Divinity. And it is a really beautiful rendition of Psalm 23. Lovely. And there were quite a few Ukrainian songs, and they or songs sung in Ukrainian, and they flashed up all the translations on the screen behind.
That's a really good idea.
Yeah, so that everybody knew what they were singing. There's an opera singer. She was amazing. And there's a beautiful dance by children, young people, 16, 17-year-olds probably, from Leicester College, based on Banksy's painting of the girl reaching up to the red balloon.
Oh yes.
Anyway, it's all on YouTube, or it's going to be on YouTube, so you can go and watch bits of it if you want to watch bits of it. It did go on for quite a long time.
Yeah. I was just so tired at the end of Sunday.
Oh, you were
went
not.
home and went to sleep through.
Oh, that's very lovely.
It's a shame.
1,000 people in the audience.
1,000.
Yeah.
You don't think the end is being that big.
Yeah.
It really can fit in a lot.
Yeah, I think it fits in 1,500.
We're going to see Tim Mitchell.
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Funny.
So it's just so ridiculously one point about things as well.
There you go.
Yeah, use it for meetings and videos. Sarah found it managed to nab it off Barbara Saloon when they closed down.
Just saw it in the shop window, and the whole shop had been emptied out, and I thought, yeah, I like that.
Obviously, if you just want to put a few, like 3 pins along each size as well.
Just to confirm, I did ask. I didn't break it.
Walked in, picked on your shoulders.
I called them and asked very nicely, please can we have your sofa if you're not using it, please, thank you.
Did you get it for free? Yes. Did we get it rid? I know. Yeah. I'm tired. It's very hard work.
What could you say? I've got no excuse to say no to anything. And that is the
That's
problem.
right. Yes.
Which is, I'd say, a better
Better
song
than
than
yeah.
the one from Seeing.
It's like a song full of hope.
Made it a lot easier to insert.
Lily
Slipped it down. It made it a lot easier to insert the circle.
and not
Slipped in
lots
before.
and lots of people.
It's actually
Ah,
I was struggling to get it to go in, and I'm just going to slightly smaller seam allowance. Not a lot smaller, but just like a couple of millimeters. Because the first one was not. It's fine, but it's got
So
but it was,
yeah,
it was tricky.
Put back
Whereas this slipping in was a lot easier. Finding ways of making things easy. It's the only one I would say. We had some awful stuff from Marks and Spencer's that you were just like, this is upsetting.
Yes, okay. So we're going to sew with the edge of the fabric, not this edge of the fabric.
I think when you're going to treat yourself, you have to have the best. Well, not the best, but you know, you have to have the one. Like with chocolate, it's like not going to go for the same stitch. I know what you used to do as well. Isn't it?
Right stitch stitches, isn't it going to go that way? A little bit, but only a couple of stitches, and that just adds
Compromising on things that aren't particularly that are like healthy, but I'm not willing to compromise on things that are treats. Yeah.
Sorry?
Hand off the butter.
Oh, butter. It's
Yeah, the metal. You can do that. Making up language.
so this is helpful. It probably is. Actually, it's good like this. So we play a game at this stage. So what are you doing with your time then, Kim? Mini movies?
Yeah, mini music
Mini music.
twice a week.
Is that going well?
Yeah,
Are you still at the Manor House?
one session at the Manor House, which has got a lovely regular clientele, and another session at Woodgate Resources Centre, which also has a lot of regulars, but also new people trying it out. So I do that 2 half days, and then on Monday after I've done Manor House in the morning, I look after Evie in the afternoon, and pick up Mia from school.
a story.
I know. I know.
But then I'd already said about no. So
Oh, well.
you can begin now. Just
Yeah.
take it little.
So tell us about how you got involved in Baby Basics, because that's a really interesting story, I'm sure.
Yeah. So I was moving to Leicester for my husband's job,
Yeah.
and I am a primary school teacher. I wasn't sure if I wanted to go back into class teaching. So just started looking around what else I could do with my time. I did have a just 3-year-old and a 7-year-old.
Yeah.
So I wanted to settle them first.
Yeah.
And then I volunteered in Bristol just every other week for a few hours for a baby bank.
Not Baby Basics.
It wasn't a Baby Basics, it was just an independently run baby bank. But they run in a very similar way.
Yeah.
So, yeah, just like the idea of starting something like that, and I googled, if there's anything already happening.
Yeah.
And there wasn't. And then in the meantime, actually, before we moved, so I was thinking this before we moved. In the meantime, somebody contacted the charity that I helped in Bristol, and it was somebody from Leicester.
Oh,
from the
wow.
council, asking how they started, and they were interested in trying to do something to help Leicester.
Oh.
So they put them in touch with me. So straight away, as soon as I moved here, within a few months, I was using the need.
Yeah.
There wasn't particularly any financial support. Just knowing there's a need out there,
Yeah.
that they would use our service and encourage people to use our service.
That's information that you need in order to get funders to support you, isn't it?
Yeah,
That there is a need. So,
And then decided to go through Baby Basics, which operates within communities.
how long has Baby Basics existed then as its own little charity?
As Leicester,
No, I mean as a national
since 2000.
Okay.
That's, a few.
The idea is to have a really good idea of what works and what doesn't.
Yeah. So Leicester are now the second busiest in the UK. 55.
The second visit.
Yeah. So we've been open 5 years. That's crazy busy.
Yeah.
I was just saying earlier, 73 referrals done in April.
Wow.
Yeah. So,
It sounds naive, and I know, but I'm going to say it anyway, because I'm sure a lot of people are thinking it, but I didn't realise that there were so many underprivileged in need families in Leicester.
especially in Leicester.
It's very easy to presume because we're okay, that actually everybody's okay, but so many
I
people.
guess over the last 2 years, there's definitely been an increase in victims of domestic abuse needing help, or asylum seekers, refugees.
It's important to be made aware of people who are in need living in our city because, like I say, it's very easy to just go about your business thinking everything's okay, I'm okay. Yeah, but actually,
These are our neighbours,
you
our
can help people.
friends,
yeah,
our people.
So what do I do? Sew along that in the same way.
3, 4 sides. I'm going to start popping the bibs.
Yes. Good.
And I'm also realising that how many there are. I'm like, definitely time to start. There we go.
Very noisy.
No, not at all.
It's a banging one. It's silent.
Silent squeeze.
I might need you to just demonstrate how to do this. Definitely do that.
You've been doing so well. It's like,
Actually, I think
No, you don't need any help anymore at all. You're sorted.
squash that down. That's fine. Little pop
time to sort out camera and then we can pop it together.
In T-minus 54 minutes.
Really? Amazing.
How do you get it straight though? You just tell it. You will go here. This is where you need to be.
Very determined.
I'm not quite hot to put those into maybe
Accessible. We also need the bits for it.
yeah, I'll be at the market Sunday talking at the APC.
Oh, great. Yeah, they will be.
What did you want to try that?
Like that, it'll save you. Maybe where
You've got some new premises.
yeah, it's not gone through yet. It's
How many
the final
funders
stage.
currently in baby basis?
So the move will be the National Lottery.
Lovely.
We did an application for them to cover the rent where we're moving to.
Excellent.
And then just generally it's just local trust funds or people kindly doing sponsored events. Which always a need funding because although a lot of donations are second, the actual physical donations are second hand good quality items.
There are things you have to buy.
Things like cotton mattresses or stationery, nice packaging to like to make it look like
Yes.
this week we've got some new long baby clothes, first time ever. Zoomed to Asda to buy some.
Ran out of baby clothes.
Yeah.
For newborn babies.
Yeah. Newborns, yeah. So we've done a lot of Moses basket starter kits, so we don't usually run out.
Really?
But we've got lots of offerings.
Yeah, no, that's not the right thing.
Facebook page.
Well done.
Got about 5,000 followers on the Facebook page.
Yeah.
But it definitely wasn't.
Yes, I see.
Yeah.
And I share it.
Yeah, thank you. That's it. I think when people share, it really helps.
Yes, it does.
Get the word out.
Yeah. I think that's worth putting into your conversation on Sunday.
Yeah.
Even people who mostly don't use Facebook for their own.
And we've got a website too.
But sharing on Facebook, anybody who's a friend of a friend,
Yeah.
is a really great potential.
Yeah.
With just that.
Yeah. there's that.
Chance conversation.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's one of those two. And then I still teach 3 days a week. So life's quite busy.
Very busy, very busy.
Right, before you sit down. I've done my 3 corners.
Good.
Now I'm going to turn it. So yeah, so what we did was trim.
Oh, this is something to do for the cameras, Laura. Show this off. Because this
Haven't
is where
finished
you
yet.
birth the
So
bag.
yeah, if we just trim on these loose threads so that they're just not trapped forever inside.
It's a very exciting moment because it's like the bag is born.
See all my
I
buttons.
didn't think you'd be giving birth this soon again. Laura's just finished her first ever makeup bag.
So next week,
And I'm so
guys,
tired, I don't know what's next.
And Freya is now going to tell her to.
So you pop your fingers in and you find the opposite corner. Yeah. And then you pull, not pulling the fabric so it doesn't get stretched out, but just
Gently persuading it.
yes.
I think is the word.
So
And I find
more
it
like
helpful to keep kind of turning it round.
Yes.
So you're constantly pulling a little bit. It's frustrating. You just want to yank it, but you have to just be
It's just like a baby being born. That's what I'm saying.
It takes time.
Yeah, this is your midwifery practice. I think that's a job you want to go into.
Probably not. Yeah, probably not me too. We don't really measure the dilation or anything like that.
What we do, we say, is this wide enough?
This is true.
We push the lining inside.
And it's
So there's one more job, but first you need to celebrate because
Ta-da! And that's it.
does it work?
beautiful.
Ta-da!
Yeah, wonderful.
Well done, Laura.
So
that last one is the last
job. Not yet, no, because I'm on the.
Hold it up again. Take a quick look.
Wait.
We're okay.
I will do, but I just need to post live and then.
Don't go any further with that bag. Do I need to learn it? Catch that moment.
Yes, so what we're doing is we're folding down the seam allowance into it. Yeah. And then we'll put a couple of pins here and on the other side with the head front one. Yep. Lovely.
And hey presto.
And then what you're going to want to do is sew quite close to the edge, so a few millimeters, you're not on the edge, but so you can, like, if you line up the edge of the fabric with the centre foot, and then that's close enough, and yeah, one edge to the other, and then you have finished.
Ta-da.
I actually didn't know I was going to come and sew anything.
No, did you not?
You can't come into a sewing studio. And the friends I had round for a barbecue, I said where I was coming. And they're like, oh, so you're going to make
You can, yeah, if it's too close for comfort, move it over, it's not a problem.
I do quite often have to say to customers, there was an instance, what was it? I think it was a couple of weeks ago, where I just had to say to the person, just trust us, it will work, just trust us. And when
Some things are very
yeah.
counterintuitive.
Exactly. And when it did, she was like, like still not quite believing, like, how did it work? Well, let's contract.
Yes.
That was what it was for.
You can tell the who picks up your hand with that.
Well, I think I'll have to take photos because my sister-in-law will be impressed.
Can I take your phone and take one of you holding it up?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah. Neaten it out so it's lovely. Oh, lovely and done.
I presume you've got a link to the Baby Basics website on your stories or whatever.
We've got a link to Baby Basics on Instagram. We have got a link to Baby Basics Leicester.
Yeah.
We should go back and link through on Facebook.
We're changing the background because of the silk.
Yes.
If you send me Sarah can tell me your block.
And then
There's another cute little hat nearly done.
Oh, that's gorgeous.
probably look really
Put
tired.
the lining in.
Yeah, it's like this is taking them really hard. Yesterday, I just had non-stop day. And today's been similar. Today's been similar, yeah.
I often think when you have a varied sew, it's kind of, it just feels a bit more achievable.
Yeah.
I don't cope with when I'm doing the same thing. Not this, we've done a lot of different things in the day. I just know that I'm just doing one admin job or something like that the whole day. I just
I worked in a factory a lot when I was younger, in my school holiday, in different factories. I was in a bread factory, a cake factory, a one-armed bandit factory, you know, the ones that you get in front with lots of buttons that you used to press. I was doing all the soldering of the connections inside the slumsy before digital circuit boards. And it really was exactly the same thing all day.
Oh gosh, I just couldn't.
In the cake factory, believe it or not, one of my jobs was to spend the whole day literally standing on a conveyor belt of cakes with a sugar shaker, shaking the sugar over the cakes as they went past. Just shake.
You bet you were doing it in your sleep.
I was definitely soldering bundles of wires in my sleep. I remember very vividly doing that.
I used to work at the Sainsbury's bakery when I was just before my gap year, just get some money. And that was quite repetitive.
One day they had me making boxes, and they get flat pack cardboard boxes. And
That's such a relief.
well, making the trouble was you had to do it all day. They didn't move you. I wouldn't have minded in the morning on the sugar shaker, in the afternoon on the box.
Yeah, a bit of variety.
You know, you kind of open them out, flip, flop,
Yeah.
to create boxes, because then they would pack the cakes in the boxes. Another job was packing the cakes and sealing them.
Really, I love that machine. Bread rolls. Super.
Did you get the photo, Sarah?
Yes.
Yeah, fabulous. Yes, it is.
We'll let you or you've done the sewing. Free to just enjoy being
Messy.
and some cake if you want some afterwards.
There's a
I said, when you do you mind doing it on Facebook? I accidentally sent it to Julie instead of
You're impressed.
Essentially, it's like, oh, wrong person. She did say, well, I'm very impressed.
Is your sister called Julia?
Judith.
Judith.
Yeah, so I quickly searched for her name.
I've taken some nice photos earlier of all the things laid out.
So we are on the final countdown. I think we've got 40 minutes left, which is just enough time for us to double check all the things that we've made and add some little poppers. So Ray's just pulling out some little sets, and then we thought we'd show you how we add those poppers. So you want a much higher chair than me, or am I just really slouched?
It's really tired. You can tell it's
yeah, you can tell it's coming to the end.
Yes, it definitely is. We're all running low on energy. We've been sewing for 11 hours straight now.
But we have made
It's
a lot of
made
things.
so many nice things. But I'm at the point of tiredness where I'm not entirely sure where I am in the room any good.
You're certainly not sure where anything else is,
No.
are you?
I just kind of got stuck around a tripod. Like, how do I? Sarah rescued me. It's fine.
You avoid all three legs at the same time.
We've made a really big pile of baby bibs, but we've been adding the poppers until now. That's the wrong bit. So that's the plan, kind of to round off the evening. Is to do some popper insertions.
Squidging.
Squidging is a good word for it. Shall I stop my
finding them, and so we can actually demonstrate now.
I think so, 'cause we've got a few sets, and then we can do some off camera.
So we're using the Primviro, is that how you say it? Vario pliers, and they have the plastic poppers connection, which is like this little rubber one with a metal thing, so that doesn't damage the popper, and a plastic holder for the other side.
And those little bits come with the poppers normally. Oh, actually, no, they don't. Sorry, they come with the pliers, with the Prim Love pliers. And then you can also buy a pack of the, if you've already got the pliers for attaching things like rivets and jeans buttons, then you can buy little plastic popper attachers. What are these called? Snaps? Cam snaps. So you
So
can
you
buy
can
little.
buy it to like make sure that your set will work. So yeah, and they're really useful. Like I use this for my kids' clothes when I'm making the girls' things, and yeah, mostly on that. But then I've also used it for making reusable sanitary towels and a couple of bags and things. So it's really helpful. Like these are really great, and I get on well with them.
The main thing we would say is if you're using anything thinner than this, which is a layer of toweling and a layer of jersey, or if your jersey is really, really stretchy, you might want to put a bit of interfacing between the layers just to stop them from coming out. And when you attach them, give them a really, really good squeeze, because if they're at all loose, then they're quite difficult to open.
Yeah.
And you might end up kind of pulling them out, basically.
It's all in the prep. The interfacing is an absolute essential.
For anything thinner. Yeah. Most of the ones that we've made today, we've made with at least a layer of this and the jersey. So, all good.
So I feel like white is the best colour for this.
Yeah, because
there's
it's
a lot
got
of colours
lots of
going on
different
already.
things going on.
So smooth those out.
Unfortunately, we've got a spotty tablecloth, so
the white one's just disappearing into it. So we've got, so you do one side of the popper at a time, and each single side uses two pieces. So you have the back piece, which looks like this,
called the nail or the nail part,
and then this piece.
Oh no, that's the nail. Sorry,
That's the nail.
That's the nail part of the
nail
popper.
part of the popper.
It's got a sticky out bit.
Like this. And so we're going to take one nail and the nail and pop them in. So I tend to pop the nail through the fabric and just ease it through with my nails.
You don't make a hole, do you? You just
No,
squeeze
just
it through.
squeeze it
Yeah.
through the-
Because I found when I've made a hole before, that's when it starts to pull out. It's like you just need to wiggle it between the fibres. Yeah.
And then you take the second part of the popper and you pop it on top, and now that's not attached, that's just sitting there, so I'm not going to let go of it.
And the thing about attaching them to around here is you can use these pliers quite easily because you can actually get to it. If you're putting poppers in the middle of something, you're going to need a different tool called a tripod. And we don't actually have any of those in at the moment, but you'd need to. It can be done. It can be done. But this is a lot easier if you're putting them on just
the edges.
Yeah, the edges.
So then I'm going to use my cam pliers with the right attachments. This side is going to go on the nail side, which looks like this. And then this side, at the top here, goes on the other side, which looks a little bit like that.
Looks like
it wasn't
that.
attached yet. Gotta hold on. And you really just pop the thing in between and then give it a really good squeeze.
And you can kind of feel it creating some kind of resistance. You feel the nail pit getting squished. And what's happening is that the pliers are making this little bit, pointy bit of the nail just squidge down. And then you can see it's basically attached it and squidge that and help. That's what's holding it all in place. So if you don't give it a really good squidge, then the nail doesn't entirely fill the over the top of the hole. And that's what you can lose out.
So I'm doing the same with the female piece, which looks a little bit like this. On the other side, making sure that I'm doing it, I'll show you in a second, in the reverse way so that the fabrics overlap and they're not kind of facing each other.
So on this way, the nail's going into the terry side, and on the other side, the nail was going into the jersey side. Good.
There we go. So now I've got two, and they nicely clip together, like so, and will fit around the bubba's neck to help them save from getting double run. So there we go.
And the great thing about this shape is it's quite good for like nose dabbing, which later on becomes a lot more of an issue, as we found. Yeah.
So there we go. That is how to put in cam snaps onto little baby bibs. And so we are basically going to do our pile of baby bibs. I think that'll take us to 10 o'clock. We'll go slow if it doesn't slow down, because we don't want to start any projects at this point.
I'm going to go through and just double check that we've not got any loose threads and like
Quality
holes
control.
and do a bit of quality control, finish off things, make them look beautiful, press some things.
That's part of the sewing. And we are ready to wrap up. So join us here at 10, where we'll be live to say finished, and we'll show you what we made before we head off to bed. So
if we forget before which we probably will by 10 o'clock because our brains are a little fried now anyway, but if you have been making anything, then we have our donations page.
yes, so there's a blog post on our website. So it's our latest blog post, and it's got the information about where to send, which is our address in the studio. Send your items. And we'll pass those on to daily basis for you. So do send those over to
We
us.
are asking for them to be set by the end of May because we just need to make sure we're down to the right people at the right time.
So thanks very much. And yeah, I hope you've enjoyed joining in with our stories and our lives today. It's been a really fun long day, but we'll do this at that 10. We've got 20 minutes, 40 minutes or something to go before we can say our goodbyes.
Brain won't be working.
It won't be working. We'll see you in 40 minutes or so. I don't know what time it is. I assume it's around 20 past.
Yeah,
half past,
past.
Yeah.
So I was listening. I'm just also sending some work emails.
Excellent. So, do you want any of these photos?
I will at the content edge.
Look through.
Just because that's quite small, even though it's
Baby
baby
bibs. So you should do that, and then this set of the bibs, skirt cloths, set of the hats, and the little bonnets. Have you seen this?
Yeah,
so gorgeous.
I really want that pattern. The bibs, all the the bibs, nicely designed of bibs, and the bags. And I've just done those bags. And I need to do the bags again with your bag on it.
Or I'll put them
Oh, you put yours up, yeah. So if you want any of those, I can send them to you. Yeah. Why don't you?
Put my number in first.
It's in there, but I don't know. What's that? Let's just see. Yeah, I should see it now. Yeah. What's next? Okay, send you that one.
Like the one with this style hat, isn't it?
So what we'll do is say send, and you can go through and tick as many as you want, and then I'll just send then I'll send them to you. The minute you just selecting them. What's that? You're welcome. I'll put it back on charge now. Are we audible on?
Yes, we are.
Just let you know. Have you done a little live interview, so to speak, with Laura earlier on while I was singing?
Not really. We've chatted.
Yeah, we've discussed baby basics and how you got into it.
Yeah. On one of your lives?
Yeah.
That's what I meant. Brilliant. Sorry.
Need strong hands.
Yes, it
It's
is.
a little workout.
It is, yeah. Wouldn't really choose to do 20 of them in one go, would you?
Yes, I'm fine for now, but yes, eventually. We can sort out some more steps.
They are very secure.
They are a little bit, yeah. I think
I
that's
guess
the
they
only
get
thing, because they do loosen over time.
Just hold the yeah. Yes, they do loosen. They do need. They need a bit of
A bit of work.
do it a few times to see how it changes.
Yeah.
How it's going to change.
Very strong. In a good way. Yeah, they're good for they can't one is for like trousers and dungarees and things for kids. They yeah. I'm enjoying Evie's age. She's we can negotiate with her a little bit. So like you've got a bib on and she's like, no. We'd be like, it's fine.
Yeah. She's hilarious. She's very clear about what she's using now, isn't she?
Just sit here so I can still message. So if I do it, I'm going to join in, but I've just not had time to message to my core team today. Apparently, one of our drop-off points has got so many donations this week. She thinks it'll take 2 or 3 cartloads to bring over. But I think that's because she's got children in the car as well.
Yeah, so it's like full.
That is so wonderful. Where do you have your drop-off points?
So just 6 or 7 now. So we've got Kirby Muxlow, Westcoats, Birstall, Mount Sorrel.
Are these all libraries?
No, they're at volunteers' houses and
Ah.
drop-off locations. OB, Market Harbour, and Weston.
Wow.
And some of them are people I've never met before, because they just have a box outside the house, and then once they've got enough donations, they then put it off to Baby Basics on Northern Road.
Oh. That's really brilliant.
Freya was just saying that she wants to volunteer in my house, but she also knows my husband. And it's not. We have so much stuff and so little space. But we are hoping to move at some point. So
She's in Camden Park, so
Yeah,
as you do have a spot there.
yeah.
Yeah, well, we used to run from Camden Park when we first
really?
started. On, I'm trying to remember the name of the house.
Oh, I remember. I moved you. Helped move from you.
Yeah.
Stanfell Road. There's one of
It
those.
began with an L.
One of those
Off Green
roads.
Hill something.
It was one of the ones that goes from
Lansdowne.
Park Road, yeah, there's
Lansdowne.
Lansdowne, I think that's it, yeah. So it was a very old house that was going to be knocked down and build something new on the land. So someone let us just have the house for free for a few months.
Wow.
It was during the winter and it was freezing.
Oh no, I bet it was.
No heating. We had one little heater. Yeah.
I suppose if you're doing busy work, it's okay, but if you're doing like sitting work, that's it.
Sorting clothes. I remember sorting clothes.
It's like when we were in the in Churchgate, we were okay when we were doing cutting fabrics and we were doing other things, but when it was sitting stuff, like the live online workshops, it was chilly, to say the least. Kind of building where it was cold out inside.
Oh, well, my house is often like that because it's a big vicarage. So you think it's cold, so you've got loads of layers on. Then you go outside and it's actually
Where did spring come from? Outside.
I can find though that if I go out my front door, it's cold. If I go out my back door, it's really warm because of where the sun is at that moment because of the shade. So there's that as well to contend with. Is the time of day and where the sun is in the sky.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think that's that shade. Definitely.
it's handy Pete and Liz having that big car of theirs because they can do collections of bigger items or lots of items.
Yeah, because you get somebody, if you get a couple of people in the area that have got prams, that's basically your whole car filled.
Yeah, so we try and get people with prams and cots to drop to us.
Yeah.
But if they are struggling, then I have to make sure the drop-off points have got enough space for a buggy. Because if it's a travel system, although we don't take car seats, just like a bassinet and a biggish buggy, it's
When will you next be looking for buggies? Or are you
we're taking some, but because of space, we're trying to spread out when they arrive.
Yeah.
Because as soon as I think we've only got space for 3 or 4 at the moment, and then we have to wait for them to be collected.
So it's best because I've got one, but I'm just kind of waiting for the right time to bring it to you. It's no bother to us when it is, as long as it's suitable for you.
So if it's in good, clean working order, as I say.
It is. It's got a bit of scuffing on the foot bar.
Yeah,
that's
it's
why
fine.
we didn't sell it really. But
You can either drop it to Narman Road or where else.
Yeah.
So
is there anywhere? My mum's in First or Breville Leeds. So anywhere in between those, First or Breville. Yeah, you can pick it up on a Friday and drop it off.
Yes, I can give you these.
Somebody else might as well get the most out of it. And will you have the same person that you drop things like buggies off? You can then drop other items before checking the page. Like, did you check the Facebook page?
Yeah, so
Then I can send
it's best to see like our wish list. So I was just updating the wish list today, which is what I've been doing.
That's really helpful.
Every few weeks we update the wish list. Just look on social media. So then we're only getting items we're really short of.
Which is really important because you've only got so much space and you can't be
I
storing
think some people obviously don't quite understand how full we are.
Yeah.
So
Well, it was helpful, I think, on Facebook recently. I think it was on Facebook. You did a video of like what kind of how you made up the Moses basket.
What we did.
Might have been a little while ago. But that was really useful just to see like
Yeah.
the amount of stuff that there is.
Yeah, that was probably over a year ago.
Yeah.
Maybe.
You could reshare it.
Yes.
You don't need to do it again.
Yeah.
Really helpful as somebody who wants to help but doesn't want to burden.
Yeah.
Because like my stuff is burden on me, like the amount of stuff that I've accumulated, and yes, it'd be good for it to go to the right place, but at the right time.
Sometimes when you're really short of items, you feel bad keep asking. But,
You should never feel bad.
quite
asking
often
because
people will buy off that as a wish list as well.
Yeah.
They're brand new things, and sometimes they have to be brand new, like baby bottles.
Yeah.
But other times it's like in the pandemic when we were really short of toys and books. People did buy loads.
Tracy did Tracy Corns, who's one of the tutors here.
Yeah.
Did some through her Usborne book.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we've had a few different Osborne sellers.
I think often people, I feel this particularly at the moment, I want to help, but I don't have a lot of money. So what can I do? And that's what I look for opportunities. And that this kind of, even things that we already have that we have no longer have use for, or things that we've very kindly, very luckily been given to offer. That's one of the big things. I think we just had a baby, you feel so grateful for being given all these things, but often you do get duplicates.
I guess the families we help are very isolated. They don't have family or friends to help them.
Exactly.
So they wouldn't have hand-me-downs.
That's exactly the point, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like I see what you give people in the Moses basket starter kit is pretty much what a lot of people might get in the baby shower.
Yes.
If they had a collection of friends who set up a baby shower for them, they'd have nappies and
Leaving work present.
yes. So it's substituting for the lack of social connection that people who are isolated
Recently helped
experience.
some quads that were from a different
Yes. Yeah, very
country.
same.
Not quite sure if it's been born.
And that's hard work for anybody. Like we were saying, even if you're a millionaire, you would still just completely like shell shocked about that.
If I was a grandparent, I might be emigrating.
What were you saying earlier about
Yes, the joy of being grandparents and have children benefits so much. And this is a curious bit of it, Laura. What you do here, which I always find really good fun, is you turn that through like that. Let me see which way around. And you scrunch this up and you put it inside.
That's completely. And then carry on as in that's completely different how.
Yeah, scrunch it like that. So you have it like that. So then you scrunch it up and you put it inside. And this wants to be that way round. Scrunch it, put it inside, and then we attach this to there. And like you did with the bag, we leave a gap, and then we birth the hat.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense. That's not what I did teaching you for the best times.
I think we might have done it 3
Because we
ways.
didn't look at the instructions. We admit now.
Well, this bit of the instruction takes a lot of understanding. I must have read the instructions half a dozen times before I understood.
Yeah.
And even now, when I do it in the workshop, I say to people, right, just give me a minute,
Just
go that way. No, I'll do it that way. No, that's the right way. And that's the bit that I think makes it really worth coming to a workshop, apart from the social interaction and the opportunity to ask questions, is being shown something that's really not that to understand on the pattern.
It's the if you got to that point at home and you couldn't work out what to do, what would you do? You'd just walk away. You would just sit on the pile of what for a very long time.
Nothing I do with it.
non-recycle. Mum's going to give me a lift home this evening. Thank you, though. I was waiting whether or not to cycle today. I got the lift.
Oh, big city.
If you don't mind them having out on these trains,
If it gets to 10 o'clock, you just look at it. Tell me. No one says yes. How we do? Oh, 15 minutes. Finish one. Yeah.
Yes, Kim. Yeah, this is the challenge. Can Kim finish her hat in 15 minutes?
Can. She absolutely can. And she absolutely will. Oh, the trouble is when you learn a song for a performance, or then like I've just spent half an hour learning one song and half an hour learning another song.
Yeah.
It gets stuck in your head. And the songs that we were singing in the choir concert for Ukraine, I was waking up in the middle of the night and we'd be going around
singing
it.
it.
And the same as that already with the songs I've been learning tonight.
I was really excited with the United choir when I joined it, but that didn't happen to me. I thought it would a lot. Yeah, really strange. And some of them it did, but there was one Irish prayer, Irish blessing.
Oh, yeah.
Irish blessing. And yeah, when I was really worried because I thought, oh, I'm not getting this, I'm not picking it up. When they started singing it, I was fine, I knew exactly what I was doing. But it didn't, I couldn't tell you the tune of it now. I couldn't tell you any of the words. It's really strange. Yeah, I must start that up again because I think there's something about doing something like that that is very good for the mind. Creative, but also completely different. Yeah.
Plenty of it.
Right, start doing that again in September. Very due.
Very nice. That was my favourite.
Every time somebody makes one, you say, that one's my favourite.
Yeah, that was my original favourite.
I like the star one.
And the butterflies.
So look, I'm going to birth my hat now.
So how do I know what age do you think?
All of these ones are 6 to 12 months, and then these ones are 3 to 6 months. Yeah. We did think when we started this morning, like, oh, labels of like
Oh, we
make my
will.
love labels.
Yeah.
We'll take some today.
I would prefer her to take them when we've got them all because of what we discussed this morning and about making labels. And if that's possible, then we can just deliver them all in one. I know it might be quite a few all at once, but yeah. I think
If you can,
Especially if you do get lots of hats, maybe put them in a carrier bag with
with the sizes, yeah.
because sometimes our volunteers look at hats and they're not really sure.
Yes, totally.
And obviously babies' hats.
Yeah, I've got this one that I don't know where it came from, but it's in my house. And that would never fit my girls, but it would definitely fit some children.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd probably say that's a prep.
Yeah.
there's a few others there as well.
It wouldn't have fit my children.
I don't know where it came from. Because it wouldn't have fit my nephews either.
They weren't from either.
No, exactly. Like that's what I mean. Like, there's
Is she from England?
Hmm?
Is your sister-in-law?
She's just had her third.
Oh, she's had it.
Yes.
Oh, she had another baby boy.
What have they called him?
No, no, sorry.
Isaac.
They called him third, obviously.
He's the third. He's fine.
I wouldn't be able to remember the name of one.
Sorry,
baby,
Alice,
but
if you
the
want-
third one.
I was going for Elijah, which is a friend of ours, baby.
Which is, sorry, I put you on the spot to take
Eli's and
11 hours or so.
Oh, Eliza and Elijah.
Yeah.
Oh, I never knew that.
Well, we called him that because Gary thought he'd say like, I haven't heard Eli. But Gary's never really called him Elijah. So, I said to him the other day,
Somebody will though, do they at school? All the teachers.
legally, it used to have to be
Well,
I can put both
Seen
Mia's
sense.
names down.
they have
Yeah, but they will choose Mia.
doctors or hospital appointments to do.
Yeah.
Insist on me.
Okay, so it's 11 hours 51 minutes on the clock on the
Oh my
on the
word.
thing, and we've got one person watching, which may or may not be Dave.
Hi. Can you hear us? Say hi.
He's got better things to do.
No, he's pining after me, obviously.
Well, perhaps he's sewing.
Better things to do than watch his wife.
Hiding. I'm not even.
Oh yeah, you're not on the screen. You're not on the screen.
Get some Tupperware, some Sarah, and I'll send you home with some